Okay, we're back. Hey, this is going to be the after show for Christian Anarchist and Marshall Mathers. Is Jesus God? That was their debate topic. Unfortunately, Marshall cannot be with us, at least not right now. CA is also doing other things. He'll come join us in a little while. I do need some people in here that actually had watched the debate. Would be kind of nice, but I've got Cyborg in here and Gearstern. But neither one watched it, which is okay. No, it's cool. It happens, right? But we can still talk about the topic, I guess. But the problem is that we can't really discuss who you guys think did a better job. Tony, did you watch the debate?
Yes, I did.
I saw you in the live feed.
Yeah,
and Heavy Taller, I saw you in the live feed. Let me get a quick rundown from you guys. Barring your own personal opinions on the divinity of Jesus or even his existence, right? Who do you think did a better job overall in presentation and just persuasiveness? You can say Ty if you don't, you know.
Yeah, I'd say it's Ty. You know, I was like so focused on in the comment section that I was kind of, I'll be honest, not really paying attention to what was going on. So I'm gonna say
I gotta admit, and this is no disrespect to the debaters, and I probably shouldn't say this because it makes me sound like I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention because obviously I'm timekeeping. I don't have an interest in this particular topic, right? So it's not really something that I focus too much on their argumentation because I don't think either one of them really made that great of an argument.
No, I was just like, that's not a huge thing for me.
Yeah, it just really wasn't working for me, right? And I don't know how to even gauge the argumentation they had because it's basically just subjective opinion. I don't think either one was persuasive. I'll give them that. I do think that Christian Anarchist had at least some type of presentation, or at least he used a visual. Well, now I do understand that Marshall was on a phone, so he can't, and I think that's a limiting thing. But if you're going to do these debates, you probably should have kind of a presentation, or at least something visual. People do like to see that. So I think that was a point against Marshall. But I do think they were talking past each other a lot. They were answering each other's questions and then kind of saying they weren't answering. But they were, but these answers are so vague that I don't know if I can even be construed as an answer. For example, if I ask somebody, you know, like, what is spirit? Well, what is it? I don't even know what that means as far as an answer. Right?
Yeah, when he said, okay, I heard that. Okay, when he said Jesus is spirit, that says nothing.
Yeah, or God is spirit. That doesn't answer what the question is. That's giving an example, but it doesn't tell me what it is.
What is a spirit?
Well, this comes down to more of an argument of semantics, like, and it's more opinion than anything.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you believe that because the Bible says this here, that means this over here? It's a really weird thing that can happen.
Yeah, I agree, and you know,
I've seen people at church, like everywhere, arguing this together.
I always label myself.
I would have been good with a ghost or a feeling you get, or something.
I kind of label myself an apatheistic, temporal agnostic, theological non-cognitivist for a reason, or I say semi-theological non-cognitivist nowadays.
That's a lot of labels, Steve.
Yeah, it just. Oh, I got more. I mean, what do you want to know? I'm more anti-realist. I'm a non-evidentialist. I'm a foundationalist. I mean, yeah, you just name it. I'll tell you what the hell my position is. But my theological non-cognitivism kind of kicks in a little bit when I hear these terms being bantered about, and I have no idea what the hell they mean.
I mean, I just used to agnostic atheist. That's pretty much all I need.
I'm a secular Odinist.
Yeah,
I'm Tony.
I don't mind labels like agnostic atheism. I think it's just superfluous the way I use it. If other people use it differently, more power to them. But it's just I don't particularly find those things helpful. I just don't.
As far as who laid out their points better, I think Christian Anarchists did better because there was a lot of times Marshall was stumbling and fumbling with verses or trying to give answers and stuff. See, this was, I mean, even back in the Council of Nicaea, this was a big issue. Was Christ in essence God, or was he just a man? That was, basically. Was he divine or not divine? Was an issue.
Well, I think now, I
think some people have issue with that. The thing is, as I was watching, see, when I first started watching, I came in late. I did not know Marshall was a Muslim. I thought it was two Christians going back and forth.
Hey, I thought the same thing, Heavy. At the very end, I found out.
No, I have it in the video description now that one's a Christian, one's a Muslim. But Marshall did make a reference, right? He did allude to Jesus being of the virgin birth, right? That would make it of a supernatural type origin. So even though he claims that Jesus is just a prophet, he did seem to concede, in his point of view, that there was a divine aspect to that, though. Did you guys catch that?
So there's one thing about. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just going to say there's one thing about this. The verses both of them were quoting and using for their side or their argument, they're in there. They're in the Bible. You can look at some verses and you go, oh, yeah, Christ was divine. You read some other verses, no, he was just a man.
Well, you know what I've always said is that basically you can argue any position you want from the Bible and find verses that'll support your argument.
Yeah.
That there's so much in the Bible, right? It's so huge and it's so controversial. People have been thousands of years have been trying to explain what it actually says in there, that you could really pick any argument you want and find verses to support, and you can find verses that go against. It's just so vague.
Is this some kind of stream or something?
It is, Ephraim. Would you like to join us?
Oh.
Honestly, at this point, I don't even want to argue whether Jesus is either one. I just stick with he's at the very least an avatar of God, someone there to represent God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we've
okay, I'm not doing this.
Okay.
Because he certainly, if you take the literal words of the Bible, he's literally done miraculous things, which I would pose are opposite to reality in terms of them being magical, whereas in reality it's just luck.
Why would someone go into a hangout not knowing what the hangout's about?
Right. I'm not doing this.
I'm not doing this. I love that.
Yes, you are. Get back in here.
Okay, that was interesting.
That's why I joined.
I'm gonna argue outside the Bible that Jesus isn't even real, but that's me.
Well, I mean, there are different people that can argue different things, right? You can have a mythicist arguing against a non-mythicist. You can have a Christian argue against an atheist. You can have a pagan going against a Christian. I mean, there's so many different things that could be discussed. Now, I don't think these things are really of interest to me for debate-wise, only because, again, whether Jesus was the Son of God, I don't think. For 2,000 years, people have been fighting over this, and I think the Bible supports either position and equally rejects either position, right? Again, for and against. There's nothing in there that you can actually substantively say one way or another. There just isn't. At least that's my perspective.
I mean, if we're talking about perspective here, I see Jesus nailed to a cross, and I see Thor carrying a hammer.
Yes, they're synonymous too.
Well, I mean, there are some beliefs that myths come from other myths, and I'm not against that argument. I just think it's a rather poor argument because the zeitgeist that they used generally doesn't hold up under scrutiny, and there's just no really correlations between Jesus and like Horus and this other things that people talk about. Yeah, there's always been people believing in gods, but yeah, there's the Greek gods, the Roman gods, but the question is usually. Because there's so many Muslims and so many Christians, it kind of does really boil down to those two. Now, I understand there's obviously
just sort of forget about them.
Yeah, I mean, but the pagans are a minority. Let's be realistic,
Yeah, but
Hi.
I'm not buzzing on.
Hey, one second. Hey, Anarchy, by the way, how you been, buddy?
I'm great, thank you. Am I causing any feedback or buzzing because I'm using a new mic?
No, but you have this really silly accent. Just kidding.
Well, I'm English.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just kidding.
Silly accent.
Yeah. No, there's no feedback.
Hey, Anarchy.
I like Marshall. Fada. He's the fada.
Anarchy. You think the queen ever jumps into her bed, pulls the covers up to her chin, and says, "Look, Philip, I'm a stump."
I don't know what the hell that means, but it sounds funny. One Klaus shoe.
He's got the British dude to lose his shit.
One Klaus. Well, they'll laugh. Yeah, but he's British. They'll laugh at anything. Have you seen their humor? Yeah,
Trumpets.
I mean, if they think Mr. Bean is funny, come on. One Cloud Shoe says, "Can we get a Wiccan versus a voodoo priest?" That would be interesting. Yeah.
I mean, you got an Odinist here. Let's have an Odinist versus a Christian.
We can get. You know what? We can get Ocean in here too. He'll side with you. He's an Odinist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm not exactly an Odinist. I'm more of a. I call myself a secular Odinist. I don't know if I'm using the word secular right. That means I believe in the gods, but I do. I revere their words.
Secular means separation of church and state, really.
Oh well.
Sounds like
Then I'm using the wrong fucking word, aren't I?
Yeah, kind of. But he's actually a
Has anyone ever heard?
Ocean is more of an chaos. Loki. He believes that the universe started by the god of chaos.
No. Odin and his brothers made things.
Yeah, well, he'd argue against
you.
Heavy, what were you saying?
No.
There's more evidence of that than Jesus. Never mind. I saw the movie.
Actually, I think Ocean makes a valid point at using an analogous language. Yeah, here we go.
Has anyone ever heard of preterist or preterism?
Yeah.
It said like.
It's like all the prophecies in the Bible, including Revelation, were fulfilled back with the destruction of Jerusalem. Or
preterism mandates that basically all the prophecies that they had entailed were supposed to be done by like the 1st century or something like that.
Right. Well, where I'm going with this is I watched a hangout with a guy that's really into that. Hello?
I muted him, or he got muted. Go ahead.
Anyway, I was watching a hangout with a guy that's into that, real tall, slender guy, and I can't think of his name. Anyway, he was talking with, I think it was Evril or Tanya, I forget really, because Tanya used to be a preterist. But he was explaining what it was and using verses from the Bible, and what the view of this and the preterist thing. The verses he used made sense; they fit what he was saying. So, like you said, you can make it mean just about anything depending on what verses you pick.
Well, yeah, that's why I think, again, people can say, well, this was fulfilled here, but this one wasn't fulfilled here. If you use in this context, it's true here. And I hate when they keep on saying, when they talk about hermeneutics, right, and doing eisegesis and exegesis. I don't think there's any way to really read something the way it's actually written, because I think linguistically there's always a context involved. And I don't think anybody reads the Bible the way the people that wrote it intended it to be. I just don't.
Exactly. Yeah, you got so many language barriers and everything.
Yeah, well, the Bible's been translated. The Old Testament has been translated to 636 languages, I believe, in the New Testament to like 1,700, a little over 1,700. And the problem I find is that if you get two people reading their scriptures, right, and even though they've been translated from the early text, right? I'm not saying one thing is translated, then it's retranslated, and it's retranslated, although I believe a little bit as that has happened. But even if you have something in a Korean text or a Japanese text or whatever, I don't see linguistically how the context means the same thing, because we know that certain phrases just don't translate very well, right? You know, what's a Spanish speaker would think is normal would sound odd to an American speaker, right?
Right.
Hey, Kaiser.
Yo, what's up?
I hear bumblebees in your background.
It's probably my car. I'm in my car trying to steal some Wi-Fi from somebody.
Damn.
No, you borrow without the intent of giving back.
Procure.
Oh, he's procuring some bandwidth.
By the way, guys, the link to get in is in the GDC. Everybody wanted to have an after hangout, so come on in. We could talk about this for a while, then we can move on to some great debate community stuff, because there was a few interesting things that happened this week, at least until CA gets here, right? Because I'm sure he wants to talk about the debate.
Know when Mr. ID is going to debate Kent Hovind.
Oh,
I do
God,
too.
that would be... You know what? I think that would actually cause the end of the universe.
Let's do it. Come on.
I want to
let it burn.
Bullshit.
Yeah, let's see who can out bullshit.
I think Hovind would probably just go, you just don't make any sense. And I'd be like, wow, that's irony right there.
Coming from Kent Hovind.
I think you lose your ability to make sense when you go to prison, Mr. Hovind.
I tell you what, after we do a few debates, I know, like I said, King Crocoduck is doing a third debate towards the end of the month.
When is that?
Right now we have a tentatively...
Do you have a date?
We do have a date, tentatively scheduled for the 21st.
Right.
And then one on the 13th with Bill Ludlow.
My friend told me that shit was happening yesterday.
What shit?
The King Crocoduck versus Hovind.
Well, he doesn't know what he's talking about because I'm the one that's
Then again, he also
corresponding between the two, making it happen.
Then again, he also told me King Crocoduck was just a physicist.
He's actually majoring in biomedical technology.
Yeah, I heard him describe that, and I'm like, that's not physics at all.
He does a degree in physics, but he minored in astrophysics.
Yeah, well, he's talking about some computational biophysics, and I'm like, that's not physics.
Yeah, he's moving into computational biophysics.
I came in here thinking something different.
Yeah, he's definitely a smart guy. Yeah, I mean, obviously Kent doesn't do very well in these debates. Because,
I mean, he's obviously a smart guy. He studies the thing named with a big word.
Well, the reason why Hovind doesn't do well as he used to is because people know his routine, people know his shtick, and they know how to counter against it because they know all these arguments. I've read his Creationist Handbook, 9th edition. I've gone through it on air with people. It doesn't really take that much to destroy every one of his scientific arguments.
That's because, like, he brags, and every time he introduces himself, 15 years as a teacher, I think he said, well, we're not high school students.
Well, he never taught high school.
Yeah, he does always say that.
Yeah.
Well, then we're not whatever students he tried to hawk his crap at.
Yeah, his diploma or his whatever education is like
internet bot.
No, he has 2 years of community college.
It's all imaginary.
Wow, I have 2 years of community college. I'm gonna go beat Hovind in a discussion. Let's do it.
But the reality is that, you know, again, he is all about the rhetoric, right? And rhetoric is a good thing, right? People think rhetoric is a negative thing. No, rhetoric is good and bad depending on how you use it. But rhetoric is just your persuasive abilities to have a dialogue, right? So you do want to have rhetoric, but his rhetoric is easily dismissed because it is now at the point where if he gets blocked into a corner, then he just goes to a personal attacks. I mean, did you notice how many times he's talked about like Casey's age? What the hell does that got to do with it?
Yeah. Dude, I'm 19 and I have 2 years of community college. Yeah, there's nothing to brag about here.
It was really odd. Why would anybody bring that up?
And then there it says, well, you know you're going to have to stand before God someday and give an account. That.
Yeah,
all else fails preach.
I think at that point...
Anybody else notice that Hovind was constantly cracking jokes that would only make a church service laugh?
Yeah, well, that's his shtick, right? But the thing is that when he resorts to, oh, well, you got to stand before God, and, you know, I feel sorry for you. I think he's lost he lost the debate long before then, but that's puts the final nail in the coffin. You don't do that in a debate. Yeah. This debate is not about saving your soul. These debates are not theological in origin per se, right? Now he'll make it as such. We obviously know he will, but that's because he fails on the science. I mean, the things he was saying scientifically was so wrong. I, as a moderator, I couldn't say anything, but I was cringing when he didn't even understand basic relativity, and he claims he taught physics. No way.
KC was dumbing it down enough to the point where even I understood what he was talking about, and Kent still didn't.
Yeah, Casey was spot on.
Beginning of the debate, Hovind's like, evolutionism, and I'm like, really?
Well, again,
is this semantics now?
These are pejoratives that they try to poison the well, right? Whereas, as True Empiricism says, to muddy the well to poison the water. I think is that how he says it?
Yeah.
But
what's up with these words that they've just contrived this isms?
Evolutionism is a real word.
Evolutionism.
That's a real word. Evolution is a real word, but the problem is evolutionism actually refers to a 19th century concept. Okay, there is no evolutionism anymore. It's a pejorative, right? People can say, well, evolutionism, talking about the theory of evolution, but no reputable scientist really uses that word because, again, there was a term used in the 19th century that had that name. It doesn't really make any sense to use so.
I always thought that it was just something they can try to bring it down to their level to where they can understand it in some way.
Well, it is in some ways. I mean, if you got to remember, for example, they use the term evolutionist, which is a real word too. People need to stop saying evolutionist is not a real word. Yes, it's a real word. I'm an evolutionist. Now, do I think it's stupid to use that? Yeah. I would never call somebody an evolutionist because it doesn't really...
I think he's trying to set it up so that if he's going to go down because of his religion, he's going to make sure everybody thinks you're religious too, which... I don't get, because that argument would do absolutely nothing.
Well, I'll tell you why. Nim says, yes, muddy the water to poison the well. I think that's what Ronnie says. He did like a portmanteau of two different phrases. And yes, I know portmanteau is actually one word from other words, but he kind of shoved two phrases together, and I don't know what that would really be called. But yeah, I think he said the muddy water to poison the well one time, and everyone's like, eh. But the reason why Hovind does that is Hovind knows he can't win on a scientific discussion. He knows that. So his only ability is try to bring everybody's down to his level. In other words, he says, yes, I have faith, but you know what? The evolutionist has faith as well. And that's the problem with equivocation, because he's using the word faith differently, right? The way he's using the word faith and the way evolutionists would use the word faith is completely different. And I have no problem with the word faith. All you atheists out there that are against the word faith and belief, you need to go read a book. Seriously. Get over it. People have faith. People have beliefs. It's a fact.
I'm not against faith and belief. And I'm sorry. I'm not against any faith and belief. I know what you're talking about, like having faith, like when you're dealing with a hypothesis in science, and you're trying to get
a confidence level,
enough data to confidence level
sure.
where you're okay. It's going to go this direction. And now it might not, but you could have faith that you might go that direction that you want it to go.
See, the best thing about using those words, as soon as you do, they go, aha, religion.
So what?
Religion.
No. That's the problem. You take it back from them. You don't allow them. You say, look, you can call it that, but then you're guilty of the fallacy of equivocation, and throw it back at them, because they are. That's a fallacy.
It's as simple as this. In science, an original hypothesis is completely based on faith. You do the numbers, and you think, this could cause this. That's a hypothesis, right? But the difference is, a scientist, unlike a creationist like Hovind, is willing to at some point say, well, I was wrong in my hypothesis.
Yeah, they can course correct.
He's completely
right.
dishonest. He comes in completely dishonest. He's not planning to actually debate. He's just planning to try and save his soul. He's not even going to try and think about losing. He's just going to come in and argue as best he can.
He doesn't debate the science, though. He doesn't debate the topic, I've noticed. In the last two debates,
he doesn't understand the speed of light.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I watched that video from KC that he made like a year ago. Where he was explaining, the light speed to Hovind. He was responding to a video. Oh man, that video was very good. KC does a good job on those videos.
Though, Hovind has had this explained to him countless times. It's like G-Man and evolution. He just doesn't get it, or he willfully will never get it, right? I mean, what's true? I mean, let's be realistic. G-Man can never understand the basics of macroevolution. He doesn't get it. It is a concept so foreign to him. We might as well be speaking to him in Korean. Okay, he doesn't understand it. I know he doesn't want to understand, but Hovind's the same way. Hovind makes a living off not understanding.
Like
Steve, I actually watched a video not 2 weeks ago of a 6-year-old proving the speed of light with a chocolate bar, a centimeter ruler, and a microwave. A 6-year-old kid.
Yeah, I know. That's actually a cool experiment you can do. If you could do that, what happens is in a microwave things don't heat equally, wow. and if you have a standing wave, you actually can heat the chocolate so you can actually see the frequency in there. Actually melt certain parts of it and keep the other ones, other parts intact. And so you can actually figure out the speed of light based upon the frequency and the wavelength. And yeah, this could be done.
Wow.
Right.
Wow, that's one smart 6-year-old. I remember when I was 6, I just proved electricity to myself.
What?
I came up with this thing where I tried to make electricity from a watermelon, and when it didn't happen, I concluded that electricity doesn't exist.
Yeah, you should have used a lemon and copper and zinc.
Well, I wanted a watermelon, sir.
Or apparently a potato.
Yeah,
works.
A potato works. You can make a battery out of it.
Lucas, welcome.
There's also one with the onion where you can, with onion and Gatorade, you can charge a cell phone with it.
Yeah, as long as you have, if you have two dissimilar metals and electrolyte, you could usually get some kind of galvanic voltage between them, right?
I've always loved science.
Lucas, you look like my uncle, but like 20 years ago.
But the thing, see, what Hovind keeps doing is he keeps referencing a paper by Dr. Wing, and this paper, all it did was showing that light speed, the group velocity of the wave can travel faster than the light pulse, but the leading edge stays the same. So what happens is, if you've got two light beams, one going through a vacuum, one going through this substance. It's called, I think they call it a ambient. I can't remember the substance, but it basically takes a longer path. And what happens is the peak of the envelope is a little bit faster than the other peak. Okay, so it's a very narrow peak. It's not spread out as much. So the light pulse is very narrow, and you actually see the light pulse ahead of the other one. Now, people would say, oh, if I see the light pulse ahead of the other one, therefore it went faster than the speed of light. Well, no, because the leading edge, right, which is the very, very tip of that wave packet, always arrives at the same time, and that's where that information is. That's where the part telling you that there's more light coming in. And that reaches the observer at the exact same time. It's just that one observer is going to actually see the light pulse first over the other one. And
that almost sounds like a type of interferometry.
Though that's the principle on interferometry, right? I mean, the LIGOS detector uses a very similar principle, using lasers and mirrors, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah.
Did you notice he kept saying that they're teaching evolution in schools, and he's so against his tax dollars going to pay for that.
Yeah, he always says that.
Well, the problem is he needs to demonstrate that evolutionary theory is invalid, and of course he can never do that because we all know it's not going to get invalidated. People would have a much better chance of disproving relativity than the theory of evolution. Much better chance.
But of all the people to be complaining about tax money.
Yeah, the irony is not lost upon us, right? Well, yeah, but here's the thing: with to play devil's advocate, his taxation issues were with payroll taxes, not. I mean, he's always been a tax objector, but as far as I know, he still paid income tax. But
okay,
he was just against paying income tax, but I think he did pay it.
When I read up on why Kent Hovind actually went to prison, it sounded like he used a lot of sovereign citizen rhetoric.
He has before. But what happened was when he was paying, his people, his employees, which are basically almost like a cult type thing. But when he was paying them, he would take out increments of $9,999. So everybody knows that if you take out more than 1,000 or 10,000, it gets federally flagged, right? So they know that you're taking out that amount of money. Well, he took them out little by little, and it's called structuring. And the whole point of doing that is to avoid paying taxes. It's highly illegal. Everybody knows this. You can't do it. Not only did he...
It's just the way he tried to differentiate from himself and the Kent E. Hovind in all caps on his paperwork.
Well, he thought he was better than the system.
He's not the same person.
It does. Well, it's more than that. He literally thought that he can get away and buck the system because I'm not doing any kind of differential diagnosis or psychology because I have no qualification in that whatsoever. But as a complete layperson, I think he's a narcissistic fuck. I mean, he's beyond narcissistic.
Group chat. So Kent is actually smart but plays dumb. I don't think so. I think he's genuinely dumb.
No, I don't think he plays dumb. I think he's just narcissistic. I think he thinks that.
I think he's insane.
You do?
Anyway.
Possibly. Anyways, Lucas, what do you got to add, man? Welcome. Do we know you? I don't think so. I don't know. You have to unmute, by the way.
Hello, my name is Lucas. I don't speak English very well. I'm from Brazil.
Well, you spoke that pretty well.
Yeah,
I just want to know if you are discussing Jesus Christ because it is a after show after the debate about Jesus Christ.
Did you watch the debate?
You are discussing Jesus Christ here. You are discussing a lot about relativity, Einstein theory. I don't know. Well,
we watched. No, we hosted a debate. Did you watch the debate? No. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you did watch the debate between Christian Anarchist.
I didn't.
Did you watch the debate between Christian Anarchist and Marshall Mathers?
I got the last part. I didn't get the entire debate.
I
didn't get the entire debate.
Okay, but you watched part of it.
the last part.
All right.
I just want to know what are your perspective on that.
I think they kind of tied.
I think two men argued over imaginary friends.
Well, that's kind of irrelevant, though. I mean, people can argue who's stronger, Superman or Batman. It's still a debate, so you can't really.
I mean,
that really doesn't matter.
Stronger, but the topic is could Batman win? Not is Superman stronger? We know Superman's stronger. What the hell?
Yeah, I only say they tied because I don't see either one of them really making a case of any kind of a certitude of what the Bible actually says. Not so much as Jesus God. Who the hell knows? Hey, Kaiser, you're getting
God.
Background noise.
Oh yeah, I got to get out of here. My bandwidth's screwing up. Okay. I got to get out of here. Yeah.
All right, Kaiser. Good seeing you, buddy. But that doesn't really matter, right? Whether you believe Jesus existed or not, or God or not, is completely irrelevant to the debate. The reason I have to put it as a tie is I don't think either one of them effectively showed that the Bible does or does not confirm that Jesus is God. Again, they've been arguing that for 2,000 years. You can use one passage to show that Jesus, is God. You can use one passage to show they're not.
Paul in his letters, I think it is Colossians, he said that Jesus Christ didn't want to show that he was God.
Yeah, I tend to think that the Bible doesn't teach that he was God. When I read in the Bible, he was the Son of God, but not God. So again, that's just my subjective reading of the Bible.
I mean, you might say that the Bible quotes Jesus as the Son of God, but it also quotes all of man as the Son of God. We are quoted as the children of God, so why is there an exception for Jesus who just comes by? For all you know, he could be saying, I'm a prophet, I'm a son of God, I worship God. That could be all he's saying.
Yeah, but I think the Bible indicates that he's of supernatural origin, and then I think that again, from the narrative, it just seems like the story was supposed to be that he was the Son of God, and somehow over time that kind of convoluted with the Council of Nicene and the Trinitarian concept. That all of a sudden he's God, and I don't think that was for the first 3 centuries.
Have you heard of the story of how Kim Jong-un was supposedly born? That sounds supernatural too, but I know it wasn't.
But we're not discussing. Yeah, but here's the problem: you guys confuse things. We're not discussing the validity or the veridical nature of the claim, right? Whether Jesus existed or not makes no difference to what the Bible supposedly claims that he is, right? Two different things.
Sorry.
So we can't confuse the claims here. The topic of the debate was, is Jesus God? And I think it should have been, does the Bible teach that Jesus is God? Because that's kind of what the two are actually discussing. Because both of them are using the Bible as a reference.
It's kind of vague. I mean, yeah, you can put anything in there.
Yeah. Is Jesus God, to me, is really a bad name for a debate. Because I mean, obviously you have one person saying yes and one person saying no, but the person saying no, still it says that Jesus is divine origin.
It wasn't the intention of Jesus Christ to reveal itself to be God.
What's that?
It wasn't his intention.
Well, yeah, but what does the Bible indicate, though?
But what is the purpose of this discussion? What do you want to reach? What is the target?
We're just reviewing the debate that we watched. That's all, and then talking about other things.
Yeah, back when I used to go to church, my understanding was that yes, Christ was God in the flesh. I mean, that's what I had learned or whatever when I was.
Yeah, see, I don't read it that way though. To be honest with you, Heavy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, like I said, you can get different views out of it.
Yeah, I don't think
that's the problem. If you take the Bible literally, right, then you're hardcore examining a book that was supposedly written by people who had never been in a place, and they're writing about a description by somebody who was watching it from a third-person point of view.
Well, I think the worst thing anybody could do is read the Bible literally. I mean, I'm fine with people reading the parables and Jesus if they want to accept that Jesus is supernatural, whatever. But if you read the Bible literally and you think that the earth is flat, or you think that Noah's Ark happened, or the flood happened, I have no belief in that whatsoever. Zero. Absolutely zero.
no matter disregarding your opinion about the man, Aaron Ra has shown that no, the flood did not happen, especially in the time that they're saying it could have happened.
Oh, I know. I think I have the highest comment on that particular video by Aaron.
Yeah, I mean everything. He's done multiple videos on how like paleontology, archaeology, all this stuff disproves the flood.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with Aaron. I'm not a big fan of Aaron's in his philosophy, but his science is spot on usually. So yeah, I agree with them. I think that there's overwhelming evidence to show that the flood and Noah's Ark is completely impossible, especially the speciation rates from the Ark. Just not going to happen. Zero chance. Zero.
I mean, didn't Kent Hovind talk about that Ark exhibit?
I don't know. Did he?
That completely bombed and was, well, let's just say,
well,
impossible.
I don't think him and Ham are best friends.
Ark encounter.
Yeah, I don't think he and Ham are
The
friends.
Ark to the specifications, and it didn't work.
Well, again,
I'm going to say the Ark encounter is failing miserably.
Oh yeah,
halfway through building it, it was already getting moldy.
Well, we already knew that the Ark encounter was going to fail. I predicted that from day one. You go back and listen to my hangouts. Obviously,
we knew it was not going to float.
Well, yeah, it wasn't going to float. No question about it. But yeah, even from even from an architectural point of view, and even from a scientific point of view, I don't think that they were expecting far more turnout. And they're not getting the numbers anywhere near that they were expecting. And now Ken Ham is blaming the atheists. Well, what did he think atheists were going to do? Let people go around believing something that's completely, demonstrably, physically impossible?
I mean, I would have just driven up and laughed at it all day.
And he's even blaming the towns where it is.
Oh, I know, and the town's not happy about that too, Heavy.
Yeah, he's putting the blame on them now.
Yeah,
I mean, who's it going to be next?
But see, here's the thing.
He picked the sound. It's
one thing to believe something on faith. Okay, Jesus resurrected. Yeah, we know that doesn't happen in science. But if you want to accept it as faith, I'm not going to even really go there. But if you accept something that the Bible doesn't say is supernatural, like speciation rates from the Ark, nowhere does it say that God created some kind of magical speciation rates that like a mammal would speciate 5 times in a single generation, which doesn't even make sense.
That's not even hinted at all. That's not even hinted at.
Yeah, so in that case,
and I would look at it if it was.
I don't even. What would that even mean?
Breaking their number one rule.
How would you speciate? How would you speciate twice in a single generation? I don't know what that would even mean.
I mean, that would be like creationists saying that would be like them breaking one of their big rules of not taking or adding to the Bible.
Yeah, well, they do kind of read into it.
That was a huge no-no.
They kind of read into it saying, oh, well, God may have helped them. Okay, great. Still explain how we have 8.7 million extant eukaryotes on the planet. Or how do we get 9,000 species of birds alone from the Ark? You cannot do it. No matter if you say, well, it's one kind. Okay, now you have one kind from the Ark. You have 2 birds. Okay, how do we get 9,000 birds that we have now? Different species that cannot interbreed. Show me the phylogeny of these things. And you know what? Nobody can do it. Nobody can.
Hugh Ross gives a model where the flood was local and the Ark didn't get all the species of the global.
Well, that's fine.
If it was local, then why did it mention the whole world was flooded?
Yeah,
local flood would make a lot more sense.
Was it talking about the whole world, like just talking about the known world?
Yeah, the known world, right. It was there was local floods. I have no doubt that there was local floods. Right. And there probably was some raft that somebody got on a raft with a couple chickens and and said, okay, I'm going to save my chickens. I don't know.
Chickens, some dude, and he gets off, and he's like, "Oh, I totally had lions on there too." Dude.
Small cows. So. By the way, Thick Shades is in the live chat. By the way, Thick, you haven't been around for a while. Hey, but he says still birds. Yes, they're always going to be birds. Anybody who says that they're still birds. Yes, that's what evolution predicts. They can never be anything but birds, and then other things, right?
Mr. Moderator, you know what I hate most? Like the worst claim like a creationist can make that I hate the most.
Still a dog?
Humans evolved from monkeys. Why are there still monkeys?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I actually tried explaining that to somebody, and
dude, just ask them.
Yeah, it's stupid. I know.
Adam came from dirt. Why is there still dirt?
They don't understand speciation. They don't understand cladistics. They don't understand genetics. They understand nothing of these concepts.
I hate that. That literally pisses me off when they ask that.
Here's the question you ask somebody, Cyborg. Very simple. And I swear to you, I have never once, in the many, many years that I've talked about this, never once have I anybody ever answered this question. Find me a scientific reference that says birds or something will stop being birds at a certain point, or that dogs will speciate to non-dogs in a monophyletic clade. Find me something that references that.
Yeah, you can't outgrow your ancestry.
You cannot outgrow your ancestry.
I was going to ask Lucas something real quick. Lucas, I don't know how much you've seen of what's been going on over the past couple of years, or if you're new, but Steve has had hangouts with Hugh Ross and Fuzz Rana too.
And
I think
our,
you're going to have some more, aren't you?
I watched it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I have been plugged in the community for a long time.
Oh, awesome.
I have been seeing the community and the debates for a long time.
Oh, what's your last name? What's your handle?
My full name.
Oh, you know, I don't recognize. Okay, never mind. No, it's cool. But one second. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, we're still eukaryotes, right?
The local flood. Just let me say a little thing. The flood, the intention of God flooding it was to wipe out humanity and let just one family to repopulate the world,
which is impossible, right? So I don't believe that.
Why would God leave one family to repopulate the earth? That's kind of gross.
Let me finish. Let me finish this train of thought there, because it's kind of important. Okay. We are still eukaryotics, right? We're still eukaryotes. So species before us, let's say monkeys and apes, like we are, or let's even go back further to fish, all the way back to fish. Monophyletically, we are still fish, but fish are still eukaryotes. So if you say, well, fish became man, yes, but fish are still eukaryotes. We're still eukaryotes. We're still fish. You always retain your historical line unless they just choose arbitrarily to make it into a paraphyletic clade. Okay, where you just take a certain branch off, right? So monophyletically, you always retain that. So if this would have been millions and millions and millions of years ago, and all you had was these types of fish out there, well, they're still fish, but yeah, wait millions of years, now we're humans, but they were still fish monophyletically. That doesn't change. So birds will always be birds. Millions of years from now, they'll be birds, but there'll be something else in addition to being birds. Just like millions of years from fish, we're still fish, but now we're humans monophyletically.
You are predicting. You are predicting, right?
No, that's called Meyer's law of monophyly. That's how it works.
And you can say birds are dinosaurs.
Absolutely.
They're still dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're different type of dinosaurs.
I mean, you take these creationists and they're like, how can you think a chicken is a dinosaur? It's like, have you seen a wild chicken, like a chicken that hasn't been bred so that it'll be meatier and have more eggs? Them things look scary.
Look at cassowaries.
How about a hornbill? You ever seen one of them boogers?
Nah,
or
man.
A shoe bill or something. They got these great, big, massive bill. Yeah.
Well,
but these people, they'll say, like, I have evidence for creation, and it's that the eye is perfect, and they're wearing glasses at the same time.
You know, I think, though, once you rid them of the notion that the Earth is 7,000 years old, the rest kind of starts to fall into place. But you have to get there first. You have to show them the Earth is not 7,000 years old. That's something we can demonstrate, and they don't get that.
Yeah, sorry, to go back to the eye thing. Yeah, that always kind of pissed me off too. Oh, the eye's perfect, but you're wearing glasses. Get the hell out of here.
Well, you know
it's not perfect, and I could prove that with the eyes of a spider.
What's worse is when they say, "Oh, well, we can't explain how the eye evolved." Well, yeah, we can. Oh, and Darwin couldn't do it. Yeah, he could. He actually says,
I can explain to you the steps that the eye might have gone through.
Yeah, me too.
Like with a spider, they have 8 eyes because their eyes are all specified. Like they'll have 2 eyes for color, or not color, but light, and 2 eyes for shape, 2 eyes for movement, something like that, you know? The eyes would have evolved step by step to see something new each step.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works with any kind of selection, right?
Which
try the way technology would be. We would try to make the simplest possible solution, the most elegant solution, not the dumbest one that we have available because we have to work with, prior models.
Yeah, well, the model we have works, and that's something that no young Earth creationist could ever discount.
I mean, like nature can't, go back to the drawing board. It has to improve on what it already has. That's why it builds an eye that is completely backwards, that any human engineer would be laughed out of the room for.
Yeah, it builds upon existing homologies. Because, like you said, it can't reverse engineer stuff.
If you want to tell me that creation is perfect as it is and God made us as best he could, then why did he make us and then later think, you know what, why don't you cut some skin off your dick? I think that looks better.
Well, again,
could have just made us original.
But you got to remember, that's a whole different topic, right? I try to keep the theology away from the science, because scientifically we can show that the Earth isn't flat. Scientifically we can show that it's not 7,000 years. These are undeniable facts. Undeniable facts.
Sorry. I'm getting kind of random. I'm sorry.
Let's just talk about Heavy Hauler's toy collection instead.
Those are undeniable facts as well.
Let's talk about the Queen dressed like a stamp.
No, leave the Queen
By the way,
alone.
the link.
No, Grandma needs to learn her lesson.
The link to get in here is in the Great Debate community. We only have 5 people in here. It holds 25, so if people don't start showing up in here, then I'm going to be ending it soon because you guys had asked for an after show, and then nobody comes in.
Here.
We have like 40, 50 people watching, but we need more people in here to actually have a conversation.
You lazy bastards!
Well, it's Saturday morning, so it's not like the best time. My Sunday show, that's 100, 150 people watching. We usually have about 20 people in here, so. But Saturday is not a great day.
Here's a topical question, if I may. Earlier, you insisted that the debate was about what the Bible said, but then the question, as far as I know, is whether Jesus was God, irrespective of what the Bible says.
Well, the reason I said that only was the fact that both of them were using Bible as a reference.
All right.
Right. So if they're both using the Bible from the reference, why don't they just make it according to the Bible is Jesus God? Because Marshall did not use any other source, which I thought was kind of odd.
I think Lucas wants to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucas.
Excuse me. I just want to read something. It is in a letter from Paul to Philippi. FP 2:5. In fact, let this mindset be in you that was also in Jesus Christ, who existing in God's form did not consider equality with God a thing to be grasped, but divested himself, taking a slave form, coming to be in the likeness of men. This was the intention of Jesus Christ. He did not consider equality with God. This is Paul saying.
Yeah, it was kind of like he said, even though he was divine, he set aside these certain abilities that he had so that he could be more human or something like that.
Well, yeah, he set aside his divine knowledge in order to, be
and also
flesh.
That if you notice, if you go by what the Bible says, that when he would do things, a lot of times he would seek God's counsel first. He would ask God or mention God or something, like about healings he did or this or that. He would always kind of like go back and consult with that part of himself.
Thick Shades is like you're not running from me now, are you, Steve? No, Thick. I remember the last time I went into your room. I was muted, not allowed to even tell you why you were wrong on so many different things you said. Muted again, and then ejected. Never going to happen again. But you're welcome to come in here. Open forum, anybody can come in. Yeah, but I don't go on channels anymore that I've been booted and just muted. There's just no point. But I mean, they're fine to come in here. No, I mean, I'm not upset by it or anything. Please, by all means, Thick, live chat away. Come in here. You'll be fine. But I won't go onto your channel. Sorry.
I'm gonna have to go soon because my housemate wants to use the TV. But before I go, I'd like to say to Midnight Sparkle, Moonbutt Princess is best princess.
You got, oh God.
Yeah, fuck your purple bitch.
Do you what?
You guys are just scared.
Well, that's the dude who
tell us
best
your
princess
opinion.
is a teenager.
What?
Underage teenager. It's that.
Oh yes, Thick was like, "You're not Mahang. You weren't muted." Oh yes, oh yes. I can tell you the conversation we have too. I remember it vividly. He was arguing that we only find intact fish fossils, and they're ergo a flood. And I kept trying to explain to him, well, no, we find partial fish fossils, but who the hell takes casts of partial fish fossils, right? I mean, you're only going to find on the internet pretty well old fish, right? Because that's what people want to see. Who's going to show? Oh, I look at this. I found a fin. Let's take a cast of it and put it on the internet. No, come on. These animals did not die, in some big great flood. It's just didn't happen.
It's very rare. All right, wait. What are we talking about?
Oh,
I was going to say it's very rare to find a full intact fossil.
Well, there are some. If you look up fish fossils, you'll see intact fish fossils. But that's because
but they're
they're rare. But
the rate of finding a broken fossil to a intact fossil is skewed heavily.
Yeah, no, trust me, Thick. I remember the conversation vividly. But anyways, but if you want to come in here, I'm not misrepresenting you, Thick. That's exactly what happened. I was muted repeatedly. I'm sure it's not up on the channel anymore, but yeah, it was 2 years ago, so maybe you don't remember it, but I definitely remember it. Yeah, see, he says fish fossils actually prove the rapid burial. Actually, no, they don't. They're stratified as far as what we expect for stratification doesn't exist for a flood. Matter of fact, we can show that earlier fossils existed at a different time period than later fossils. These things, when they die, are laid down in a layer that we would expect by earlier fossils to later fossils. And who are they? I'm getting so many new people in here. But anyways, hey, General. Are you there, General?
You asked for that, didn't you?
Yeah. General.
Well, the thing is, the feeder for the flood area would be find us where dinosaurs and cows are in the same fossil bed. Show us something like that, then maybe we'll pay attention to what you're saying.
That's fine. Find me a human remains below the KT barrier. Because true empiricism. Well, hang on. True empiricism maintained that we have found humans below the KT barrier. Yet it's been now 2 years, and he still hasn't produced a single example. But General, did you watch the debate?
I haven't seen it yet. Like, how was it?
They did okay. I kind of just have to give it as a tie. It's just, I mean, honestly,
really?
honestly, for one,
wow.
I mean, I'm not making any big, secret here that I'm giving up here that I have no interest in the topic, right? But I just think that neither one of them really made a strong case for either one's position. It was just basically all.
Okay, I'll have to give it a.
Yeah, it's just basically. Yeah, well, hang on. It was just basically, this is my subjective reading of this. This is my subjective reading of this, and I don't know why they both used the Bible, because the topic was, is Jesus God? If they wanted the topic to be, does the Bible teach that Jesus is God? That would have been more in line with what they actually seemed to be debating.
Wait, so did Marshall use the Bible against? The notion, or did he also use the Quran?
No, he used the Bible, which I thought was kind of strange. I figured he used the Quran.
Yeah, no, but but you see, that's I agree with you, because Muslims tend to use the Bible to try and prove that Jesus is not God when they should be consistent with their Quran. But you see, the moment they go with the Quran, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it was just kind of odd. And no, Thick, I didn't lose it. I guess Thick Shane is trying to rewrite history. Let me tell you the exact story. He invited me on to have a conversation with him. Every time he said something, I was trying to get a refutation out, and he just basically said, "Oh, I don't want to hear that. I'm going to mute you." I would be muted. I couldn't say anything. This happened multitude of different times. couldn't refute anything that he was saying to his audience. And I kept saying, hey, he doesn't want a refutation. I explained why all this stuff is wrong. The Earth is not 7,000 years ago. None of this evidence that he's giving up is true by any means. Here's the reason, and I'd be muted. And finally I got ejected and it was done. So
I'm gonna go mute thick shades.
Yeah. So believe what you want. It is okay. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I remember it. It doesn't really matter. But I won't go on. I won't go on one of their channels again. I don't go on True Pierce's Hangouts. I don't go on to Antonio Fletcher's. I don't go on to G-Man's. None of them. And it's not because I have a safe space. I was more than willing to at one time. I mean, my God, I used to go into Ronnie's room all the time, and then he became this completely disassociative, delusional dickwad that thought that Darwin's deity's approach to moderation was the way to go, and just would block anybody that had a differing opinion. Well, why the hell are you going to have a channel inviting people in with differing opinions if you're not going to allow people with different opinions to have a conversation? Right? So it made no sense. Don't worry about thick shade. I'm not trying to
start off.
One sec. Sorry.
Ronnie did start off in the Great Debate community actually as a preceptor.
That's true. Yeah. By the way, Thick, I'm not trying to represent you. It's water under the bridge. Seriously, dude. I got nothing against thick shades. He's, it's all good. But yeah, you're right, Doc. That when Ronnie first came here, he failed at precept, and then he claimed that he had more scientific credentials than anybody else, and that if you actually knew what he actually, was his credentials, you'd be scared to talk to him. Come on. We found out he has no credentials. He tries to make everybody else to be a liar and everybody else to be incompetent. So be it.
Well, he has no credentials because he went to university and it was just too easy.
So he says. Yeah, but believe what you want. I mean, look at Doc. You heard the other day. He was calling me a liar, pure liar, Tyler Durden a liar. He's called Fiona a liar. He's called Hogtie a liar. Dave's a liar. Everybody's a fucking liar. Well, if that's the case, why is it that he's sitting in a room by himself, and I usually get 10 to 25 people in my hangouts of all different types of beliefs having conversations? Can anybody answer that?
What's happening? I haven't been listening.
Who is this? Yeah, who is this again?
We're talking about True Pierceism sits in his room and monologues because nobody wants to go into his rooms anymore, and he claims that everybody else is lying. I'm the biggest liar on YouTube. Pew Review is a liar. Hogtie Champ's a liar.
Because he's so ban happy.
By the way, I'm just.
Oh, you're a liar too, General. By the way, you don't get out of it. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're a bad liar, you. So, General,
have you met Lucas?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we met.
Tell me the topic. What you guys talking about?
So what, Steve? You're asking me a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask you though. Explain to us, and then we'll move on. But I was curious. Explain to us why Ronnie sits in the room by himself, and yet I have 10 to 25 people in a room with all different types of beliefs, and he thinks that his method is better than mine.
Because, as Hugh Ross himself said, this Great Debate community is full of educated people around the world.
There you go. Hey, thank you very much. You're right. And Hugh Ross did say that. He was impressed by the Great Debate community. He thought we had very articulate, intelligent people. He would have never said that about
me then.
Well, there are exceptions, but no kidding.
And me.
But he would have never said that about Ronnie's. In fact, Ron is pretty livid that he took what he said and basically lied. Dr. Rana does not believe DNA degrades in water. He's never said anything of the sort. He basically thinks Ronnie is just an absolute moron. So
he is.
Big surprise, right? Anyways, what was your question there? I asked. We met Lucas. Right. He came in earlier.
Yeah, I think because I'm trying to remember. Lucas looks very familiar. I think he. When I was uploading that answers to younger creationist argument videos, I remember Lucas commenting on those videos, but young Earth, and now you're saying that you're closer to a Hugh Ross position, which I guess you've changed your position.
Well, he did.
I never changed my position.
Are you a young? Okay. Are you a young Earther or old Earther?
I'm not in a person that like to label things.
Well, I mean,
I just go to.
Well, hang on. How old do you think the age of the Earth is? You don't have to label yourself. How old do you think the age of the Earth is?
This scientific method in the model of a inflationary universe says that the universe could be 14 billion years old.
Okay.
It is not a thing to question. It is a thing to question and criticize with science. It's not a.
Well, you can question
Yeah,
science, but you need evidence. Yeah.
Do you personally agree?
Okay, Steve, I would like to ask a question. Maybe you guys can answer if you like. Do you guys believe that the universe had a beginning?
Well, hang on. That's kind of a loaded question.
Depends on what you mean.
Yeah, what you mean? One sec. I want to address. I want to address something in the live chat real quick. Somebody actually said, before it goes too far out of the screen, somebody actually said all secular people lie. A secular person means that they want a separation of church and state, and I know most Christians I know are secularist. Because they don't want a specific religion instituted in the government because they may not be their particular denomination. So I don't know what secularism and lying have to do with each other. I'm a secularist. I know a lot of theists that are secularists. So I don't.
I had a huge debate on a religious forum that somebody was saying that atheists like matter of syntax really. They like to argue these words mean something they don't, basically.
I don't know what else. Secularism is basically you want a separation of church and state.
I know.
All right, so to answer Marshall's question, does the universe have a beginning? There's many different types of beginning. Do you mean an efficient cause for a beginning? Do you need a material? I mean, what do you mean by beginning?
I would start off by asking, what does he mean by universe?
Okay, well, fair. That's a better
what
question.
I mean by beginning.
Later, Thick Sage. Take care, buddy. Go ahead, Marshall.
Beginning of time and space.
Okay, well, that would be the initial rapid inflation up to Planck's time. Sure, that had a beginning. Time and space had a beginning.
If you have an inflationary model, you have to have a beginning.
All right, so you agree with that, right?
Time and space had a beginning. Sure. Okay.
But you don't believe that the universe in its hole in it had a beginning?
Again, I don't know what you mean by the universe, and I don't know what you mean by a beginning. There's a lot of different types of beginning. There's a material cause for something, right? When I'm building a house, when did the house start to be beginning to be built? Was it when I laid the first? Well, hang on. Was it when I say that the building of the house had a beginning? Is that when I laid the first brick? Is that when I did the design stage? Is that when I went to the Home Depot to get the materials? What is the beginning that you were talking about?
No. What I'm saying in the beginning.
It is like that. You can grasp or you can imagine before the singularity moment when the universe began to exist, because the inflationary model has to have a finite space-time, have it in other words have a t0, a start moment. And everything that have a start moment, it has a cause.
No, that's not true.
No. I totally agree with that, because
that's
if you study what is
though.
Causality.
No, that's not true.
No. Every single thing has a cause.
No, it's not. That's not. No, Marshall, that is not true in quantum mechanics.
No. Let me. No. Steve, let me finish. Just look at the physical world. Something you can observe. Something you can test. You just cannot say that something popped up from nothing.
No, well, first of all, no, okay. Time out. First of all, Marshall.
Thank you.
Hang on, Marshall. First of all, there's no scientist in the world that says the universe came from nothing. So that's a straw man, and you need to stop using it.
That's wrong.
No, okay, name one. Name one.
To clarify, there is no physicist who says that the universe came from nothing in the sense of the word nothing that is being used here.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I'm not.
Exactly.
No, Lawrence Krauss does not.
Let me
First,
finish.
hang on. No, I'm not going to let you finish because I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong first. Lawrence Krauss's nothing is clearly defined in his book. I believe it's chapter 3, something from nothing, or nothing is something. He defines nothing to be something.
Yeah.
So we're not talking. We're not talking about absolute nothing. So there's nobody that believes the universe came from absolute nothing. Do you agree?
Okay, let me respond to that. According to Lawrence Krauss, his definition of nothing is the absence of space and time.
No, it's not.
Something.
No, it's not. It actually is a little more detailed.
Even if it was, there'd be no way for us to measure anything before space and time.
But it doesn't, Marshall. Marshall, it doesn't matter. Do you agree? There are no scientists that you can think of that says that. First of all, I can't even think of a scientist that even says nothing is possible because they don't know. We've never demonstrated that nothing is even possible yet. We're not even at that stage yet.
All right. So can I respond to that? Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. According to the modern science today, most of scientists are unanimous that the universe had a beginning.
Again, what you mean by beginning?
That's all the universe.
Beginning. What I'm saying, when I say beginning, meaning there was no such thing as space, as time. There was literally nothing.
That's not
No, that's the thing. If we're talking about what happened before space and time, we can't know.
Right.
So for all you know, there could have been something that we can't define that started stuff before the.
Matter of fact, do you know what?
It's even worse than that.
Do you know what the reverse entropic model is? I think that's what it's called.
I like the big crunch theory myself.
But the reverse. Wait. There is a theory. There is a hypothesis out there. There's another universe prior to ours that had reverse entropy. Time's error was opposite the way it's going now. So there was a period of time where the time and space did exist, but it was opposite of what ours is now. But that doesn't matter. Let's assume for arguendo, sure, the universe had a beginning. That doesn't mean it had a cause, because not everything that has a beginning has a cause. Especially in the quantum level.
No, that's wrong. That's
really
wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
You really want to
beyond the actual question, which is what do you
know what's wrong with it?
Yeah. What is?
Okay. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Okay. Just if you're saying so, can you just name? Can you just name one thing? Can you just name one single thing today that begins to exist without a cause?
Sure, I can name two for you.
Ahead.
Spontaneous fission and weak nuclear decay.
In the physical world, my bro.
That is physical world. Spontaneous fission doesn't take place.
We're talking about the creation of. We're talking about the beginning of the universe. We're not talking about a physical thing, are we?
Well, hang on. He asked for two physical things. He asked for one. I gave him two. Spontaneous fission and weak nuclear decay does not have a cause in Copenhagen interpretation. Okay, there is
What is that?
Okay, the Copenhagen interpretation says that there's no information in the system until it's observed. Okay, so there's something called a hidden variable model that has been discounted, meaning that it's impossible for there to be an information in that system, a variable that we're unaware of, that caused the decay to take place. So according to the model right now that's most prevalent in quantum mechanics, these quantum events like spontaneous fission and weak nuclear decay do not have a cause because the information is not in the system until after it actually happens. And if you don't believe me, we have a physicist in the room. General, is that pretty accurate? And no, I'm not talking about pilot wave theory, which I know you're going to try to bring up. But
yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. There's nothing else to say on that. So Marshall, how do you respond to that?
Okay. Can you just 1 minute? Okay,
sure.
Just 1 minute, please.
Now, hey, what is your take on pilot wave theory and de Broglie wave? De Broglie, was it de Broglie-Bohm?
Mine.
Yeah, I mean, pilot wave theory seems to be legit. You just lose the locality of local realism.
By the way, I misspoke. There was something, I don't know. There's something else that you mentioned last time. I'm just trying to find out what it was. But basically, I found a paper that debunked it. It was something to do with that other guy who went to naval school, and you had a bit of a scuffle with him.
Oh, we've never talked about local realism.
And he mentioned some.
No, we've never talked about local realism with him.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Wittenberg.
Yeah, I'll have to go and find that paper that I found.
But you do agree?
Okay, so Steve, are you familiar? Steve, are you familiar with what Roger Penrose said?
Yeah, but I was reading.
Possibility of
I was reading Penrose back in the 80s.
Okay, I was reading. Yeah, I was reading one of his articles, and I noticed that he said the possibility of a universe can be formed by nothing is actually 1 to the power of 123 to 1.
Okay. How would you calculate that?
Well, hang on. Again,
the odds of something happening cease to matter when it happens.
First of all, Marshall, again, you're not understanding something very basic. The nothing they're talking about is a quantum level of called quantum foam. Okay, the quantum foam is your baseline. Okay, that quantum foam has these quantum fluctuations in it based upon Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So there is a mathematical model out there, there's a paper out there that actually shows that a universe can be created from one of these quantum fluctuations. But if you have quantum fluctuations, you still have something, ergo, nothing is still something. There's never been any kind of probability given...
I agree with that.
Let me finish.
Let me
finish. There's no model that's based upon absolute nothing because no scientist knows if absolute nothing can exist.
It can't.
All right, so your definition of nothingness is actually not nothing. It's something. So my definition of nothing is the absence of anything.
Okay, we don't know if that can exist.
No, yeah, you're no longer talking about science. You can't say that the Big Bang shows or proposes that it came from absolute nothingness.
Yeah, you have no idea. What are the properties of absolute nothingness? We have no idea what absolute nothingness would even mean.
It's literally nothing.
That doesn't tell me anything, though.
That's the problem. You literally can't define.
Exactly. If you have absolute nothing, we don't know we've never been able to test what absolute nothing is. We have no idea.
Marshall, are you trying to admit to me that you're trying to ask us a loaded question?
Well, I think he's using equivocation.
If you are to define what is nothing, then how would you define it?
Well, you can define absolute nothing.
I don't know.
Depends on the application.
Yeah, you can define absolute nothing as absolute nothing, but you can't say, well, scientists believe the universe came from absolute nothing, because that's not true.
You know what? I'm just gonna go and use Google and define it and see what definition it gives.
Go be my guest.
Yeah, but who gives? Okay, hang on. Who gives a fuck what Google says?
All right, go ahead, Lucas.
I don't give a fuck what you say too.
Lucas, go ahead. Lucas, go ahead. Lucas, is he stuck?
I think he's stuck. Frozen.
Oh, he's frozen. I'm like, go ahead. He's just frozen.
Oh no, he froze.
Yeah. So I mean, the problem I have here is when you're trying to make an argument based upon the Kalam, it never gets you anywhere. It's just a complete nowhere road. I mean, if you want to talk about Kalam, go play with Rational Theist for 5,000 years. I mean,
Stevie's back.
Oh yeah, I've been. I didn't know about Rational Theist.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But go ahead, Lucas. What's your question?
Okay, if you don't mind, I have. Okay, go ahead, Lucas. Go ahead.
You were explaining Lawrence Krauss a explanation about nothing. That was quantum fluctuations, a model in quantum fluctuations.
Yes.
How do you test that? I know
good question. We could test that by taking two plates, making them having electrical charge, and looking at the pressure between them caused by virtual particles. It's called the Casimir effect.
Okay. But how do you test that for a beginning in originating a universe?
Oh, well, that's a different question. You would have to go read the paper that shows mathematically how it's possible. That mathematics is way beyond my level. General might be able to take over on that one if he's read the paper. But yeah, mathematically,
you are from physics, right?
No, this is a mathematical.
You're from
am I from physics? I had some training in physics, but not a hell of a lot. I was a nuclear operator. I used to train people to operate nuclear power plants, but nowhere near the level like nowhere near the level like General Han Solo or Rumpus or those guys. No.
Steve, I got a question if you don't mind. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask you. Yeah. How do you explain the universe? How did the universe got to what it is now?
You have to be a little more specific.
Okay, fine. So, how do you explain the universe which we can observe today? How did it become to what it is now? I mean, did it happen something before that?
We can only
physics and chemistry.
Yeah, we can only go back. We can only go back to we can only see back to probably 100,000, 200,000 years after the initial recombination period, right? We can't go back beyond the recombination period because the universe is opaque at that point. So what happens beyond then, we have no idea, right? Because even if we build the most powerful telescope, we can go look back in time, but because the universe is opaque and photons are not being released like they are now through a clear, vacuum of space, they're being scattered all about because of all the electrons. And it wasn't until they recombinated to form hydrogen and the photons could actually spread out. We call that the cosmic microwave background radiation. Until that happened, we don't know. I have no idea what happened beyond that. What's the point?
All right. So basically, that's a fair answer. I think that's fine. But when you say you don't know, that's okay. So you don't know that. So it's possible that it could have something there. Yeah.
Well, there was something there. There's an opaque universe.
I mean, if you if you're willing to listen to what I'd like to, the model I like to think about is that our universe came from the collapse of another universe. I like that theory.
That's a valid hypothesis.
That much to support that.
Well, there's
exactly.
Just so you know, there's all sorts of things that could come.
There's a cyclic model. There's a big crunch model. There's a big rip model, and there's also every time a black hole spawns, the universe is born. I mean, who knows? These are unanswered questions. But I tell you what, hang on. I tell you what, no, Marshall. We know epically. Is exponentially more than we did 2,000 years ago about space. And so you cannot just sit there and say, well, we don't know something, ergo let's put God there, because 2,000 years ago we didn't know what the hell a black hole was. We didn't know what a galaxy was, right? We had no idea about anything in space. We didn't know the universe was as large as it is. We didn't know about quantum. We learned things, and then maybe billions of years from now or millions of years from now we'll know what the singularity was. We'll know what happened at t equals 0. We'll see a universe being born. Who knows?
And then the crazy thing is, there'll be something else that we know.
On that note, I should also add. Excuse me. On that note, I should also add that when we say we don't know, that doesn't mean something is possible.
Right.
Possibility is also an assertion. It is also something we have to show first.
No. I disagree with that. When you say you don't know. No. When you say don't know, it means there is a possibility for something, meaning that you could be wrong.
Okay, but even that's but you know what, Marshall? Even that's the case, you don't know either.
Okay, let me explain that why. No.
But you admit though, Marshall, you don't know either, right?
Okay, let me respond to that. If I say I believe, it's not that I don't know. It's because I have reasons why I believe. But in your case, if I asked you, hold on. If I asked you a question, why do you believe there is no God? You will not be able to give me some good, convincing reasons for that.
Marshall, I'm an agnostic, so who cares?
Here's why you're wrong about possibility.
What I'm saying, at least my position is more reasonable than your position.
No, it's not. You're
okay, let's see that. Let's discuss it.
How is yours more reasonable?
Yeah,
tell me.
What evidence do you have to base your position on somebody?
Very good question.
Yeah, hang on. You have two competing.
Very beautiful question. So
go ahead. Why is your position better than my agnosticism?
Okay, let me tell you why. Because first of all, I have a belief, and you have a belief as well, and we all have a belief. So if a belief fact, so that belief, if we are going to analyze it,
wait, a belief's fact? What?
No, what's my belief? I'm sorry.
I said we all have beliefs.
Okay.
But a belief is not a fact.
It depends. No, it depends. A belief can be a fact.
Let me finish. let me finish what I'm saying. I'm gonna get you that. Okay, so if I said I believe, it's not because it's just a random subjective belief. No, it's because I have good reasons behind it. If I said I believe my father is the one who begot me, it's because I have some good reasons for it. Okay, so when I say the universe was actually created by some sort of creator or some sort of higher power, I have good reasons for it. But
actually, no.
All right, so Marshall, you just
there is no knowledge. What you're talking about,
Cyborg, hang on, Marshall.
Say your father begot.
Marshall,
there's a difference between knowledge and belief.
Okay,
I have a belief. I
Marshall,
don't have knowledge.
You just said though. Okay, let's suss this out. You just said a belief is not fact. Did you not?
Exactly.
Okay, I believe 2 plus. I believe. I'll give you 2 examples why.
It could be true.
I'll give you 2 examples why that's wrong. I believe 2 plus 2 is 4. Is my belief a fact?
Okay, let me.
Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
Okay, I believe that vanilla is better than chocolate. Is that a fact?
No.
Yes, it is.
It is in my book.
It's an incorrigible fact.
No. Hold on.
That's a fact. It's an incorrigible fact based on the virtue that I have subjectively have said. I believe vanilla is better than chocolate. That is called an incorrigible belief, which means it's fact to me.
Okay, can I respond to that rationally, without jumping, without just
respond
to that in a rational way? Okay, Steve, just hold on. I said to you, and I'm going to repeat that again.
Okay.
A belief is not a fact. Is not a fact. We know that. I totally agree with you. But a belief is more likely to be true. Based on what? Based on reasons. If I said to you, my belief is based on some particular reasons, what you have to do, what you logically and reasonably and rationally have to do is to challenge my reasons. You have to challenge them.
Hey, Cyborg, hang on, let me finish.
Then you have to do it. Give my reason, then you challenge it.
Okay, Marshall, here's what you're not understanding. A belief is a belief, as you said. A belief can be a fact, but you've given no warrant of why your belief is any better than anybody else's belief.
You forgot something. You forgot something. It could be true. You agree, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. The universe could be turtle all the way down. So what? Your belief is no more important than any other belief.
So we all have belief. We agree upon that. Yes.
Fine, yes, good. Absolutely.
Excellent.
In fact, it drives me nuts when I hear people say we don't have beliefs. I just want to strangle them because they don't understand basic epistemology. Everybody has beliefs. You're an atheist. You still got beliefs. Deal with it.
Come on, man.
What's true?
I think you don't get what I'm saying. You don't get what I'm saying.
We all have beliefs.
Really don't.
We all. I get that. We all have beliefs.
This is the whole point, Steve. This is the whole point. If someone who believes in a creator, it's not because he believes for some subjective views. No, he believes in that because of some. This is the point.
What is that got? What is your?
Hang on. Why do you get to speak for every believer out there?
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, if you want to know my reasons, then I can provide them for you.
But Marshall, you don't understand. Your beliefs are your beliefs. They're not ours beliefs. They have your beliefs have no weight upon my beliefs.
No, what I'm saying, Steve, listen, what I'm saying, if someone comes along and say, hey, wait a minute, you believe in God, and that's belief, it's not correct, it's not true. That's okay. Else. Then you know that, yeah?
Okay, let me give you an example. Heavy Holler is an atheist. Heavy Holler says he believes, and he actually says he believes God does not exist. Okay? Now, his belief is no more valid than...
It could be true. It could be true.
Sure, it could be true. But why do I need to...
It could be wrong.
But
it could be wrong.
Marshall, why do I need to accept your... Why do I need to add an extra layer on my belief system about what you're saying to posit something which doesn't have to be? We can have a universe without your type of deity.
I have been explaining this.
No, Marshall, you're not listening to me. We have shown mathematically that the universe can be created mathematically by spontaneously coming out of quantum fluctuations. Now, why do I need to have your deity to add an extra assumption when I don't need it? That's not parsimonious.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the universe. I'm talking about a belief. When I
think Lucas has something to add.
Yeah, I see him. He's not stuck at this time, is he? Go ahead, Lucas.
excuse me if
okay, go ahead.
Can I jump and say a few things? The whole problem with quantum fluctuations is that you are working with something that you are proposing a model that can create something, and the universe has a particular measure in various constants that to make in other words, these primordial settings of quantum fluctuations or a model that Lawrence Krauss is proposing needs to be fit, needs to have a precise, needs to have a precision. Where do you get this from? Like
experimentation and observation.
It is something that.
No, we experiment.
What?
We do experimentation, observations. We experiment. We come up with hypotheses. We test these, and then we have a model. That model right now is quantum field theory, right? That's the most prevalent model in quantum mechanics and the Copenhagen interpretation, right? But we
okay, but
well, hang on. You asked a question. We've tested these things. When Feynman came up with his path integral formula, right? He was like trying to explain like the double slit experiment, right? But he realized that these things have an infinite amount of paths, and by doing a summation, right, an infinite summation, we could explain how something could be traveled all different paths, and what's the most likelihood of a path to be to where we think a straight line would be, or wherever the photon ends up. So we experimented on that and say, hey, is this path integral formula legit? Sure as shit, it's legit. In fact, it's the foundation for quantum mechanics and the Schrödinger wave function equation, if I'm not mistaken. Right, General? My physicist fell asleep. Okay, whatever.
It sounds about right.
But they test these things out.
Okay, Steve, you got okay. Let me. Here's the question again. Here's the question. So, do you believe in the scientific model? Do you believe in all of them?
I'm a scientific instrumentalist.
Okay, so do you believe in all?
I believe that
no.
I believe that every scientific theory we have now, meaning a confirmed model, models reality. Whether it actually is what reality is, I do not know. I'm not a scientific realist. I'm a scientific instrumentalist.
Great. Okay, great. So what we have to do now is we have to analyze the scientific method. The scientific method is basically make an observation, form a question, and form a hypothesis, and conduct an experiment, and then analyze the data and draw a conclusion.
Sure.
But what we have to understand is it's a theory, it's a hypothesis, meaning that it's not a fact.
No. Wait, time out before everybody jumps. Marshall.
Did you get what I'm saying?
No, because you're wrong.
Okay, let me finish.
Hang on, I can't let you. Marshall, when you make such a fundamental error.
Let me finish and then you can comment.
Oh my God, go ahead. But you made a fundamental error.
Okay, this is the point. This is my point. When a scientist comes with a theory or hypothesis, it means that scientist is fallible. You could be wrong about every single thing. So how can we put our faith in something that is more likely to be incorrect?
How can you hang on? Let me answer, Marshall. First of all, we can put faith in it because these models work. When you get in an airplane, right? Aerodynamic theory works, right? When you get power to your home, atomic theory works because they come from nuclear power plants. Electrical theory works. These theories, gravity works. Jump up in the air. Gravitational theory can model that. That's how we know these things work.
No, gravity is a fact. Come on, man.
No.
Are you serious?
Gravity is a fact.
Hang on. Wait, God damn it.
Illiterate that
you are, Marshall. First of all, gravity is. Wait.
I'm gonna prove it now. Hold on a minute.
Marshall, let me explain this real quick, and then you can.
Gravity was a fact since Greece.
Bro.
No, wait, it's not gravity. Wait, God damn it! Stop. Listen, people. I really can't stand when people say this is a fact, that's a fact. A fact is a discrete piece of information. You don't say chair is fact. You don't say TV is fact. You don't say car is fact. Gravity is not a fact. The existence of gravity is a fact. Okay.
When you finish, I'm going to respond to that.
Yes.
So just let me.
Marshall, a theory is higher than a fact. A theory incorporates all the facts we know about a topic. So when somebody says gravity is a fact, they're being very colloquial, and I understand what they mean, but they should say gravity exists is a fact. Okay, we know that.
You finish.
So, but do you understand? I know. It's a personal pet peeve. I admit that. But people like Marshall don't understand it. So when you're talking to people like Marshall, you got to be very specific. Marshall, do you understand that a theory means a confirmed model? It has been tested. It has been observed. It has been empirically validated through repeated experimentation. That means it works. Okay. Do you agree?
Okay. So I'm gonna respond. No. I'm gonna respond to your very first statement. You made a theory is more higher than a fact.
Yes.
That's totally wrong.
Really?
Right? Because hold on a minute. Let me finish, bro. A fact is something that we can test, we can observe, we can watch it.
Marshall, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. No, you're wrong. A fact is an empirical, discrete piece of information. That's true. That's comporting with reality.
Gravity is a fact.
No, gravity existence is a fact. The theory of gravity explains facts.
Let me.
The theory of gravity explains the gravitational force we see in Newtonian physics, and in Einstein's relativity, it's not a force. But the law. You understand that the law. You know what the law of gravity is, Marshall? Can you give me the law of gravity is?
I think
things fall down.
You're interested in having a rational.
Marshall, I've asked you a question. You mentioned it. What is the law of gravity? Yeah, what's the law of gravity?
Okay. Can I respond now?
If you answer the simple question, what's the law of gravity? And I'll explain to you why that is lower than theory.
No. I'm gonna go.
So you don't know what the law of gravity is?
Which you made.
Marshall, so you don't know what the law of gravity is?
Can I respond to what you said before?
Do you know what the law of gravity is? Yes or no?
After I respond to what you said in the beginning, and then I'm going to get to that.
No, I wanted that now. Do you know what the law of gravity is? Yes or no? No, you don't. Okay. Could somebody else tell me what the law of gravity is? Anybody?
You lied to me. I don't know what.
You don't know what the law of gravity is. Obviously, you don't know what it means.
You don't respond. That's not fair.
Marshall, I'm giving you a chance to respond. What is the theory of gravity? Go for it.
I said to you. I'm gonna address what you said in the beginning, and then I'm gonna get
Marshall, back to I'm only gonna ask you this one more time. I do not like being dicked around. What is the theory of gravity? Do not answer anything else but that question, because I really hate being dicked around.
Please enlighten me. Go ahead.
Do you know what it is? Yes or no? Just tell me. If you don't know what it is, fine.
You want me to answer what you're asking. You want me to answer what I'm at.
Marshall, listen to me very carefully. Very carefully, because this is where I start kicking people when they start dicking around with me. I am asking you a very simple yes or no question. Do you know what the law of gravity is?
Okay, no.
Okay.
Educate me, please.
Okay, Taco or anybody else, could they tell me what the law of gravity is?
I can.
Okay, go for it. What's the law of gravity?
You are referring to gravity that says that the force between two masses is proportional to both of these masses and inverse square of the distance between them.
Perfect. F equals gm1 m2 divided by r squared. That's you couldn't get a better answer than that.
To that.
Okay, that is the
technically that means even your pin has a gravitational.
That is the wait, Marshall, real quick. That is the law of gravity. Okay, that is under the theory of gravity. Do you agree?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, good. Now go ahead.
Okay. God. Okay, you want me to give you a very beautiful answer? Okay, open your ears. A universal gravitation states that a particle attracts a particle in the universe using a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses.
You know, I literally just looked that up on Google.
Yeah, I'm giving you the definition of that.
Yeah, how is that any different than what he just said? F equals gm1 m2 divided by r squared.
No, you were looking for what is the law of gravity, and I did this. Come on, man, I have just given you what you're looking for.
You asked to give us, you asked us to give you what it is. Then we told you, and now you Googled, and now you're basically repeating.
Yeah, that's all you did. You didn't know what it was.
Oh my God.
Marshall,
I have just responded to your question.
Marshall, no. Wait, Marshall, you said you didn't know what it was. He told you what it was, and then you Googled what it was. Is that not what happened?
I was looking for it.
Right, because you didn't know. Because you didn't know what it was, right? You didn't know what it was. Admit, you just said you didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not.
Now you know what it is.
Right.
Now you know what it is. Great. Do you understand?
Thank you so much.
Great. Do you understand that the theory of gravity includes the law of gravity? And by the way, the law of gravity, right, that force, only really technically, if you really want to get pedantic, applies to Newtonian physics. Do you know why? Does anybody else know why?
Okay, why? Go ahead.
Because in relativity, gravity is not a force. It's a metric.
It's an emergent property of space-time.
It is actually the shortest distance between two.
So basically, I just want you to answer the question of why did you say a theory is more higher than a
because
fact?
a theory contains.
This is totally wrong.
No, it's not, Marshall. Any person that's ever taken a science course knows this. Theories explain facts.
Scientists would never say that.
Yes, they do. Are you kidding me? Go read a book, Marshall. Come on, this is first-year science shit. Theories.
I think we found our new Ronnie.
This is as bad as IDD. This is as bad as Mr. Intelligent Design. Marshall, listen to me very carefully because you're really, really way off base. Theories explain facts. They incorporate facts, and then they come up with an explanation as to why they are.
This is not different.
But you can't categorically say that it's higher than a fact.
Yes, I can. Bullshit. You want 50,000 references?
That's your wrong understanding.
Okay, Marshall, listen. When he says higher than a fact, he means a very specific type of higher. He means in the the hierarchy of types of science statements. And in that sense, it is always, any theory is always higher than the facts it incorporates.
Correct.
But only in that sense, of course.
Right. That's exactly how I mean it.
Like
yes.
there are usages of the terms where it's where it's different. But
yeah, you'll find some places. You'll find some places they'll say, oh, a scientific law is equal to a theory, and they're like equivalent because they mean different things. And I get that. But if you really look at it from the big picture, a scientific theory is the umbrella term that incorporates all the facts, all the formulas, and all the knowledge of that particular topic. It's the highest level echelon you can get.
Okay, so let me...
Go ahead, wait a second.
I have read a book of Thomas... Okay, go ahead.
Heavy Hollow, go ahead.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I mean, I know this, but I figured I'd look it up just so I could get it.
Okay, I was reading...
Marshall, you just said go ahead, and now you just talked over him. Go ahead.
Marshall, let him finish.
Yeah.
No. I said go ahead, you can talk.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're mighty kind.
He's so polite.
A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of the natural world that can incorporate facts, laws, inferences, and tested hypotheses.
Heavy. You have a very beautiful tooth.
Okay, you finish?
You do. You have a very beautiful tooth, sir.
Oh, at least Heavy's got a shirt on today.
Now, there's one other thing I was going to say before I cut him loose.
Thank you,
Marshall. It seems like you're trying to put in. The bottom line is you're trying to put in a supernatural component into science. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
that's what I think. That's where you're heading.
Somebody in the
science is designed to explain the supernatural. Therefore, something scientific cannot be supernatural.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Okay, let's just wait for him to do it first.
Let Marshall, go ahead. Respond to that because we want you to understand this because what you're saying is completely wrong.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Daddy. You're my daddy. So listen, Daddy, listen. Okay.
Listen, Daddy. Listen,
okay, Daddy. Listen, Daddy.
Listen to Daddy Science.
Listen to Daddy. Listen to Daddy Science.
Daddy, listen, Daddy.
Okay, you know what, Marshall, I have a daughter who listen to me. Listen to me carefully. I have a daughter who still calls me Daddy. You doing it doesn't really. God. Yeah, it's kind of creeping me out. So he's been losing connection.
Right. Okay. Let's. Oh, he's gone. Oh no.
Well, he lost connection. But somebody in the live chat said, does evolution theory have facts? Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of facts in evolutionary theory. All right, go ahead, Marshall.
Okay. So I was reading a book.
Congratulations.
Of Thomas Kuhn, who is a philosopher of science. Okay, thank you so much.
You've never read a book of
Wait,
science.
was it pop-up?
I want to.
Was it
Just to-
pop-up?
Bro, you're
like Dr. Seuss.
General has something to say.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish is not a scientific book.
Okay, guys. First of all, you guys can all not talk at once. Let Marshall finish, then General, you can go next.
Okay, can I speak, please?
I'm sorry, Marshall. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I am a university student, so I'm doing a BA in linguistics. So this is
community college,
science,
university.
Guys, stop interrupting him. Seriously, go ahead, Marshall.
I'm sorry.
Okay, please stop. If you guys mature enough, let me finish what
Marshall,
I'm saying. This is how a rational discussion goes. Okay, I'm a university student. I'm studying linguistics. This is not my specialty. Science is not my specialty. But what I was saying is, I was reading a book of Thomas Kuhn, who is a philosopher of science, and he said that the modern science is actually not absolute, and we cannot depend on it. That is his subjective view, and I would like you guys to know what are your thoughts on that.
Sure,
what
easy.
do you think?
Yeah, I'll be happy to address that. One, we can rely on science because we rely on science every day, right? You're on a computer that relies on science, right? Or your phone, whatever you're on, that relies on science. So can science be wrong? Yes, but the point is you have to demonstrate that the wrong.
I'm on a computer, by the way. Just correction.
All right.
I'm a computer, by the way.
So
just correction. Go ahead.
We know that we know the theory behind computer science works. We know the theory behind electronics works, right? So yes, we can rely on this. Rely on this stuff every single day. Can we be wrong on it? Sure. Prove it wrong. Win the Nobel. Great. Scientists love to find that they've been wrong, but you haven't done it. Evolutionary theory has been around for 100 some odd plus years, right? Well, since genetics.
Yeah. So Steve, are you familiar with the Islamic idea of Adam and Eve being formed in heaven?
No, but why do I care? Why is it relevant?
So that's one of the reasons why he rejects evolution.
Okay.
Because
well, I don't care.
Adam and Eve.
Well, yeah, but he knows nothing about evolution, so why do I care? Yeah,
so I'm just saying.
Okay, well, thank you.
Already has a presupposition.
I got you.
I think Seb, you're actually like you guys. I see that you guys like racist or something. You think that you guys like.
Okay, first of all, Marshall, listen to me very. Marshall, listen to me very carefully. If you come into my room and you ever accuse somebody of being racist, with them not being racist, you get ejected immediately. Do you understand me? I do not tolerate that in my room. Because
wait, are you calling us racist because we said something about Muslims?
Yes. Yeah, do not place the race card in this room.
Okay, let's not make
we're talking. General was talking about theology to the Muslim theology. It had nothing to do with race. He didn't mention a single thing about race. You owe him an apology. Please apologize to him.
Before talking about
please apologize to him.
On it.
Please apologize to him because there was nothing racial in that context.
I don't think I can waste my time talking to you.
Okay, you're out of here.
Leave.
Get the fuck out. Bye-bye, Marshall.
I can't waste my time talking to you. He says as he continues to talk to us.
You're done. Sorry, people know my hangouts. I have a very low threshold for that kind of dumb fucking.
Well, that was annoying.
Yeah.
To be fair, Steve, you have been rather impatient with him all night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because first of all, I've dealt with him before. This is not the first time. Second of all, I don't like being toyed with. When I ask a direct question, I expect a direct answer because I answer directly, right? When he asks me a question, I respond.
See that in chat?
Yeah. Okay,
Marshall. Watching the live chat.
Yeah.
Lucas is going.
Nobody hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, did he actually say that I'm being racist by bringing up that theology topic? It's amazing.
He's not going to deal with this racism of you bringing up Muslim theology.
Yeah, I'm not going to tolerate that kind of nonsense.
Guys, let's not make this political, please.
We weren't even talking about politics. There's no political things in that. How do we go from theology to racist to politics? Do you guys not know the difference between these subjects? Like, seriously? But no,
I'm a scientist.
Well, I know you do.
Steve, the answer is we all have Tourette's syndrome.
We all have Tourette's. Well, here's the thing that bothers me.
We all have racist Tourette's.
If you
like
cannot,
people have.
If you cannot address somebody's claims,
I walk up to black people and say the N-word. I'm a horrible person.
Well, use that word in here, you get kicked out.
That's a deplorable thing.
But,
no, I know. I don't actually do that.
If you cannot,
I would never do that.
If you cannot show somebody they're wrong without them bringing up the race card, you have no business being in the Great Debate community. Just none. There's zero tolerance.
No, I don't even bring up the race card.
Well, not you,
like,
but I'm talking about what's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't even allow.
I was joking when I said when I say N-word to the black people. I don't do that.
We had severe difficulties letting him speak, and we were also like having severe difficulties responding because we all tried it at once.
Yeah.
Somebody's walking down.
No, I'm not going to ban him. I'm not going to ban him. Maybe he'll learn his lesson, but he'll get timed out every time he says something idiotic.
I'll be driving.
We didn't turn a political racist. Matthew did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
When we mentioned Islam, he called racism, and technically that makes him racist.
Well, Islam is a religion.
There was no reason to bring up
It is
Islam
a religion. If you're going to classify a religion, like if you're going to classify Muslims as a race, then you might as well classify Christians as a race, because most Christians are white.
Yeah. So let him be a martyr. Whatever.
Those are both inaccurate statements. You get it?
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why people get so confused. Look at when you come into a hangout.
That is the thing that absolutely pisses me off. It's like you stop being racist to Muslims. You can't be racist to them. It's a religion.
Well, there is an argument that you could, in some sense, consider Muslims a race or some kind of ethnic group, even though they're made up of people of various ethnic groups.
You could, but I don't.
Races.
Right?
In the same way that you could with Jews.
Yeah, you
could.
The
difference between a race and a religion is any person of any race can be any religion, but any person of any race cannot be any person of another race.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You do not accuse people of racism when they're trying to point out to you flaws in your argument. Period. Taco, what are you doing to your mic?
That's a loser's way out of the argument.
Stop masturbating with your mic.
But nobody was pointing at problems with his argument. We brought up Islam out of nowhere, pretty much.
Well, no, I was pointing out.
You know what the Muslim idea about Adam and Eve was?
Well,
what did that have to do with anything?
Hang on. I agree with you, and I thought General. I don't know what the hell General was talking about. Nor did I even say General. What does that have to do with the conversation? Or something about regard? I was like, thank you, but that really, because he was talking about evolution. He was like, okay, that's one of the reasons why he doesn't accept evolution. We weren't even talking about evolution, so I don't know why General brought that up either. I will agree with you on that.
What General brought up was just a, I don't know, belief or doctrine that Muslims have. That's all. That's what I caught from it. And it had something to do about, being against evolution. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, it was innocuous, but it was weird, but it was innocuous. There was no reason for him to bring race into it, though.
Bringing up something about the Trinity.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Or someone bringing up talking about Christians.
At this point in the current year, race is just an easy way out of an argument.
I agree.
Well, I have a question. Did we ever actually get our questions answered as to what he meant by universe and what he meant for something to begin to exist or have a cause?
Yeah.
Any of those get answered?
No, because like Heretic's saying,
well,
Heretic's like you're just taking the piss out of him and you're expecting him to remain calm. Fuck, shit, you've lost the plot. No, I would not let people dick me around. I've been years. I've been doing this, people. And I don't know why it's a big surprise. Heavy, is it a big surprise when I say to somebody, answer a direct question or you're gone? I gave him how many opportunities, Heavy? And what did he keep on doing? Dodging? Yeah, there's a very simple thing. I answer direct questions. Ask me what you want. I gave him a direct answer. I asked him 4 or 5 times what the law of gravity was, or if he even knew. I couldn't even get a direct answer out of that until
we had to tell him and then look it up for him to even.
Yeah,
and that
if you said I don't know, that would have been an answer.
That would have been fine. Yeah, sure. I say that all the time.
I don't know.
But there's been people that in this hangout I think alone. I was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I am fine with that.
I saw your face, Tony.
You look anything is possible.
Yeah, well, Heretic, if you don't like it, that's too damn bad. This is how I conduct my hangouts. Heretic's like, you're dicking them around. Well, you know what? Hold your own hangouts and you treat people however you want, but I'm not going to allow people to have this notion where they come in and start throwing away the race card with no cause. If somebody says something racial, then we'll deal with it. because I don't tolerate it. But nobody is going to accuse one of my friends of being racist without damn good evidence, right? Not going to happen. I don't allow it.
Just out of nowhere, just pull the race card out of his ass and
not
throw it
going
on
to
the
happen.
table.
You're gone. Yeah.
And
this is not any big news. This is how I've always done things for the last couple of years.
It worked. It did. It sidetracked the conversation. It worked.
Yeah.
And my
It did. You're right. Good point. You know what? It did sidetrack the thing, and he suicided by mod, right?
Yeah, he. That's a stupid thing. The race card, all it does is sidetrack conversation. We see that here now.
Right.
What was that book you pulled up that he read?
Heretic's like, well, you're really triggered. No, I'm not triggered. It's not at all. It's just, here's the thing, you guys. I don't know why there's any big surprise to people who've been watching our Hangouts for years. There's certain things we don't tolerate. And one of them is racial issues. Well, in fact, I don't even talk about race on my channel. You want to go talk about race?
No, he went
go
out
to Discord.
too.
Oh, of course he did. Yes, thank you, Tom. Tom just says the race card was over the top. It was a legit call. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, if you want to go talk about bullshit, go play with Dionysus and Iron Nation over in Krillism's Discord, right? On Atheism. Was it
those idiots?
I can't go. I can't go over there anymore. I drop in for a few seconds and go, this is just fucking. Oh, it's just. It's like a cesspool over there. I'm sorry. I like Krill. Don't get me wrong, and I like those people that go in there. It's just not my thing, right? But if people want to go to Discord, be my guest. You know, but yeah, it is what it is. It's a shame too. I think Matthew's, Marshall could have had a decent conversation, but you know, when you start dicking people around and not answering questions, and then pull out the race card, what do you think's going to happen?
Swift kick in the ass real quick.
Yeah. I want people to know that's just not tolerated in this room. Never has been.
Yeah, if somebody's actually, making racial slurs, yeah, then you pull it.
Oh, fuck
but
yeah.
If it's just to try to kill the conversation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll
That's literally all that was.
I'll kick somebody out for pulling for saying something racial. Absolutely.
Now the only thing is, do you pull that card if that person saying something racial is of that ethnicity?
What do you mean?
Like, if somebody says something pertaining to, say, black people, and they use that word that, I can't say.
Yeah, we know.
Would you kick them for that?
It depends.
The context of what they're saying.
Well, I mean, for example, if somebody is using the word in a context of a discussion to say, okay, this word, that's one thing. But if somebody actually calls somebody a pejorative like that, they're done.
Yeah.
Like if they're using it in a harmful way, then I would say ban them right away.
Yeah, sure, of course. I mean, we have a reality here, right? Words are used, and if I say, look, we're going to discuss why the word nigger is so offensive, then I have to say the word in order to get the point across, right? So people can do that, but the word is vile. The word is offensive. The word is disgusting, and I don't even like when black people use it, and they're allowed to. Don't get me wrong, because they want to take ownership. If I get that, but I have no reason to use that word. I just don't. In any context.
Yeah, I even hate here.
Yeah, it's harsh to my ears. Right, but if somebody uses it in that context to say that's the word we're talking about, something like that, I understand that, right? I don't hold that against them because the word exists, right? So I don't think anybody that really knows my channel would not understand what I'm saying on that. But no, I hate that word.
Yeah, just like that's one of those words where it's just like even thinking about it, I cringe.
Yeah, well, I hate racism. I'm just. It's the most stupidest fucking thing in the world. We're one fucking race. We're humans. I don't know what the hell skin color has to do with the damn thing.
The amount of melanin in their skin.
Random case has a point, by the way.
And by the way, I happen to think black chicks are hot, so whatever, man. How could I be racist?
You sexual racist, you.
Damn right. Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah. What?
No, his dick is racist. It's not that he's
Is
sexual
anyone
racist.
watching the group chat? Because Lucas is going off on the fine-tuning argument now.
No, I'm not.
It's not. I can guarantee you there's a section of the universe where life has an easier time forming than it did here on Earth.
Yeah, I think.
And I can guarantee you there's a section of the universe where life would have no chance.
I gotta tell you, I think the fine-tuning argument out of all theist arguments is the worst one.
I think it's because they assume all of the universe is like our universe around here.
It's a very weird argument because it's a very bad argument once you get down to
it really
the
is.
nitty-gritty of it.
It's very
but
arrogant.
It's also an incredibly difficult argument to address. So it's both simultaneously a bad argument and also a very good argument if you were to present it in debate or something.
Yeah, if somebody who doesn't really know the nuances of the argument. But here's the
only if your opponent didn't know squat.
Here's the two main things I have against the fine-tuning argument. One, I don't see if you're going to have two competing hypotheses, which one's more, what's the evidence that leads to one over the other? So how do I know that the universe was not created for us, or we're just not the byproduct of the universe, right? It's the whole. It's the whole.
Not the point of the
well, hang on. Well, kind of it is based upon the fact that these variables or these constants, the constants, are the way they are. But that all that means is because the constants the way they are, we're the end result because those constants are the way they are.
I'd like to say something to Heretic.
Pretty much lucked out.
That they're arguing that we're racist for making a generalization about Muslims. I'd like to say that Islam is to Muslim as Christian is to Christianity. It's like the plural for how you would talk about all the people who worship that specific, are in that specific religion.
Well, that's racist.
If we're talking about a Muslim, we're not talking about a brown person who lives in a desert. No.
Yeah, Muslim could be any color. It could be from anywhere.
Yeah,
dude, have you not seen that
one? Muslim and they're Asian.
Have you not seen that one white as hell Muslim dude he's got like the whole thing like dressed like the stereotypical cowboy. He got the buttoned up shirt, the hat, sideburns, the white beard.
The YouTube user Wolf King actually met my ex-fiance who was a non-transitioning, transgendered, biracial Muslim.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Your fiance was that?
It was an SJW's worst nightmare to argue against.
That was your fiance?
That was my fiance.
Damn. No offense, but what was that like being with her or him or whatever?
Them.
So
what was it like being with them?
Her.
What was her? Pronoun. What was it like? I don't know pronouns.
So wait,
I'm
a non-transition. Wait. I'm a non-transitioning heterosexual cisgender male. Right?
Same. Except for
you would just say cisgendered male.
I'm
non-transitioning is kind of redundant.
I would say that
I'm celibate. The only weird thing about me compared to normal people is that I'm celibate. So I'm not special.
And you keep a bit too, right?
Well, that depends if it's by choice or by circumstance.
No, it's by choice. I don't want to fuck a woman in these weird, crazy-ass times.
We haven't found
I'll get off the porn.
Why didn't you jump topics like...
It's because I'm here.
It's just the ebb and flow of conversation. Yeah. We have very short attention spans.
There is no...
I was still hoping for Marshall Mathers to get back to his attempts at the Kalam, because I really wanted to talk to him about that.
What the hell is the Kalam?
The Kalam cosmological argument. Yeah.
Everything that begins to exist has a cause, and God doesn't have a cause.
No, it's everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
Yeah, it's logically sound. So
if you understand the terminology correctly, what it basically ends up being is everything that begins to exist has an efficient, material, formal, or final cause to its existence.
Yeah, those are the four.
All of physical reality has a cause, and since all of physical reality has a cause, you can't say that there's a material cause or a final or formal cause prior to it being created. So the only thing that you can conclude is that it has an efficient cause.
Which doesn't get you to God.
The effector producing the effect, which would conclude with God.
You left
every source has a sorcerer.
You left out contingent or necessary and stuff. You gotta have those words in there.
See, the problem with the Kalam is it's perfectly valid logically. We all agree upon that, but it's not sound because we reject the premises, right? And that is why Rational Theist Matt has 500 fucking versions of this thing, right? Because he can't get the premises.
And they all presuppose the ether theory.
Oh God, no! Don't tell me that. Are you full of shit?
Yes,
he's an ether theorist. Are you kidding me?
He is
That's
Descartes for the
bullshit.
Neo-Lorentzian interpretation.
No, he's not.
Universe next.
Yes,
What
he
is the
is.
ether theory?
Okay, Lorentzian ether theory was the theory that light had to propagate through a medium. Ergo, there was there's ether that you cannot see. This substance that you cannot see that light propagated through, much like, you know, water has a wave in a water, right? Well,
so he's saying light needs an absolute medium to.
Yeah, but see, what happened was Michelson-Morley, in their experiment, found out, no, as a matter of fact, you don't need this Lorentz ether, right? There's no indication of it because the directionality would have been indicated by the experiment. So the prevalent model at the time, special relativity, was pretty much, it took over because it was really kind of competing between special relativity and Lorentz ether. Well,
Lucas, if you want us to see you, you should probably turn your light on. Because
now
you were leaning back and I couldn't see shit.
Now, there is Neo-Lorentzian. Fox in the Know mentions Neo-Lorentzian. I'm not a Neo-Lorentzian either. I'm actually Minkowski. I believe the model for Minkowski space-time, where you have 3 dimensions, physical, and 1 dimension for a time or temporal, is actually space-time itself. Neo-Lorentzian is 3D plus 1T, but the Minkowski space-time is really space-time as one entity. It's one manifold. From what I remember.
And it also has like this really weird scalar product in it, like where you have to like negate the time dimension or something. I'm not sure anymore.
Well, see, all I remember.
Accepting,
I just remember if you take 2 orthogonal vectors, the dot product is 0. That's all I remember. That's okay. I took this shit.
Fair enough. I mean,
I took vector analysis 30 years ago, people. 30 years ago. Vector analysis. Just remember, tail to tip.
And
now with Matt going to the whole ether theory, what do you think his next step will be? The electric universe theory?
Oh God, that would be scary. Might as well.
What is that?
Oh God. That's even worse. Electric universe theory states that all existence in the universe, as far as fields, are electromagnetic in origin. Gravity is electromagnetic. They believe that the scarring of the moon isn't caused by asteroids and comets, or whatever. They believe it's actually because of electrical discharges.
Are you telling me they believe that Magneto is God?
Don't say that to me. Mr. Graham will pop up.
It's based on some writing by a guy named Emmanuel Velikovsky back in the 50s.
Magneto is God.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that.
It's crazy shit.
I would too. Then he would be able to edit his alleles and age backwards.
But anyways, it's a shame because I think Matthew could have learned something had he stuck around and not been a little twat.
Yeah. If he's coming here to argue like that, then he wasn't coming here to learn.
No.
So therefore, he wasn't going to retain any information we gave him.
And like I said,
Well,
I may not always be right.
Like we're...
What's that, Kirsten?
Let's not pretend like we're teaching people anything. Really.
No, I agree. But this is basic stuff. And look, I may not always be right. I might get some little things incorrect. It's been a long time, but I generally got most of the concepts. But that's why I have Gearstern. That's why I have the Rumpus. That's why I have General Han Solo. These guys are actual physicists. So if I say something wrong, they'll correct me, and I'm happy with that, right? But I sure the hell won't
come with a diagram.
Yeah, there'll be bumpers come with the diagram.
See, that's the difference with atheists but like us, where if we come into a conversation, we're pretty much always ready to accept new information.
But it won't be Ronnie correcting me, because Ronnie doesn't know enough about these topics to ever correct me. Right?
And
he
doubled down on what you said.
What's that, Kirsten? What?
Well, I mean, he comes from a place where people double down on other people saying bullshit. So
right, and see, we also got Nathan in the live chat. We got Tom in the live chat. Tom's corrected me. I think. Well, I don't know if he corrected. I think we sussed it out on local realism. But these guys know their shit when it comes to quantum mechanics and physics and science. They really do. I mean, we have a lot of people that know philosophy, like Fox in the Nose in live chat. He knows philosophy. You know, we have Jack Hangstrike. We have Christopher Mowdy. He's okay at it. I'm just kidding, Mowdy. You're okay. But these guys are actual science people. They know science, right? But I don't think they know quantum, and they don't know like physics, like Gearson probably does, or Nathan.
You know the best thing that I can say to somebody to scare the shit out of them?
What's that?
It's just I just have to say I hope the Norn find you in despair, and they think there's this evil curse I said I'm gonna, and it's really just like I hope you walk under a ladder.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is look at what's going in the live chat. Seek Most Prophecy says dark matter hasn't been confirmed. Yes, it has. Oh my God, it's absolutely confirmed.
Gravitational lensing.
Yeah, there you go. Gravitational lensing, Einstein's rings. Dark matter is confirmed. Why would you think for the second that it's not confirmed? Of course it's confirmed. The reason being, we know that it exists. We can see the effects it has. These people that are arguing against physics don't even understand what the shit they're talking about. And I'm not saying that I do. Again, I have been out of physics for 30 years. I couldn't even do a physics problem in my life dependent on it. Not even a basic one. Seriously. I suck at it. But I'm telling you, I know when people are, when I listen to people like Brian Stevens or Tom Com, I know that they're being legit because I at least remember enough to go, yeah, that what they're saying is true. Or I can go look it up and go, yeah, what they're saying is true. Right? But when these guys like Marshall or Seek Most Prophecy or all these other people that are trying to say bullshit stuff, I know they're wrong. Dark matter has been confirmed. As you said, gravitational lensing.
Yeah.
Tom, you're smart, dude.
They think it needs a direct observation, which isn't true. It's through the observed effects like black holes. You can never see them directly.
Yeah, we don't observe things directly.
Stars. Yeah.
Yeah, matter of fact,
things like stars moving at 1,000,000+ miles an hour around a central point confirms black holes exist.
Yeah, we
at some point, some scientists is like, what the fuck is with that star? What the hell?
We know dark matter exists. What it is, we don't know. But it is confirmed that it is something's there. We can see the effects. Okay? We just don't know what it is.
I think one of the competing hypotheses is that it's what's called WIMPs, weakly interactive massive particles.
Yeah, WIMP. Mm-hmm.
Which have very little, just as their name implies, has little to no effect to the surrounding environment, but still has the same gravitational effect.
Yeah, because we know, based on relativity, we know that the only thing that distorts space-time is gravity. Okay? So, and we know the only thing that has gravity is mass. It's not a fudge factor, Seek Most. Wait, hang on. Seek Most. Hang on, where is this guy getting his physics from? Seek Most Prophecy, you said it's a fudge factor. Show me in the scientific literature where it's a fudge factor, please.
You see, one thing about science that's so cool is, based on what we know, what scientists know about any given field, they can look at what we know and go, well, wait a minute, there's something missing. So they can examine it, and then they come up with a prediction of what they should find to explain whatever phenomenon or something. It was like the cosmic background radiation or whatever. That was a prediction, and they finally found it by accident. And like black holes was based on what we know about gravity and stuff and things like that. So there was a prediction made about black holes. If I'm saying this correctly, I could be wrong. But then eventually, evidence started showing up about black holes existing. And that's what's so great about science. They can make predictions based on current observations.
And what's worse is
not only that, but at the Large Hadron Collider, they're making microscopic black holes as well during their experiments.
Well, hang on. They may be, but they haven't validated. But if that's true, though, it's at the very, very, very low end of the spectrum because the Large Hadron Collider just is not. Yeah, they're not powerful enough to create black holes, but it's minutely theoretically possible from what I understand. But it's so improbable because it's just not enough power for it. But here's the thing: what is this big deal about dark matter and dark energy, anyways? If it's existing or not, how does it affect anything? I mean, these guys have no training in science, yet they're giving out this notion that, oh, well, dark matter is just, doesn't exist. Well, why? What does it matter to them? How does it affect somebody's theology? I don't get it.
Not only that, but even if there was some quote-unquote fudge factor, it'd have to be off by a factor of 10 or more because the observable universe is only between 5 and 10%.
And you know what's funny
90% is where we get the gravitational effects from.
Do you know why it's not a
racist you are?
Do you know why?
Is anyone watching the live chat?
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah, I do. Do you know why it's not a fudge factor? Because the original cosmological constant that Einstein used was a fudge factor, right? And then he found out that it actually exists in the form of negative, right? The negative cosmological constant, and that's dark energy. Dark energy is a negative cosmological constant, if I remember correctly. And that fudge factor that he originally put in there to make things work, we found out exist. He couldn't explain it.
Wasn't it something like, even though he did that, he didn't like it? Is that the
Right,
one
because
that
he couldn't,
like?
because he didn't know what dark energy was at the time. He didn't know what it was. He didn't. He didn't.
Like there was something he came up with that he didn't want to use, or because he couldn't accept it or something.
Right. Yeah. He didn't. He thought it was a blunder, but come to find out, it wasn't a blunder. It actually, that's the universe. The universe does have that. It's just he didn't know what it was at the time.
I remember now. He wanted to believe, or he wanted to think that the universe was static, I think, and he came up with something. Nobody, or something. Darn it. Sorry, y'all. I can't remember exactly.
You're
I
there.
think you're on the right path.
Yeah.
It was like his formulas showed an expanding universe despite his beliefs of a static universe.
Right, exactly. He liked the steady state. He didn't like the fact the universe probably was expanding. But he wasn't a big fan of
nobody reading the
what?
Is nobody reading the group chat?
No, I don't read the group chat because it'll show on my OBS.
According to Lucas, there are at least 10 scientific papers a week showing that biological systems are fine-tuned.
Oh God, Lucas, that's not right. Misinformation, because there is no paper ever out there that's shown that it's fine-tuned. Not one. Zero. Not one peer-reviewed paper.
Blog posts and creationist quote papers, you know.
Yeah, those are not peer-reviewed papers.
Legitimate papers.
That's like Heavy Holler writing a blog.
Yeah,
no offense, Heavy.
It's basically just a bunch of creationist blogs. Like, the universe is so obviously fine-tuned.
Ergo, it's
the same shit as like your preacher pulling you outside, pointing at a cloud. Look at how beautiful that is. You think that just happened?
Yeah.
I seen a cloud that looks like a puppy the other day, so therefore it was specially created.
They aren't just shapes that we randomly see in the sky. God makes us each a little pattern.
Nathan, let me ask you in the life yet. He said, because he's right. CERN doesn't have enough particle to create micro black holes yet, but there is a particle accelerator planning to be built that's supposed to be like 4 times larger than the CERN. Even I believe it's going to be in China, if I'm not mistaken, which theoretically could actually produce micro black holes. But the problem is they're so hard to detect. They evaporate so quickly because of virtual particles, right? They just.
Mr. Moderator. Seek
my name's
wants
Steve.
to know where the energy that
my name's Steve.
from.
My name's Steve. You can call me Steve. What now?
Steve. He wants to know where the energy from the universe, like where the energy that made the universe.
There's something called the Higgs field. The Higgs field of what's parts mass to the universe. And if you ask where the Higgs field comes from, I have no fucking idea.
There's certain steps here where. Like, we can't find what something is.
Yeah,
that's another thing too. A lot of these people don't understand is that our current models are based upon what the universe exists as it is now. We don't know if or what the universe may have existed, or even if that even makes sense to think of that kind of terminology.
For all we know,
what existed before.
Yeah, for all we know, a few 100,000,000 years ago, the universe was incredibly different from the physics we understand today.
Yeah, because once those laws of physics were set and time began, you know, what happened. Right. But if time doesn't exist, the concept of what happened before is nonsensical.
But what I don't understand is why is there even an argument dealing with epistemic uncertainty? Who cares? If you don't know something, you go study it and find out. Maybe you can contribute and find out what it is. But just to say we don't know, who cares?
Lucas, what's up, Lucas?
The guy with the strange avatar, Cyborg, said that the universe was with different physics in the past. How do you know?
I wasn't saying definitely. I was saying possibly.
No, it is not possible.
How would you know? You weren't there.
Okay, yeah.
Come on.
I could already, Lucas, I could already tell you that you're probably wrong, because ever heard of the fine structure Wait, Lucas, you're wrong.
Physics of the universe changed
Lucas,
in the past.
Lucas, listen to me. Lucas, you're wrong. Have you ever heard of the fine structure constant? Okay, the fine structure constant in our local region is of certain value, okay, but that we have detected a possibility of the fine structure constant being different in different parts of the universe. So the constants can vary in the universe. It is possible.
Really?
Yes. It's a very it's a very small amount.
It is hypothetical.
Yes, it's still hypothetical, but their data
It is hypothetical.
But the data they're getting does allow for that possibility.
If the light, the C, number C of the light changed in the past, or in other words, the physics changed.
And it would
in the
change.
past.
And you're right. It would change that. It would change that. Yeah, it would change that just minutely, not enough to affect anything big picture, but it would affect it minutely. And we're talking like 6 sigma. Okay, it's a very, very, very mild, small amount, right? But from what I remember reading,
physics in the past changing. This is one of the debates between OEC and IEC. Many IECs say that the physics of the universe changed in the past, but the OEC are more uniformist.
Okay, no, but the problem is that the yaks, right? The younger creationists, the way the amount they're changing is completely nonsense, right? We're talking millions of times different. How do you go from a 6 sigma
any change in the physics in the past is nonsense. Change.
That's not true.
The laws of physics allow for some minute fluctuation.
Yeah, there actually is a tolerance.
If you don't have uniformity, you don't have fine-tuning of the universe.
Lucas, you're wrong. Some of these values can change a certain amount. It's not like it has to be this very specific amount. There is a range there. You do realize that, right? Matter of fact, even our constants, we give a range. We most of the time something we don't have it measured out to like a billion decimal places for some of these constants. We go 6, 7, 8 decimal places on some, and that's it. I mean, matter of fact, the speed of light next year they're going to redefine the speed of light to be a very specific number.
Okay.
Yeah, that's defined though. That's not measured.
True, it's defined, right? But
it can be defined precisely, and it is right now.
I thought they haven't. See, I thought it was this now. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I thought it's already been done deal. Its light is defined as was it 2 million meters? What's the number? I don't even know.
Yeah, 299 million something. No, hang on, what million?
I thought it was 300 kilometers per second.
Yeah. 300,000 kilometers. So
300,000.
300 million.
300,000 kilometers, roughly 186,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, see, I know. I'm American. I know it's 106,232.16 miles per hour, I believe. Meter shit, whatever. But it's basically 3 million meters per second, right? So
yeah, and the point is that what is defined is like what we mean when we say a meter. Like a meter is that kind of the distance light travels in that fraction of a second through a vacuum. Right.
Yeah, and C probably hasn't changed since the beginning of the universe. But near the beginning, it might have changed a little bit. I don't know. But to say that it can't change,
we don't know. We have to work with uniformity.
The uniformity of nature only goes so far. Yeah, the uniformity of nature only goes so far. We don't know if the uniformity of nature holds on the Planck scale. Right? We don't even know. We never.
Physics or constants of physics or
Lucas, we don't know what. Lucas, listen to me very carefully. We have no idea what happens on the Planck scale. We don't know if the laws of physics are the same. We don't know if the constants are the same on the Planck scale. We just don't know. We haven't reached those energy levels yet. We're nowhere near the energy levels required for the Planck scale. I mean, we're not even a fraction of the levels we need to be. But we may never get to that high. We're going to have to harness a star to get to that level.
In the conversation, did you get a consensus in what the gravity is?
What?
Did you get a consensus in what the gravity is?
You mean the numeric value for big G or little g?
In its essence, what is the essence of gravity?
Gravity is a curvature of space-time. It's the shortest distance between. It's a geodesic path between the shortest distance between 2 points in curved space.
Can the gravity change in the past?
I don't know.
We assume uniformity.
By what we observe, it doesn't seem to have changed by very much, if at all.
Right.
Observations from furthest points that we can see is approximately 13.8 billion years. Beyond that, you get to the what is it called? The plasma state.
Well, recombination period, reionization period, then recombination period, and then the
about 200,000 to 300,000 years after the Big Bang.
Yeah. About 200,000 years. That's
we can't see. Yeah. We can't physically see beyond that because there was no light.
Yep,
there wasn't matter formed.
Light never escaped from it
light.
until after a certain amount of time. So beyond that, you're staring into a sea of something where there's no being light emitted. So. And see, here's the arguments that I think are silly. Like, Seek Most Prophecy says, you don't know if the uniformity of nature will hold true tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. So what? I assume it. Great, move on. So what? What's the big deal? I don't understand what's the big issue with these people. We make assumptions all the freaking time.
Because, yeah, they're trying to say because we don't know for absolute certainty, then we can't rely on our senses.
Which is the dumbest argument in the world. It's at the point where it's comically stupid. Because it shows no concept of what a true epistemic framework really is.
Also, is it really that hard to tell what my avatar is? It's literally my name.
Cyborg?
It's a robot goat person.
Oh.
Greek mythology, the satyr.
I didn't know. I didn't see your last name. It just shows Cyborg.
There's robots in Greek mythology.
There's robots in Greek mythology. In the modern versions. Yeah.
Well, you had that little owl from Attack of the Titans that flew around, right? That was a robot.
Yeah, it's Da Vinci's Demons. He had a little mechanical owl.
Yeah.
By the way, awesome series. If you guys have not seen Da Vinci's Demons, go watch it. One of the best series ever on TV. I cried when it ended. Although the first season is the best, but whatever. I don't want to spoil it for you. But it's really good.
No, never mind. It's Clash of the Titans, not Attack of the Titans.
Yeah, Clash of the Titans. Yeah, that little owl.
I was like,
too.
What?
Yeah, that little gold, crappy little owl.
So Fox of the Nose asked a great question. Yeah, Seek Most Prophecy. Do you have an argument? No, of course he doesn't have an argument. These presuppositionists and these younger creationists never have an argument. They just throw shit out there and see what sticks. Hopefully they run against people that can't shut them down.
They attempt to poke holes in theories that we currently have and have nothing to offer.
That's another thing. They'll just they'll ask you about things until you hit a topic you don't know anything about, and then they'll say, "Ha, God."
Yeah, why is that so dishonest? I mean, why do they do that? It's so dishonest.
Not an argument. That's just you.
Well, as the saying goes, is they're throwing raw spaghetti against the wall and hoping that something will stick.
Or I would like to envision it like Kent Ham standing in a boat with holes in it, trying to scoop water out with a bucket.
Yeah, I don't understand how you're making an argument on epistemic uncertainty. I don't get that.
Dude, imagine running full of water and he is like shoving the buckets from right at the bottom, right from the keel all the way up to the deck.
Yeah.
And here's a way to defeat their absolute certainty thing: is that even though you believe you're getting knowledge from a being that knows everything, your fallibility can mean that you're interpreting that information wrong. Therefore, you can't rely on that as well.
Yeah.
Done. Next conversation.
Well, there's so many things wrong with the
precept. Marshall said that because science can never be absolutely certain, we shouldn't put our faith in it. I actually happen to agree with that. Like we shouldn't trust science either absolutely or on something as vacuous as faith.
That is another difference between us and creationists.
Yes.
There's very few things in science that are completely and totally known to be absolute.
Well, hang
if
on.
anything at all.
I have two things that I kind of see what you're saying, Gerson, but let me see if I can rephrase that though in a better way from that. I would put it. We do trust in science. Again, you get in an airplane, you're trusting science. Now, can science be wrong? Sure, of course. The whole point of the scientific method is to see if science is wrong, to keep testing it. But do we say that absolutely science is correct? No. Should we? No. Should we ever say that anything is proven in science? No. But that's fine. That's one of its strengths. Because we were narrowing it down so it gets better and better, so these theories work better and better. That's why we have modern medicine. That's why we have modern computers. That's why we have modern technology. We didn't have that 200 years ago.
That's how we know the Earth isn't flat. That's how we know we're not at the center of everything.
Yeah, or that the Earth isn't 6,000 years old.
Well, we are at the center of our frame of reference.
All right, smartass.
So the fact that 200 years ago when we didn't have the scientific method the way we do now, it just demonstrates that it works. We get better and better, and maybe thousands of years from now, the scientific method will even be even more improved, and we'll have more accurate science. But you go back 2,000 years, yeah, we didn't know any of this stuff.
Yeah, and on that note, here's the thing on like, if I may borrow a little from Casey's rhetoric, because he kind of inspired my view on it a lot back in the day. Yes, we do assume it, but we assume it for practical purposes. That's because we can't help it. Like, if we didn't assume that, we would get nowhere. But secondly, of course, it's not about truth. It's about accuracy. It's about reliability. And making, the few assumptions we have to, that's fine. That's why we do always reserve this, under these assumptions and, until evidence shows otherwise. That's why we are never certain.
I completely agree with that. And Christopher Mowdy makes an excellent point. We need to say it 1,000 times. Who corrects science? Who corrects science? Christopher Mowdy makes a great point, and we say it all the time. Who corrects science? Scientists. So scientists correct science. They correct themselves. They want to be correct. They want to have the latest, greatest model that works, right?
They want to be the next Einstein.
Yeah, if they could just
shit.
If they could disprove something, they'd be insta famous.
Yeah, there was someone on Facebook said something about, he was trying to criticize science as it's always changing, like that's a bad thing. I said, well, if science didn't change or advance or whatever, we'd still be using phones where you go like this.
We wouldn't even have that, though. No.
We wouldn't have computers. We wouldn't have cell phones. We wouldn't have modern medicine. We wouldn't have any MRI machines.
Steam power.
About everything around you that you see, we wouldn't have.
Shit, we wouldn't even probably have the wheel.
Well, recently, Steve, you had a hangout, and Halrius tried to make that sort of charge against science, which is, it's inconsistent with itself because it's constantly changing. And I'm sitting there going, aren't you taking computer science right now and you're saying that this is a bad thing?
Yeah, he's just walking contradiction. He doesn't understand. I think he just parrots what he thinks he's supposed to parrot without trying to actually understand what he's saying makes sense.
Well, a lot of the things that he says, you can pretty well just lift them directly from Kent Hovind's old DVDs from like the 1990s.
Ugh.
Don't forget, he is just a kid.
I know, but it's still sad to see.
Are we talking about Seek?
At its finest.
Are we talking about Seek?
No, Hilarious Zulu.
Who are we talking about?
Can we talk about G-Man?
I walked away to get a soda.
No more
Why does anybody want to talk about G-Man?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Steve asked me about earlier.
Isn't G-Man a rapper?
No, he can't. He can't rap at all. Matter of fact, he sets rap back like 5,000 years.
He's like he's like the John Cena version of Christianity. That's the best way I can describe it.
So, So, Anarchy, you liked my video?
Yes, I did. I enjoyed it.
Now, anybody?
I don't think G-Man knows how the internet works.
I bet
Justin
Bieber could.
Hang on, Cyborg. Hang on. So let me ask you, Anarchy. Watched my video. Everybody else who's watched my video, and by the way, it has triple digits likes already. Does anybody think that I somehow manipulated or changed anything, or did not make the case that he outright deliberately went out of his way to lie about me? And be honest. I really want to know. I'm not. Don't side with me because of tribalism or whatever. I want an honest opinion. I think G-Man went out of his way to lie after he's been corrected, after I told him my actual position, and then he deliberately misrepresents it. Does anybody disagree with that?
Not only that, but he said he didn't mention you by name. Then next clip, mentions you by name 4, 5, 6 times.
Well, he didn't. No. For all fairness to him, he didn't mention me by name on the Drunken Peasants. But he said, well, how do you know I was talking about you? Because I was in the live feed, and he said, the guy I'm talking about is in the live feed. Hello? I mean, come on.
But to anybody else, that could be anybody, though. It doesn't necessarily have to be you.
Somebody else mentioned that it was me, and he did, and I made a causal chain of evidence that he mentioned me, like you said, 4 times in a different video. And he messaged me saying that he was going to go on the Drunken Peasants, not mention my name, and say that I believe that you could be an atheist and still believe in God. So you put all those evidence together, I guarantee it, any judge in the world would say he's guilty.
When you hear that statement, though, initially on the outset, yes, somebody could be confused, but when you suss out which definitions you're using, then the misunderstanding is gone, and you can't try to use that stupid argument anymore.
Do you not think he was talking about me, Mike?
Say it again?
In the video that I put out, do you think G-Man was talking about me? I made a very clear case that I had written evidence, I had evidence saying my name 4 times, and me in the live feed with him saying he's in the live feed. The guy that I'm talking about is in the live feed.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He's very salty, isn't he?
He's having his what Dragon Sam would call a sad.
He doesn't care whether he lies. That's the biggest part. Oh,
I thought God despised liars.
Did you guys watch the Sabbath?
I thought God had a.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He thinks breaking the 9th commandment, I guess, is no big deal. But
lying for Jesus isn't lying.
It's been well, that's kind of a
lying for Jesus isn't lying.
The clown car
according to G-Man, the 9th commandment is bearing false witness against your neighbor. You're not his neighbor because you're not a Christian.
We live on the same fucking planet. That's a neighbor enough for me.
Yeah, but he believes that only applies to only.
I consider if I had a monkey in my back fucking yard, I'd consider it a neighbor.
Cyborg, he believes, from what I understand, he believes the 9th commandment only applies towards other Christians.
Oh.
Which means he can lie. Which means he can lie about me at will. It's kind of like Muslims saying.
Yeah, well,
which means that
I think the issue with that, though, is that there weren't any Christians around when that commandment was instructed or built.
So that means Jews.
Yeah, I don't know how his mind works.
No, I'm pretty sure the issue is even bigger when Jesus is specifically asked, "Who is your neighbor?" and he gives the parable of the Good Samaritan, and your neighbor is everyone. It doesn't matter your religious views, your ethnic background, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Anyone who needs your help, or anyone that you happen upon.
If anyone who needs your help is your neighbor, then shouldn't he consider us all needing his help if he thinks he needs to bring us to God?
But the reality is, regardless of whether he believes with the neighbor or whatever, the video outright showed that he was full of shit.
I don't know if G-Man knows this, but even if God was proven to me, I would go and worship Satan because Satan's a cooler dude.
Did you watch the video, Cyborg?
Well, I think we've all read the Bible.
He is Lucas.
The Bible is
he was sent to hell for trying to free his angel brethren from slavery.
Did anybody?
Think about it.
Cyborg, stop. Did anybody else not? Did anybody not watch the video? Because I want to get. Okay, everybody watched it, really? Because if nobody. Okay, I want somebody to go watch it while we're talking and watch. It's like 3 minutes. Watch it and then give me your honest assessment straight off the bat. Did I make my argument? I really want to know because these guys have been accusing me of lying. Ronnie had a little sad the other day. Steve's the biggest liar on G+ kind of shit. Okay, great. You know what? If I am, wonderfully. Prove it. Demonstrate it. Show me. I will allow you every opportunity in the world. Right?
Wait, because G-Man said that?
No, Ronnie said it.
Okay, well, G-Man had a challenge out to him for 6 months now, and he hasn't shown a single case.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Lucas is at it again in the chat.
Whatever. Chat with him in the group chat. I'm not looking at the group chat. But hang on. So
no real theologian will agree with you, apparently.
Wait, what? Wait, agree with what? That Satan is better than Jesus?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't got the chart.
Because I can make a case for Satan. A pretty good case.
Kirsten, will you go to my channel, watch the last video? It's 3.5 minutes, and tell me what you think. Not the debate video, but the one before that, obviously. Nathan, you can watch it too.
I don't know. It sounds like rather petty drama. Like, I'm not saying it's beneath me, but it kind of is.
I don't care. Come on. Welcome to the great.
Show the dishonesty and the lengths these people are willing to go to feed their own persecution.
Yeah, welcome to the great debate community. We're all petty, and no, it's not even meaning about petty. It's like, look at, I am really at the point where these people have been becoming so dishonest that personal engagement with them is meaningless to me. I don't go into their hangouts. They're welcome to come into mine, but I don't go into their hangouts. Ronnie sits in his room by himself while 20 people in the live chat tell me he's an idiot, and he thinks he's making progress. He thinks he's doing something productive. I don't get it. No, Christopher Matty, see, I don't. The accusations of me being a liar doesn't bother me anymore. I've been there, done that, right? I now think it's rather sad, to be honest with you. I just want to know if objectively I can make an argument such that showing that without any type of how should I say it, preponderance. I make a preponderance of the evidence, right? That they're guilty as fuck about lying, and yet I've asked them to do the same to me, and I can't even get a burden of evidence, a burden of proof, anything, right? I can't get anything from them to show that I've lied in any way. And by the way, I did watch part of your hangout the other day, Christopher. I kind of think I can agree with you a little bit. I don't think we have an obligation to be justified. I hate that word obligations. When I hear obligations, and I like you, it kind of like ticks me off a little bit, I guess. It just strikes me odd. Now, if somebody says we have an obligation to be rational to have justifications, that's fine. But just to say we have an obligation to be justified, I have to say no. Christopher, do you agree on that, just out of curiosity? He's in the live chat, sorry.
Don't rational things have to be justified to be considered rational, though?
Well, that's what I'm saying, but isn't an obligation. Obligatory things means a whole different context. Now, how do you guys think of that? Do you, well, Christopher says I got my ass handed to me by Sokka and Shauna. So now, Christopher, have you changed that? Do you believe that you are obligated to have justifications?
Ain't no beats.
Because I'm not at that point yet. You know, if somebody can convince me, that's fine. I change my positions on certain things, but I can't say that we're obligated to have a justification.
Did Lucas give up arguing with me?
That's fair. Christopher says, I'm still developing my ideas about that based upon my blind spots. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's cool.
I was having fun, Lucas.
I'm kind of like that with doxastic and voluntarism. I don't know where to go with that. Are you
talking to me? I don't know if you are talking to me.
Oh, Christopher will be right.
I'm talking to the Lucas. I'm talking about the Lucas in chat.
Hey,
like the one typing to me in the group chat. Is that you?
I am Lucas.
Okay, yeah, then I am.
I love the way he said it. I am Lucas. I am Lucas. You're not Lucas. I'm Lucas.
I am Spartacus.
So hey,
going with
the doctor. Are you a doxastic and voluntarist?
A doxastic voluntarist?
No, involuntarist.
Hells no. Involuntarist, yes.
Okay, see,
I don't think that we can.
I get that
choose
concept.
Our beliefs, or that is a power of will, or anything like that.
Yeah, see, but here's the thing. I get that concept, and it superficially makes sense to me, right? But at the same time, could there not be some beliefs we do choose? Not all of them.
You are talking justification.
No.
You are talking justification before God. Is that what you are talking?
No, we're talking about whether or not you can choose to convince yourself of something being true.
But do you agree that there might be possibilities where doxastic voluntarism would make sense? But I think you're right. We don't choose our beliefs. I get that. But is that mean, if I say that I'm a doxastic and voluntarist, does that mean that in every situation the belief is involuntary, or just?
Yeah, that's the question I asked last night.
I missed that
obviously. So I gave the example, like, there are very obvious examples, like, okay, believe that I'm a cat. Okay, now that you have that belief, do you still understand the words that I'm using? Do you understand the words that cats use? Do cats use words? Do I look like a cat to you? Okay, well then you're not successfully changing your belief voluntarily, right? Okay. So there are extreme categories like that. My question was, like, I'm a punny guy. The other example I gave is, like, for instance, if global warming exists, but you maybe don't believe that it's a anthropocentrically man-made, instead of using fancy words, fucking man-made. And you choose to edify yourself by reading the research that's available, and in doing so you change your knowledge base, and in doing that you change what you believe, right? Because your beliefs, not being voluntary, are based on your knowledge base, and your knowledge base is based on an experience, and that's based on induction, right? So if you purposely go to seek new information that will shape your belief, would that be considered volunteering to change your belief?
That's my question.
Both Shannon and Sokka said no. I didn't really get to unpack it too much because we were having so much fun and so many other things came up organically. So I'm so not familiar with that particular position that I don't quite know where to go with it. But,
well, I'm in limbo on that one with you, okay?
Yeah.
But you understand, I mean, you do see the value of people saying that we don't choose our beliefs, right? I mean, I think that's more the case than anything else. Over generally speaking,
yeah, our beliefs are the way that I understand it is our beliefs are a manifestation of what we think we know, and what we think we know is the knowledge base that we have that allows us to have a predictive model of reality within which we work.
Okay, and what was the other thing? Did you find out? Do you believe still, or you don't believe now, that you have an obligation for justification?
No, so Ozzy had mentioned. So the hang last night was based on a comment that Sokka had in the Great Debate community. And in that thread, Ozzy said something that resonated with me. It's like, if you don't care about having a reputation for being irrational or for being unreasonable, and I don't think that means you have to be rational, it just means you have to have reasons, and within being reasonable you can also be rational. I think that those are being reasonable is an umbrella term under which rationality exists, but it's not the only thing that exists. You can also be irrational and have reasons. So long as you're okay with that, having that reputation socially, and that's not a social stigma to you, have an obligation. But then he went further to say that for yourself, if you want to be coherent with yourself, to yourself, for the things that you think you know, then there is an obligation.
Okay,
there.
that's exactly kind of what I said. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
so I'm still playing with that.
No, that's what I said earlier.
Night,
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
And the reason why I said I got my ass handed to me last night is, of course, we're talking within the frame of justifications and warranted beliefs and warranted skepticism. And of course, in the process, I'm kind of denying it. I'm accepting it in some areas and denying it in others. But then every time I go into explaining myself, I'm making an attempt to sound reasonable and rational, right? So there's the irony. And so there's my blind spots in my attempts to categorize things, you know, where it's appropriate here but not appropriate there. So it was fun. I mean, they held my feet to the fire towards the end of the hang. It was super fun. We're hoping to have another one soon.
And I think that sounds right to me too. I think that I don't think we have an obligation to justify unless, again, we want to be rational. And we want to have also to ourselves.
Go ahead.
Not to other people, but to ourselves. Now, like you said, if we don't care, if I could be a totally irrational person, at that point, I have no obligation to justify anything because I'm accepting my irrationality.
Yeah, but I also think that we're predictably rational and we're predictably irrational, right? We're predictably irrational when it comes to really complex decisions. You know, we'll usually engage in like system one thinking instead of system two thinking. System one thinking is rife with biases and heuristics that can change our perception based on expectations or experience or a whole host of other psychological variables, right? And as far as obligation goes, I just think that when I hear somebody say that there is an obligation, what I'm hearing is they think that they have an obligation. I think that when they take it the next step and then project it onto others, that's when I kind of get reflexively defensive.
You mean so you think that they're saying there's an obligation as a norm, some kind of normative that applies to everybody?
Say that one more time.
That you're saying that instead of having this obligation to themselves, they're making that obligation a normative that applies to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, they would have, and here we go. My explanation for it, philosophy, in a way that, you know, like that I was almost rejecting in the hangout. If you were to take that burden on, it would take a lot to discharge it. I would need a lot of convincing for you to say that it is normative, that you should be obliged to be
right. That's where I get triggered. I'm like,
justify epistemically, right. Or
yeah. I was listening to that, but then I only listened for a little while. I had to go. But I was trying to soak in what I could. I thought it was actually a really interesting conversation that you and Sokka were having. You know.
Lucas, you had your hand up. Was there something you wanted to inject?
Do you guys believe that it is rational to believe in life after death?
It can be.
It's not necessarily unrational or irrational. Excuse me.
Yeah,
it is rational, right?
Well, it depends. How?
I'm not saying it's irrational, but I'm not saying it is rational.
What's
either.
What's your warrant for why you believe that? Your warrant. What is the warrant for that justification? For why you think it's justified?
I have no other source to go. Just the Bible.
If you think that's enough warrant, then you're justified. You're rational.
Okay.
Christopher, what do you think?
This was a bit that hung me up last night. Sokka was talking about sufficient warrant, and I just didn't know. I had a hard time wrapping my head around what made it sufficient. What are the criteria for being sufficiently warranted? I think it might be reasonable that you think that based on reasons that you have and the way that you understand the universe and the predictive models of reality that you have that you work within. Think without, I hope this doesn't sound insulting, it doesn't sound rational to me because it would be based on a bunch of premises that I don't grant.
Yeah, and that's a good point. See,
Christopher, can I say, Christopher,
there is a lot of people that don't believe in the Bible. There is a lot of people that believe in the Bible.
Hang on, go ahead, Cyborg.
Yeah.
Cyborg, go ahead.
Christopher, do you know that you have the hair of Negan from The Walking Dead? Are you gonna go shatter an Asian dude's skull in?
I don't watch The Walking Dead. I don't get it.
I stopped watching it 3 seasons ago. But here's the thing.
You're smart. You're smart.
See, now I lost my. We lost the thread because we had a weird comment. Where were we going with that?
Sorry.
No, it's cool. It's okay. What was? I
think Lucas had more to contribute. He was going to talk about the Bible.
Go ahead, Lucas.
Oh yeah. And right. And real quickly, the sufficient justification or sufficient warrant for your justification is so subjective to me. It really, I mean, it's like one of those things. Because
if it comes to a source outside of our reality, comes from God. The Bible we believe comes from God.
No, but let me.
If it comes from a source outside of our reality, it is not subjective.
Yeah, I don't think you're irrational for having that belief, but again, let's say this was like in the Middle Ages, right? And they believed that schizophrenia was caused by demonic possession. Were they irrational? By our standards, they're irrational, right? Based upon what we know now. But back then, would they be considered irrational if that was the norm? Would they have sufficient warrants for their justification for their belief based upon the fact that that was the societal norm that demonic possessions happened? Why would that be irrational to them if that's what they actually thought existed? Christopher, this is up your alley.
So that would be the difference between using like deduction and abduction. So maybe using abduction, they were coming to an inference to the best explanation based on the information that they had available to them. So in that sense, it could be framed as being rational. Deductively, I would be curious to hear, what the premises were to determine whether that syllogism was valid, and then, of course, whether it was sound.
Well, I don't think you can make a deductive argument for it.
And once again, I'm not saying that you can't. I would be curious to hear it. But another thing that came up last night is, because I approach things more psychologically and philosophically, I don't. And this is going to make me sound cynical. And this is where I started getting my ass handed to me last night. I don't believe the stories that people tell about themselves. So interesting that I want to hear them. So when I ask questions about why you think what you think, I don't for a second believe that they're true, but I think that they're really interesting.
Why would they not comport with reality?
You cynical bastard.
I know, and that's the funny, because that's the joke between Shannon and I. She thinks the joke between us is, she's cynical and I'm over caring. Whereas towards the end of the hang last night, I looked like the cynical one, and she seemed like the uber compassionate one. But I'm not saying seeming like she is uber.
But what do you mean when
in order to break that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was finished.
Oh, what do you mean by that? You don't believe their story? I mean, to what degree? You think that they're embellishing, or I mean, even a simple story? I went to the store yesterday. You don't believe that I went to the store yesterday? I didn't, but I suppose.
Oh no, that like those kinds of historical things. Like I went to the store, I bought a car. Those things are cool. But when it comes to there's a theory in personality theory that we are the stories that we hear about ourselves and tell about ourselves, right? So when it comes to beliefs and your personality and what you're trying to project about yourself, I'm not necessarily convinced that those stories that I hear, the narratives that exist in people's minds about why they think what they think, and on a different level, right? So once again, I'm categorizing. You driving your car, I'll totally believe it. You haven't gone to the store, totally believe it. You thinking that you think there is no God because explanations X, Y, and Z, I don't necessarily believe that, because I'm under the impression that a lot of our choices, even the most difficult ones, are based on preferences, which are affects, that we post hoc rationalize. And is not the same as being rational.
What do you mean by we post hoc rationalize it, though?
I mean, post hoc. I mean, you have a feeling.
I know post hoc
that's your
means.
preference.
But how are you using it in this situation?
At face value, I think that there is a part of your brain that prefers, and there's another part of your brain that makes up stories to explain why you have preferences.
How?
Not literally, not like I could not, if you showed me a picture of the brain, I could say this is the part that prefers and this is the part that blah blah blah.
So you think that's a subconscious
like
thing, though? It's not okay. You're not saying that people deliberately are deceiving you. You just think that the person individually, their minds are creating some kind of narrative.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm using language.
Thought pattern.
Yeah, I'm using language which makes it sound like people are purposely making these choices, and it is a default assumption of mine that these things all happen below the level of consciousness.
Gotcha.
Are you trying to say something more like you come in thinking they might not necessarily be telling the truth or something like that? You just come in from a skeptical point of view. Is that what you mean?
You could call it skeptical. I think that inherently people are irrational, and that being rational is a set of skills that needs to be practiced.
You'd make a great Templar.
Say again?
You'd make a great Templar from the Assassin's Creed games.
I don't know what that means either.
It's one of those. Hang on. Remember all that confusing stuff you didn't know what the fuck we were talking about, like Steam, Argo, TF2, CSGO. Yes, along those lines. Just don't even bother. You'll be lost.
You're talking video games.
Man, you need to get into the game scene.
I'm a 45-year-old. I will not be getting into the game
I'm
scene
older than you, and I play
brother.
those games. Shut up.
I play with a 30-year-old man.
I'll
you
kick your ass in TF2, baby.
Oh, that sounds.
You can't tell me you're older than that.
Yeah, TMI, man. TMI.
How old they are. That's all your business.
Hey, I'm not talking about that one furry I know who cross-dresses for a living. I'm talking about
we don't judge. No, I understand what you mean. I understand what you're saying, Matt. I think you're right. I do think people without any kind of, I don't want to say the word training or education or more experience. How about experiential? People would generally be irrational to some degree without the ability to learn how to be rational and practice at it. And that's why I like the great debate community, because I think that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So, and I don't mean it to be an absolute blanket statement. Like we're all always irrational. I think that's untenable. Like I said, we're predictably rational. We don't think about deductive or inductive logic. Like people who have no idea what those words mean still, follow the rules of their culture, right? Like people who live in America that don't philosophy still stop at stop signs and red lights and go at green lights and give the right amount of money when they pay for things. Like that's humans being predictably rational. But when it comes to super difficult decisions, like a baseball and a bat cost $1.10 altogether, the bat was $1 more than the baseball. How much was the baseball? Most people will say 10 cents. Well, that's frequently that that's humans being predictably
except
rational.
For Ronnie.
Excuse my stupidity, but what is the answer to that bat thing? What?
5 cents. If the ball is 5 cents and the bat is $1 or more, the bat is $1.05. Altogether, it equals $1.10.
Yeah, $1.05, 5 cents, $1.10.
Oh, I have a question. Y'all was talking about something about being justified. Now, does that have to do with like beliefs or something, or?
Am I the only one who hears that? Nah.
No, he's robotic.
No, you're not. That's Megatron.
Just Megatron.
Old man Megatron.
Yeah, Heavy, you're a little robotic right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if I understood your question.
Is justification dealing with belief?
Am I the only one who would love to see Heavy play what Dumbledore from Harry Potter?
So, Heavy, were you asking about justification being related to beliefs?
Is that better?
Yes, much.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, well, when you said justified about something, see, I didn't watch the Hangout, so I don't know what you were talking about. Brad, because Sokka and Shanna was in there, and you was in there. Had all this lack-theist thing a while back, and that atheists do have do have to give justification or reason for why they don't accept the God claim. Whatever it is. It's not that they have to prove there's no God, just what are your reasons? So there's like what, justification for why you don't accept it? Was that what the whole lack-theist thing was?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one
sort of, kind of.
So now I'm asking, you're saying that you don't have to be justified. What does that have to do?
The lack-theist position was a pejorative for people that are using the lack of belief to avoid having a burden of justification. Because you lack a belief, you technically don't have a burden of justification, right?
Yeah.
That's what the lack-theist is.
Yeah, I got that. But then y'all start saying you don't have to be justified about something completely different, or.
So here, if I'm going to try to break it down in as bumper sticker a way as possible, the way that I understand it.
Well, yeah, things come out crazy.
Come on now. So there are many atheists that define their atheism as a negative. They lack a belief in God, and because of that, some of them believe that they don't have a burden of justification for their atheism. Right. So last night, Sokka and Shanna called that chicken shit atheism. For atheists that have the positive claim that there is no God, they do have a burden of justification. Now, as far as justification, as I understand it, justifications deliver warranted beliefs or doubts. Warranted or not depends on how it is justified. That's how I understand it, and I might have a little wrong. If anyone's more philosophically savvy, I'm happy to take on board correction.
Dude, my favorite
turned around there.
I thought the
favorite example of the irrationality of humans is when something is free. It just completely derails your thought processes. There's this dude who'd sell tools out the back of his truck, and he would hand out a free candy bar for every set, and people would buy a $100 racket set or socket set just to get a free candy bar.
Well, that's like behavioral economics right there. That is a predictably irrational behavior. They're getting something that they think is of value that has nothing to do with the amount of money that they're spending that they do apparently value.
Crazy to me, because I know this has happened to me too, where I've done this stupid stuff. Oh yeah,
I mean I was referring to a lecture series that Shannon and I listened to and from Virginia. It was about decision making theory, choice theories, and it was fun. That he used was like some soup company was if you bought a can of soup, you got a free whatever plate. Like if you sent in the UPC symbol, right? People didn't buy the soup because they didn't want the plate. That they don't have to send in the UPC symbol, right? So the decision that they were making was on them not wanting the plate, wanting the soup. Does that make sense? So the fact that they were tethered together in people's minds, it was difficult for them to pull it apart, as you know, because it's like a gestalt. It's like, oh, the soup, the plate, don't want the plate, apparently don't want the soup. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense, because you have to send in the UPC code in order to get the plate. So you don't want the plate, don't send in the fucking UPC code.
That's stupid.
Yeah. But I mean, there's examples like that all over the place. And so because that's the stuff that I listen to, that's the stuff that I surround myself with, that's why I think people are mostly irrational. And so the reason why I keep bringing up that I think people are irrational, I actually think it is a detriment to fetish-size rationality. So rational that is something of value, as if it's going to lead you towards capital T truth. I think that's bullshit.
would you say that a rational thought is one of the things that actually provokes creativity?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh
Creativity.
my God, Russ! I just saw you in another hangout.
I get around. I'm a hangout slut today.
He's a hangout whore.
Who was that dude you were talking to? That dude with the weirdly shaped head and the fucking crazy Albert Einstein hair.
Oh,
that would have been MK, wouldn't it?
I was in MK's hangout, so that might have been Darth Dawkins or Russ.
Yeah. See, I think rationality is important, but there is something to be said by rationality for creativity. Right.
The reason I bring it up is that there's a really interesting study in anthropology and archaeology about the connection with our first evidence of people taking hallucinogenics and the development of art.
Well, yeah, I mean, I believe in altered brain states. I've experienced altered brain states, not LSD, but you know, you do see things from a different perspective. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why I don't really accept naive realism. I don't think we actually perceive things the way they actually are. Our brain is receiving it one way, but how the hell do we know that's actually the way it is?
Again,
now Matty's going to jump on me on this one. Watch Matty's eyes go. Wait, no.
I think the interesting thing on that one is, you know, if you talk to people who have taken mind-altering drugs, a lot of them will say, yeah, I know there's a difference between and what my grounding in reality is. And that seems to be common across sort of psilocybin, mushrooms, LSD, argot, and peyote and mescaline, I believe.
But I mean, trust. I mean, but our brain state is such that when we look at something, right, we're observing it, and that's what we think is reality, right? That's what we're used to. We've been our whole lives with this particular way of looking at something, except for we're obviously like a baby or whatever. But in our adult and teenager and toddler, we see reality, this particular things. We don't know if these hues are actually what real. We have no idea. Right? If we had something that had like a bluish tinge, and we saw everything with like bluish tinge, we would think that the universe had this weird bluish tinge. We wouldn't even notice any different. It would be just a normal thing to us. So how do we say that this naive realism is actually what the universe is? Does it make sense? I mean,
yeah, no, I think it's right. I mean, the same way as you can look at astronomy and say, you know, we operate without instrumentation within the visual light spectrum on the electromagnetic scale, which is bloody tiny.
Yeah.
And yet, when we take photos using, you know, X-ray, radio telescopes, etc., 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 and we put those into the optical level that we can see, we get these amazing details, which is one of the funny things that makes me laugh when all flat earthers say it's all photoshopped. Well, yeah, in a way, it kind of is. It's artificially coloured to represent the data that we're receiving.
What do you think, Matty?
Well, as far as perception goes, I'm right there with you. Of the things that, of the frequencies that are available, we have a very limited bandwidth that we can perceive visually, also auditorily, also, you know, all of our senses are super limited in that. So, and I'm a perception scientist, right? So I manage a laboratory that studies the psychology of the sense of smell. So we have done research showing how perception is just by giving things like expectations, false expectations. Well, we've done a study where for a very specific odor at a very specific concentration and period of time, we had 3 groups of people go in, right, one at a time. They were just randomly assigned to one of these 3 groups. One of the groups was told that it is something bad, like the byproduct of a chemical industry plant or whatever. The other, we were told it was something positive, like the newest aromatherapy thing. In the 3rd group, we didn't tell anything. They did health symptom ratings before and after. Health symptoms ratings are just like, how much of a headache do you have, stomach ache, burr, how many symptoms do you have? And then while they were in there, they made ratings of how intense or unpleasant the odor was. Not surprisingly, once again, everything's held constant. It's the same odor at the same concentration for the same period of time. The people with the negative expectation, the negative priming, they reported more symptoms afterwards than the people in the positive group. The positive group symptoms went down. The neutral people kind of stayed the same. The intensity ratings were stronger for the people with the negative bias than for the positive bias. The unpleasantness was higher for the negative bias than the positive bias. So perception is so malleable argument against empiricism to an extent, even though we still use things that are observable, whether they're direct or indirect, as one of the hallmarks of science. All of our observations are theory laden, right? What we see coming out of a gas chromatograph is completely based on our understanding of molecular weight, molecular density, how quickly it elutes at a certain temperature, right? If that theory is solid, then what we're seeing makes sense. But then again, what we're seeing is theory laden.
So do you think that our theory ladenness is actually inherent, though? I mean, do you think that's a byproduct of just us being humans, that we are going to have theory ladenness?
Oh yeah, I mean, but so there are critiques against science, and a lot of them are legit. Theory laden observations being one of them, but it is still the gold standard. It is still the best way to firewall ourselves against these biases and heuristics and imperfections that humans have.
Yeah, and
I think it's like most forms of science. Is the bigger data set you have, and the bigger, the larger amount of disparate concordance you get from the peer community, the more confident that you can be that you're heading down the right kind of route.
Yeah, and I'm just going
to ask one quick question. That wasn't a jar of MKs, was it?
What?
God! I think I understand. You said a jar of MKs, right?
Yeah. Are you drinking lemonade? Gatorade?
Yes, it is a lemonade made with malt, water, and yeast.
Yeah, the MK special.
So Christopher, all that sounds delicious. The odor test. So if I'm standing
organically processed,
if I'm standing in a group of people and go, "Oh, you smell that?" And it says, "No, what? Well, it smells like a bouquet of roses," and then fart. You think it'll work? They smell.
No, I know what you need to do as a test. You need to go into a big group of people, fart, and tell them, "Hey, anyone else smell popcorn?" And if any of them say yes.
Well, how about this though? I mean,
perception's malleable, but it has its limit.
Yeah, but I tell you what, you go into a building and you're like, I'm smelling smoke. I bet you somebody else is going to smell smoke.
Oh, sick building syndrome.
Yeah,
there's a name for it.
I thought sick building syndrome is when people say that they're getting sick off the allergens and and the air conditioning and the asbestos or whatever the hell that's in there, which is not even asbestos anymore. But they make some shit up like, oh, I'm not feeling well, must be this, and this, and other people are like, oh, I feel it too, right? Same thing. Is that the principle?
But it's the same.
It's the same phenomenon. Only
phenomenon itself is very similar.
Yeah.
Right. So it's the same phenomenon as there are YouTube videos dedicated to this, where somebody stops on the sidewalk and they stare into the sky for a little while, pretending that there's something to look at, and all of a sudden people start surrounding the person looking for the thing that they're looking at.
That's just curiosity.
It's Little Rascals. I think it was Little Rascals. They had a guy come out.
But that's just curiosity. I mean,
he had his neck brace, and everybody starts looking up.
But again, that's curiosity. Until somebody says, "Oh, I do see something," that's when it starts being in more of a sick building syndrome type thing. But if they just look up, I don't think that's a. People looking at something, people are curious. They're like, "Oh, okay, I want to see what this person looking at." And then I'd be like, "I don't know what the fuck they're looking at."
So very good. So now we have the beginning part of where sick building syndrome comes in. So there's curiosity. So now somebody has been primed to detect something that they may not have been paying attention to before. Now that their attending behavior is dedicated to something, they may see a signal in noise.
See, that's the thing. Your brain wants you to act normal when you're in a public setting. So if the norm seems to be, "Oh, I smell this," then you'll smell it.
But the apophenia that you're sensing does not. I mean, unless you reach that state, if you're just like you said, primed, that doesn't necessarily a bad thing, right? If I'm just curious at that stage, I'm not falling into that building sickness or falling into the apophenia situation, right?
So yeah, that's why I called it the first step, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What that first step does is it directs your attending behavior towards things that you weren't paying attention to before, right? There's several different levels to this, and as far as what you pay attention to and what you don't notice when you're like the gorilla in the monkey suit in the background while you're counting how many times a ping pong ball goes across the table. That's a classic experiment. So what we pay attention to completely shapes how we perceive things. If somebody says that there's an odor in the room, work in a lab with odors, every once in a while we'll smell something off in the hallway, so I have to grab other people and be like, okay, am I the only one who smells this? Like, because we don't want the halls to be contaminated, because we test humans and other labs test humans, and we don't want one lab contaminating the results of another. So we're all hyper vigilant about these things. But for people that didn't notice anything, when I go and grab them and say, do you smell anything? I don't tell them what I'm smelling, because I don't want to be like, do you smell that onion smell in the background?
But you are priming them to be a little more alert for something out of the ordinary, correct? And they have an expectation of somewhat to expect something out of the ordinary, to some degree.
Indeed, and of course, the people that I work with are trained, right? So this isn't just like a person off the street. We're all trained. We know what the fragrances in our lab smell like. We know what the fragrances that we're working with smell like. So if I were to say, hey, do you smell onion? That might shape their perception in a way that gives me a false positive, right? If I just say, do you smell anything? And if they say no, then cool. If they say yes, then I can ask, what does it smell like? And if they say it smells like fish, I'm like, oh, that's not what I'm smelling. And then we can both be like, we're both losing our minds. I don't smell it.
And if they say they're smelling burnt toast, you're like, oh, you're having a stroke. Come with me, right?
Are you aware of the hypervigilance studies they've done? I know they did it with the SAS. About sort of how to, it's about fear management and how to use fear management in a positive aspect in a battlefield environment. And they were actually training the SAS in a concept called hypervigilance, which is to channel that fear into the sensory observation, recording, etc.
I mean, if we're talking about stuff like that, I didn't know.
Yeah, it was. I only know about it because I've got a friend that may or may not have done work up in Hereford.
You mean, wait, are you talking about Hereford in the U.S.? Because that's pronounced Hereford.
No, that's Hereford in the UK.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's probably pronounced Hereford.
So could you do me a favor and explain it one more time? So they're training soldiers.
So we have a number of elite units in the UK, the same as the US does. And part of the training that they do, obviously, is evade, capture, all the normal stuff that you kind of go through for sort of advanced training. But one of the things they've recognized is actually fear is something that's constant in all soldiers in a battlefield environment and can be either a very negative impact on reaction time or a very positive impact on reaction time and observation. And so the whole point is to take fear and actually train soldiers to channel that fear, that adrenaline, into heightening senses. Observe it.
I'm not familiar with that, but I am familiar with the, we've done research to show that PTSD can be triggered by olfactory cues. So there might be value in training soldiers to become familiar with the odors that they're going to be experiencing while they're deployed before they're deployed. Because if they are paired initially with a fear response, then that association will be so strong that after they come back after deployment, just the smell of the odor will cause the stress response, which will be a PTSD.
You smell cordite on someone that's been to a gun range and it sets you off, for instance.
It's not the same thing, I know, but I mean, that's my answer is no, I haven't heard about what you're talking about.
As long as we're talking about people who see or hear things that don't exist, like you're talking about somebody will come and they'll just sort of like look straight up and people will come and do it too. Well, I saw a study where this person would go up to a tree and people would start coming up to see why they're looking at the tree and they'd point up and say, hey, I see a snake up there. And then everybody would start seeing a snake. And then afterwards they'd say there's no snake and they refuse to believe that there was no snake.
It's kind of like Rorschaching it, you know what I mean?
Rorschaching it.
Yeah.
Here's a random design. What are you seeing?
Butterflies. It's always a butterfly.
It's like a fairly blunt
no, seriously, dude.
Neurolinguistic programming.
No, I'm telling you right now, the Rorschach test is a joke. It's always a butterfly or vagina. That's it. There are no other things.
Wolf.
Am I lying?
That's very interesting. You should say that, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you want to know where I was touched? Show me. I'll show you on the doll. If you're really lucky, I'll show you on you.
With your mother.
The Oedipus complex.
Oedipus.
Yeah. No, don't do it. He didn't know that he was sleeping with his mom. Now, right? See, I thought
what?
They called the Oedipus complex, but Oedipus didn't know he was actually sleeping with his mom, did he? He did.
Did he? What?
And it was obviously that was the trauma shock.
But did he find out afterwards?
Oh yeah,
right. He found out after.
He finds out after,
the whole
right?
Oedipus story is that it was prophesized that he would murder his father and sleep with his mother, so they send him away, and they basically
no. They
orchestrated
didn't send him away. He left on his own. I thought he left on his own and ended up.
No. There was basically the story of Oedipus is Oedipus gets born, and there is a prophecy from the Temple of Delphi. And the Temple of Delphi basically says that your son will kill you, become king, and marry your wife. So the king orders Oedipus to be killed.
And then he runs away.
His mother can't bear the thought of her child being murdered. So she basically floats him away. He then gets picked up and discovered by another family who adopt him and raise him as their own child. He is none the wiser. He then finds out they're not his real parents, so he goes off to search for his real parents. And at a river, he meets his father in a chariot, and they have kind of a bit of an abusive conversation, which ends at Lethy.
He ends up killing him, right?
Father is dead. He ends up killing him at the river.
Yeah.
Proceeds to the city, where he meets with the king's wife, who didn't love him. I think there was that. It's getting a bit vague now. And ends up sleeping with his mother, becoming king. And then it gets revealed that he is the son of the queen. And I think he puts his eyes out and she commits suicide. You know, one of those happy Greek stories.
Yeah.
Damn, the Greeks had some crazy shit going on.
It's been a while since I've read it.
Minds, if nothing else.
Well, yeah, it's been a while for me too. I mean, that's why I don't remember the details.
Some Greek dude's like, "Hey, why don't we have a kid fuck his mom and kill himself after?"
It's because you can't escape your fate. That's the whole thing.
Well, and it also goes into determinism too. Had he not left and set all those things in motion, that prophecy would have never came true, right?
Yeah, the king ended up killing himself is another way of looking at the moral perspective.
So he
of the
actually,
story.
but he actually started. I mean, again,
he started the chain of events.
Yeah, in order to avoid his fate, he ended up with his fate.
But to take it back to Matt,
well, it wasn't him; it was his father.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, initially,
but
then again, he still took off. He still took off on his own accord, right? When he realizes his family isn't.
But
how the hell do we get on this conversation?
The whole story is based on a poison well because they got told that this was going to happen by the Temple of Delphi. So
was the lucky guess?
I get my Oracles of Delphi analogy.
Yeah. How did we get on this topic? I don't know.
It's kind of like.
No, honestly, if you asked afterwards, like, "Hey, is my child actually dead?" No, sir. God damn it!
Yeah, it's kind of like in the Garden of Eden. Tree of the knowledge of good and evil was put there. That kind of set us up to fall. You know, if you look at it a certain way. So it's kind of like the Oracle of Delphi. She says itself.
I was always wondering, did God just sort of ignore that Adam would eat the tree, or is he just an asshole and is like, ha ha?
Well, he knew it was going to happen before it did. That's the whole point of.
Yeah. So why was he surprised? He's like, Adam, what did you do? You already know what he did, asshole.
Just don't make the tree.
Have the tree bear fruit.
If you're gonna make the tree, put a frickin' fence around it.
Well, get a snake to guard it. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, spray it with Satan repellent so he doesn't turn into a snake and go into it.
Well, no, but that's the whole thing. The snake is not Satan.
I thought the snake was Satan.
Hey, careful.
I was always told it was.
Careful, no music.
No, because.
Can we mute the music, please?
Because the whole thing with that story is the fact that when the snake gets cursed by God, because that's what happens at the end of the story of Eden. You know, he says, you know, your legs will shrink away, you will crawl on your belly all the days of the earth, and you will only eat dust. So that's not Satan.
Okay.
Because there is no concept of Satan in Judaic tradition.
It says in Genesis that it was one of the wiliest or craftiest of all animals. It was never said to be the devil. It said it was an animal, a created thing.
I got a trivia question.
People think that he is the devil because later in the New Testament, Jesus says, that old serpent, Satan, or something like that. But
your old Satan.
That's clearly
your
a
old
metaphor.
serpent. Yeah. Okay, Dress, ready for this? Ready for this? I'm going to test your British knowledge. You ready?
In that book.
Who was Romeo first in love
with
in Romeo and Juliet in the opening? Who was Romeo's professing his love for? Do 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 do.
I honestly don't know because I've never read Romeo and Juliet.
You suck as a Brit. Really?
Wasn't it like his
I
cousin or
played Mercutio in the goddamn play, bitch. Really?
I mean, I read it.
Does
but
anybody?
I don't
Does
remember
nobody
any of it.
remembers?
I played
Mercutio.
Yeah.
I'm a bit better with the historical plays.
It was Rosaline.
Ask me about Henry IV Part 1. I'm better at that.
Part 1. I did a few Shakespeare plays I remember, some I don't. Taming the Shrew, The Tempest.
I like that one.
Obviously Hamlet and Macbeth.
What's up?
Romeo, we're for out there, Romeo.
For thou is the east, and I am the west.
For that,
I like how everybody thinks when she says "Wherefore art thou." I like how everybody thinks that means "Where are you?"
No, it means who are you?
Why do you have to be in the other family or something like that? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's not where are you? It's
I know. I think it was. Why did you have to be in the opposing family? I think is what she's trying to say, if I remember my teacher correctly.
I think it's like who are you and
oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I had all that shit.
I don't remember. I was looking at that teacher's tits all class.
My maths teacher was so incredibly hot in high school, it was untrue.
Dude, my math teachers were hot. They were sisters.
And I swear, maths was one of my best subjects at school. Mainly because
it was my worst.
Well, no, she used to come over and she'd answer questions and sort of bend over your desk. And she always used to wear really nice sort of summer dresses. And obviously, back in the late 70s, early 80s, when I was at school, it was a very hippie period of life, and very hippie dressed teachers. Yeah. Bless you, Mrs. Wren, wherever you are.
Tom just says Shakespeare is overrated. Oh, God. Tom, seriously? Shakespeare is overrated? Really? Come on.
The Bible is overrated.
No,
people still read
He
it.
wrote some damn good plays, and he also wrote some fairly ropey.
Hey,
we can hear you eating chips, Taco.
Yeah, guys, there's too much background noise. Cyborg, it can't have music. Yeah, go ahead, Lucas.
No, the music's definitely coming from Lucas, it seems.
No, it's coming from Cyborg. Well, I'm pretty sure it's Cyborg. I just muted him. It was gone. Lucas,
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's not me. I can tell you for damn sure it's not me. I have a manual mute button attached to my headphones that I've been turning off when I'm not talking.
Well, Lucas,
Lucas says in the chat the music is coming from his neighbor.
Yeah, I've been deactivating my mic while not talking.
Shit, man. You need better neighbours. Oh, well, there's a different time where you are, I'm guessing.
Do you live in Russia? Lucas?
Hey, Dress.
Are you Slavic?
I live in Brazil.
Oh, that explains the music.
Hey, Dress, I saw your little
I don't like this music. Is my neighbor? He's being really annoying.
Dress,
I can imagine.
I saw your little thing with C. Brown in a post. Where he was professing his Christianity and you were professing your paganism, and he didn't quite grasp the point you were trying to make. I thought that was pretty funny.
I think you were great starting the conversation.
I don't know who
just
this
wanted
person
to say
is.
one thing. Some atheists, when they decide to, are you listening? Can you listen?
Yep.
What are some atheists when they decide to bash into this one? They change the perspective to a literal viewpoint and interpret in a literal sense, and to bash the Genesis and not interpret as a figure out what it is the theology behind the Genesis, and
I think
Well, we know for a fact Genesis is wrong.
Whoa. Can I just hold on a second? I just want to think. I think the problem is the fact that the way Genesis is presented by a lot of fundamentalists and evangelicals, which are mainly the ones that tend to run into the room, want to interpret it in an absolutely literal way. Different theological thoughts around how to look at Genesis. Here, that is what they see 95% of the time. I would be fairly safe in saying that you don't think it was 6 days and nights. It's more of an analogy rather than a metaphor rather than a literal interpretation.
I'm really focusing in the problem of evil, in God allowing evil to manifest to humans, and God seeing what would happen if evil is permitted in a space where humans are acceptable to make a choice between God or choose evil or etc.
You see, I think that's the problem with the question itself. It's not choose God or choose evil. It's something that heals, or do you choose to do something that harms? Doesn't matter what your theology is when you take your action. That's what you are responsible for.
Hey, real quick, we got.
I think the problem.
We have somebody new in the room, but I don't know who they are, so I kind of like to make sure they're legit. Yeah, Andreas.
Hey. I'm from Germany, and I just here to learn some new stuff. And
that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that's cool. You got a mic? Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, my great grandparents are from Germany. Came over during the war.
Okay.
Get away from that shit. Fuck Hitler, I'm out of here. I think they were
understandable.
So you know what
I think the problem you have with the problem of evil is just the fact that if God has prescience and he knows what is going to happen, therefore he knows that the actions he's taken is going to lead to a result. You can see from somebody who sits outside the Christian world, that's where the responsibility would lie. Took those actions which led to the fall of man. It is one way of looking and interpreting that view, because he ultimately could have seen the right events go forward where man would not have fallen.
Do you see that God allowing the suffering to take place and human have the capacity of self-responsibility? Do you see that God is setting the parameters to a better world, for a world where people would freely choose to come to him, and the majority would come to him by facing what the problems of the suffering and the evil?
It's not really a choice.
There's one real big problem that I see. Okay, before Eve came along, or maybe after, whatever, God and Adam had a relationship going. Apparently they were getting along just fine. So and then here's this tree that we're not supposed to touch. When I look at it, it's like we were set up to fall. If this was true, if the events in Genesis were true, we were set up to fall from the very beginning. So if God is omniscient,
Lucas, you're gonna have to mute when you're not talking.
If he's omnipotent, he's all powerful. He could have created the universe in a way where evil would never have existed. And if he's omnibenevolent, surely he would have loved his children enough. What if this shit we see in the world today, children starving, people killing each other, flying planes, and killings on the streets and stuff like that? If God really existed, he knew all this was going to happen, and he is very cruel. He really exists. He set us up to fall. Why? I don't know.
Can I just
That's another thing. It's kind of fucked up to me how a tornado can hit someone's tower
and created the universe in such a way that we could live, have children, and do all kind of wonderful and great stuff without this sin or this whatever, because it didn't exist at first. It did not. It was not there. I'll say, well, what about free will? No, I can't accept that argument that he gives us a choice to choose good and evil. Well, before the fall, Adam was doing just fine. He didn't have to choose anything. If that tree wasn't there, he wouldn't have did what she did, and there wouldn't have been the fall. See, I just cannot accept this concept. Oh, I'm babbling.
Can I make a quick point? Let me make a quick point. In the live chat, we've just discussed this not more than an hour ago, yet again, presuppositionist and theist or evangelistic theist are doing the same things that they always do, and I don't understand. We've already been over this a million times. They use epistemic uncertainty, and then they once they get shown that it's irrational, in my opinion, to use epistemic uncertainty for anything because it doesn't tell you anything. It's just a ridiculous way to have an argument. They're back in the live chat asking about epistemic uncertainty again. You know, it's just gotten to the point where it's comical that these people don't get why their arguments are so bad, right? They brought up nothing again. They don't understand nothing. They don't understand. That sounds weird because should be they don't understand anything, but I mean that they don't understand nothing, right? Grammar Nazis out there. But worse is they keep on having this most dishonest approach to a dialogue, and this dishonest approach is bringing in this epistemic uncertainty. And it's really becoming telling how incompetent they are to actually have a civil, normal dialogue in order to express themselves and what they believe. Go ahead, Lucas.
They can express themselves positively. I'd like to say that no, they can't, considering they hit a Christian's town, and then they'll say, "I'm glad I didn't die, even though 200 people other died."
Lucas, go ahead.
Yeah, it spared me specifically. It's a very narcissistic point of view that there's some ultimate being up there that's protecting me.
Lucas, go ahead.
I just want to say that it could not be rational to attribute the suffering that we cause in the universe to the personality of God. Like,
what do you mean we cause? There's suffering there's suffering that we have no control over. There's disease. We don't cause the suffering.
Humans cause to
wait.
Suffering that
Lucas,
humans...
but there is suffering that is not caused by humans. Who do we attribute that to?
But it is how the earth works. Why this change anything?
There is suffering that exists that is not of human origin. Humans had nothing to do with it, no control. Who do we attribute that to?
I ask you the atheist.
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist, and I ask you a question. It doesn't matter. But do you agree that there is suffering that exists that is completely unrelated to human causation?
I am only interested in the suffering that humans cause to other humans.
Right. Okay. But again, my question was: is there suffering that is not caused by humans?
No.
I mean,
no. So wait. When a baby is born with a detrimental genetic disease and is constant pain, right? That's caused by humans. How did humans cause that?
Bad doctor.
No, I'm not saying that diseases. Humans cause disease. Humans. Violence to other humans.
But we're not talking about that, Lucas. For the fifth, Cyborg, stop, please. Okay. I've said this 4 times now. I am not talking about the suffering caused by humans to other humans. I've asked you now: is there suffering that is not caused by humans? You said no. Do you stand by that, or do you want to change that?
I am not sure right now because I'm not mapping all the possibilities.
Okay, a baby that's
If you
born,
can help me.
a baby is born with a genetic disease, causing it excruciating pain from birth. It is suffering. It will not be viable. It will die within a matter of days. How did that any way it relates to man?
This suffering is related to the nature of the universe.
So we
humans cause that.
So
No,
how
no,
did?
no, wait.
Hang on. I want to finish this line of dialogue. So, but the universe is not caused by humans. Who caused the universe, according to you?
God caused the universe.
Okay, so God caused the universe. The universe is the cause of the baby's suffering. It's a causal chain, right? So is not the baby's suffering an indirect result of God's initial causation of the universe? It couldn't be all stemmed from there?
How this particular suffering took place, I don't know. But the way God set the universe for allow suffering to take place in an optimal sense, it is the best possible way of it's best for configuration of the world.
So it's optimal. So
people to come to Him.
So if one less baby was not suffering, wouldn't that not be more optimal? Or are you saying that these babies have to suffer to be the optimal possible world for
You
God?
have to suffer to know God.
What he's basically saying is the parents who go through the suffering of losing a child will turn to God and then find salvation.
That's a horrible way to do it.
Yeah,
Why
he's
not
not.
just
Well, hang on,
God
Druss.
come down to be like,
Hang
hey,
on.
I'm real.
Druss, I don't think that's where he's going. I don't know if that's where you're going. I don't want to attribute that to him yet. I want him to answer the question as is, though. Lucas, a baby is suffering. You cannot attribute that to humans. You've said that that is caused by the nature of the universe, which is a causation of your deity. So you said that is the optimal, we'll call it the best possible world of all possible worlds, right? Which it's kind of ubiquitous in Christianity. This is the best possible world given all possible worlds.
It is the best because you have to God.
Okay, so God could not have done
to create humans that have freedom of choice.
So God could not
don't have freedom of choice.
So God could not
and
have
responsibility.
So God could not have created any other world any other way. This was the best optimal, best possible world for him, correct?
I cannot fully grasp this because I don't have the knowledge of God, but I can measure that a world where humans do not have responsibility, do not have freedom of choice, would be a imperfect world. This is a really would be a really evil God.
So let me try to word this in a different way. If one less baby was suffering, would that be a better world?
I don't understand the question. Why you are asking this?
Because you're saying this world is optimized, right? It's the best possible world is basically what you're saying. So if there was
suffering question, the world is optimized.
Okay, so if there was one less baby suffering, that would be less optimal, according to you.
No, this is don't have to. This is not related to the configuration of the world.
This is your argument, Lucas. I'm just giving you back your argument here and asking you questions on it. You were saying that this universe. I'm being what?
You are picking one sample.
No.
Try to explain.
I'm showing you flaws in your argument if you want to pay attention. You're saying, but I haven't even got to the punchline yet, but you're saying that this is an optimal universe. Is that not what you said? And the suffering is optimal, right?
In the way God configured the universe to be.
So if that is true,
humans act.
If that is true, then if that is true, it follows that anything other than this configuration is less optimal. So if a baby, one less baby in the world, if one less baby in the world doesn't, Lucas, maybe it's a language barrier. Look it, if you're saying this world is optimal, then any other configuration is less optimal by default. Would anybody disagree with that? Am I off?
But you are assuming determinism.
Wait, I want to make sure that I'm correct on here. If this is the optimal case, then any other world is either equal, maybe theoretically we'll go with equality, or it's less optimal, because you cannot have more than optimal, because optimal is optimal, right? Would anybody agree with that?
It depends if it's a global optimum or a local one.
I'm talking about global. Obviously, I'm talking about global. I'm not talking about local. For global optimization, okay. For global optimization, anything less than what it is now is less optimal. So you're saying that if one baby on the earth doesn't suffer, it is less optimal to God. That is what your argument is. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm trying to explain, but I think you are getting it wrong. What I'm trying to say.
Please elucidate then.
It will be a lot of death in the world, human death and human suffering. That one sample, one or more, one sample of a human suffering does not explain the big picture.
You're not understanding anything that I'm telling you.
I'm trying.
I think it's cross languages.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think it might be a language thing, because he is saying that this is the most optimal situation, meaning that if there's one less baby in the universe not suffering, it's less optimal to God.
But why you are cherry
picking? Your English is much better than my Portuguese.
And what's worse is the argument actually gets worse than that, because if you're now saying that this is the best possible world, then this world is necessity. Is not just contingent any longer, which means the free choice of God to do anything is gone. God was necessitated to create this world because it's the most optimal way. There could be no other thing that he created. He was limited in his choices.
And we were as well, which gets rid of our free will.
And it gets rid of, exactly, bingo. By extension, we are, by necessity, the best possible optimal situation, which means, Doc, we have no free will in that case, correct?
So all of my behaviors, dispositions, how I would respond in every circumstance is previously determined and set in stone.
Life is perfectly how God wants
it is a hard.
God would have seen the future and acted accordingly to make that future happen, and I would not have free will.
It is a hard deterministic line of reasoning that we're going down, and I don't accept hard determinism.
How would you respond if I were to say this is not the best possible world?
I think that you're maybe right. I think God could. Okay, I'm gonna take it from. Hang on. I'm gonna take it from a theist.
The guy just jumped.
Hang on, I'm gonna take it from
the guy just jumped in and say this is not the best possible world.
Hang on. I'm gonna jump in from a theist point of view. If I was to be a theist, this is how I would argue it. Okay, General, I would argue it as this is not the best possible world. This is one of many God could have done. He picked it for whatever reason he had, but it is not optimal, and I don't think he would ever claim it to be optimal.
It is not optimal.
Okay,
why?
So the reason why I say that is because that's what the Bible actually says, that the world to come will be the best possible world, but the current world was designed the way it is to bring about a certain outcome.
That's a second estate, though. That's a world to come, the second estate. This world here, he said, is optimal. And I argue that if it's optimal, that means that one less baby suffering would be less optimal to God. That is a problem of evil. That is a God that I find to be evil. Now, all he had to do was argue.
I'm not saying evil. I just think it doesn't make sense.
Well, it's okay. It doesn't make sense either, but there's a lot of problems with it. But all he has to say, from a theist point of view, is say this is not the most optimal. Then my argument's shot to hell. Like General, I think just did.
Yeah, see, one thing I was thinking one time was that the way
That's what I hope.
Oh, General, let me throw this in one real quick. Like the way I look at, like if we look at the world from a naturalistic point of view, which we do, then everything it makes sense. We don't like it. We try to fight it, disease, this, that, and the other thing. But from a naturalistic point of view, this is, this is the way it is. It's all this. Oh gosh, Stu, somebody, I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah, it's fine. But we got a lot of background noise. By the way, real quickly, bread and butter. This is. You said once again. You say Tyler. You believe the scientists that tell you came from nothing. I'd rather believe in God. Bread and butter. I'm going to give you one chance here because I know you love to troll, and we've been over this 1,000 times. One chance, and I want you to be honest. I want you to take 5 minutes to go find a citation from any reputable scientific source. That could be a course curriculum. That could be a textbook that says we came from absolutely nothing. Just one. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, bread and butter. And I'm going to give you a timeout so you can go take your time to do that. And that's not a bad timeout. It's just I want you to go find for us, validate any source, any scientific claim that says we came from nothing. So you get a timeout, and you're going to go find that for us, because this is the dishonesty I'm so tired of people just going, oh,
just
well, you
because
believe
there
this.
isn't a God doesn't mean they're like. Just because God did make us doesn't mean nothing made us.
I think General had some more to say though.
Tyler, yeah, hang on. I'm having my computer's running pretty slow in the Hangout today because of OBS. All right, so bread and butter, you got 5 minutes. Go take my challenge. Go find a single scientific source that says that claims we came from absolute nothing, because that's what your claim was. If you do not find one, you need to come back and you need to say, you know what, science doesn't say that. You don't believe it. I don't know anybody that believes it, and apologize. So I think that's kind of fair. Should we not hold these people accountable? After we say
of course we hold them accountable. We'd hold each other accountable.
Yeah, it's like 5,000 times we explain this, and then they run off and say the same stupid shit over again. I'm not trying to be a dick, but for God's sake, people, I really bugs me when you say you believe this. Oh, Steve, you believe this? No, I will tell you what I believe, whether it's didactically involuntary
You're the magister
or not.
of what I believe.
But I can't stand when somebody else tells me what I believe. But General, back to what we were talking about. So you agree with me?
But are you obligated to justify what you believe?
Oh, you're gonna go there. You're gonna go there.
I'm kidding. Don't answer that question. You do not have to answer.
So General, I mean, you're a theist, obviously. So I mean, do you think it's sacrilege to say that God didn't create this optimized?
Yes, there's this concept called chaos kampf. It's the struggle against chaos. So, and that is a biblical the current universe himself held to that position, such as say that this is the best of all possible worlds. Well, then are you saying that chaos is the best of all possible worlds? I don't think so.
Yeah, and if it's best of all possible worlds, then how could there be a world to come that's better?
So this is where there's a little bit of a nuance. So people like Q. Ross will say, this is the best of all possible worlds to then bring about the perfect world. I would agree with that. Particularly what he would say is to things like to maximize evil and so on.
Yeah, see, but that presents a little bit of a problem as well, though. That's just now you're back. If this is the best possible world to bring upon us a better possible world, whatever that would even mean, then this is the most optimized world for that purpose.
Then you see, Steve, think about it. If this world had no purpose to lead into a new creation, so if it was just this world, right? Then what's the reason? That there is no ultimate reason. It's like as if he just made a mistake to start all over again.
But don't you think there could have been many different...
There is a particular reason.
But don't you think there could have been many different reasons, again, playing the part of a theist, that God created many different types of possible worlds? Why he chose on this one? Who knows? But I mean, but that's the problem with that is if he chose this one, then isn't it kind of by default, this is the best possible one if God's like that, as all the omnis?
Well, the biblical point of view is that can there be such a world where God himself can literally incarnate into it and actually have a creature, and hence the whole notion of imago Dei? Can there be a world that can accomplish that, allowing free will, allowing maximum good and maximum evil?
Sure. I mean, but it'd be a possible world where Christopher Mowdy is the president of the United States. Probably do a better job. But yeah, I mean, these are possible. These are as long as it's not illogical, you can have it in a situation of possibilities, right? So a possible world is anything that can exist that doesn't have any kind of contradictions, right? So in your scenario, sure, that's possible.
When you narrow down, when you narrow down the variables. The reality we are now in is a brute fact of exactly that, and the history of the cross and so on.
What's a brute fact?
God wants to bring about the salvation of humanity.
Right, but okay, but
wait, I'm just wondering, am I picking up?
Yeah, General. So, but here's the thing, General. Again, if this is the if this is the best possible world for bringing salvation or the next oncoming world, okay, which to me basically is almost indistinguishable from being the best possible world globally. I don't know how you would distinguish between the two, but this is for sake of argument. We'll say this is local best possible world, and the global would be the future to come. How about that? Does it make sense? Is that good? If that's the case, then God. Didn't he have to make this by necessity rather than contingency?
Yeah. It would have to be a necessary in order to...
Okay, and once you start saying that, once you get down to the necessity, then you start going again towards the hard determinism, and then you start saying, well, God's choices are limited, if not non-existent, because he could not have done it any other way. All right, so hang on one quick. So Bread and Butter's back. Censoring of Christians is alive and well in this room, but I forgive you all. Okay, first of all, nobody censored you, Bread and Butter. I allowed you to go take time out to go back up your claim. I don't give a damn whether you're Christian, atheist, Buddhist, Baptist, monk, what the fuck. I don't care. You made a claim that people believe, scientists is concluding, that we came from nothing. I gave you 5 minutes to go validate that. Did you find an answer for that, Bread and Butter? Your next answer needs to address that. And if you play this fucking bullshit persecution porn card, you're out of here, because I don't deal with that bullshit. We have all different types of beliefs in here.
I don't know. You are talking to me. I don't know if you are talking to me.
No,
not you, Lucas.
I'm not. No, I'm talking to the live chat.
We all love you, Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas, you're fine. You're no problem.
By the I'm just going to reset mine. All
right. So we're talking in the live chat. I don't play these bullshit games. You start pulling these persecution bullshit. That just means you're incompetent, and you cannot even be. You can't even bother to be bothered with, because again, we have.
If you have to pull the "I'm offended" card, and you're a pussy, come on.
All right. So Bread and Butter, you found the answer. What's the answer, Bread and Butter? Does scientists claim that we came from absolute nothing? Does any scientist actually believe that you found? Has any scientist said we've actually known what nothing is? Any of that?
I bet he's going to say Jesus.
Jesus.
I have the answer. Jesus. So if you
answer Jesus.
So if you answer Jesus or 42 to any test question, you automatically get it right?
Magic.
I'm curious
Anarchy,
what he has to say.
you have a very beautiful do-rag or whatever the hell that is. It looks like you're wearing a sock. I have that hair problem.
Oh, he's got a mane of hair. Look at that. His hair's a lot longer than mine. A lot longer than mine.
I'm coming in here looking like King Sombra.
Damn hippie.
Yeah, you damn hippie.
All right, so Bread and Butter said he had an answer. Now he's not answering, so I don't know.
I hope you're not planning to type a paragraph, because 200 words is your limit.
Yeah, I don't know how hard.
As a writer, I know that goes fast.
I don't know how hard it could be to say yes. Here's that I found this, or no, I was wrong. I mean, really. So.
If your answer is 3 paragraphs long, no one cares.
Yes, God loves me. I'm sure that He does. Yeah.
Then I finally get old enough and to where in a position I can grow my hair real long. and then it starts going bald on top. Oh, come
okay,
on.
okay. Bread and Butter says.
You're watching me like this.
Hang on. Bread and Butter says scientists infer that we came from nothing by stating the universe came from nothing, and any other claim that tries to state that God wasn't evolved from existence. Okay, Bread and Butter.
No.
You get another timeout again.
No scientist says that.
Yeah, give him a timeout, Dialer. My computer's running slow. Can you put him in timeout, please?
Let me say this.
All right, so hang on.
The universe came from nothing.
Bread and Butter. I asked you to go find what scientist infers that, and which one says we came from nothing. You failed at that. This is not difficult, people. Again.
Let me say this. Scientists don't say the universe came from nothing.
Correct.
But they don't claim to know where it came from either.
That's fine.
Saying I don't know isn't saying nothing.
Yeah, you're not talking about being a Christian. You're talking about for being
not having a response.
Yeah, he's being timed out for being duplicitous.
I can guarantee you timed him out and he just sort of sat there staring at his monitor angrily like
Yeah, go look it up. Go find us a reference to a scientist claiming that the universe came from absolutely nothing. Because I talk to physicists. I read a little bit about the topic. I have never found once that anybody claimed that. Yeah, if he does a Lawrence Krauss, if he quotes Lawrence Krauss, he's just gone. I'm just going to boot him at that point. That's not my question. What, Lucas?
The debate between William Lane Craig and Lawrence Krauss. Did you see the debate?
Yeah, but it's been a while. It's been a while.
The joke is that William Lane Craig is defining nothing in philosophical terms,
right?
And Lawrence Krauss is defining nothing in.
I agree with you.
Terms.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, very good. I totally agree with
Lucas is a shining example of a thing.
You cannot dismiss of the initial conditions to bring about a universe that fits life. You have to explain that.
Yeah, no, but Lucas, I totally agree with you. William Lane Craig, when he talks about nothing, he's talking about philosophically absolute nothing, right? Which is a state of being that doesn't. We have no idea what that would be.
To basically the closest thing that you can get to would be defining a state that has no properties whatsoever.
A state that doesn't have anything properties, anything. It's just to me, I don't even know if it even makes sense to even talk about nothing. To me, it's kind of like it kicks in again my theological cognitivism again. The closest I can think of nothing is your state. Like for example, if there is no afterlife, what your conscious is nothing after you die. That's the only way I can actually even come close to defining what nothing would be in that particular case, right? Some kind of nihilism, right? Some kind of
talking about like how you become nothing after you die. I would attribute that to turning off a hologram.
Well, we are a hologram. Yeah, I have no problem with the holographic principle. I've said it many times. I take no issue with it. I think it follows naturally from entropy laws and black holes. I don't see a problem with the holographic principle.
Yeah, I was talking about Star Trek Voyager, what Neelix said.
Oh, I was talking about science. You're talking about science fiction.
I was talking about science. Screw you.
There's nothing wrong with Star Trek Voyager.
There's nothing wrong. It has very, very scientific stuff in it.
All right, so we all understand that Krauss is talking about nothing being something, and William Lane Craig is talking about philosophical nothing. So when Bread and Butter is talking about philosophical nothing, he's not talking about what Krauss is talking about. Just as Lucas here pointed out.
William Lane Craig.
Yeah. And the William Lane Craig is pushing Lawrence Krauss to explain where this something that he calls nothing, where did crumb came from.
Well,
which would be a loaded question.
William Lane Craig is pushing
into play word games.
William Lane Craig is a debater. That's all he is.
Yes, William Lane Craig and Lawrence Krauss are using the word nothing in two different senses, but they're also using the word universe in two different senses as well.
That's true too.
William Lane Craig uses the word universe to refer to all of physical reality. If there's a multiverse that brought our universe into existence, multiverse is actually included in William Lane Craig's definition of universe.
Yeah, and
which isn't how any cosmologist uses the word.
And that's a good point.
But for some reason, he immediately switches and says that cosmology supports that all of physical reality sprang into existence and it has this finite point. No, Nothing. It just says nothing of the sort.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
It only talks about the connected space-time that we immediately experience around us.
And the Doctor, have you noticed that when I have used the word universe, there have been times you've been here for years. There have been times where I've said, I mean the universe in this discussion to mean everything that is, ever was, will be, in toto, right? Which is William Lane Craig's thing, meaning the multiverse, everything. And I've also used it as cosmology, meaning the universe that we're in, cosmologically speaking. There's two different words, and I've used them two different ways, but never in the same conversation, never equivocated them in the same, argument, right? So I've been very clear about that.
You almost have to go out of your way to equivocate those terms.
I'm back. Can I be heard?
No.
Yes.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Can I be heard?
Can I be here? I know, it's like, may I have some more butter, please? Can I have a biscuit? More pudding?
Please, sir, may I have some more?
Yes, but the only butter you get is like that butter you get when you go to like a rib crib and you can't smear it. It'll just tear your fucking bread apart.
You can't have any pudding until you eat all your meat.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes. Could hear you before.
I'm pretty sure Heavy got that joke.
All right, so Steve, you said you're going to put the theist hat on. So let's have a thought experiment. So,
ooh, I like these. General makes me think.
Is it possible for God? Let's pretend we could go back to like, even if this even makes sense, time equals 0 with respect to God.
I can't entertain. I'm a theist now, and I can't entertain hypothesis because my God doesn't allow me to.
Now, can he create a universe where the creature can have an absolute direct ontological relationship with the creator?
Sure.
Okay. Now, implications of having a direct ontological relationship with the creator.
I don't know what that would mean. I don't even know how that would even manifest.
Yeah,
but wouldn't that mean?
I guess not.
That you would have to be God as well.
No, I don't think so, because if you have an all-powerful, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, we just call him the Omni-God. You can read from now on, just call him the Omni-God.
Yeah.
Okay, Omni-God. So Omni-God has all the Omni traits. If the Omni-God has a communication ontologically with a being of some sort, that just means there's a communication mechanism between the two. There's some kind of interaction between the two systems. I don't see why it necessitates that the other end of the receiving needs to be a God.
It's not a one-way street. No, the point is it's not a one-way street.
It can be bidirectional.
So, yeah, but for you to have direct access to omniness,
you're not going to be able to understand it.
You encompass omniness as well. Is that possible?
If you were to, are you saying if you become omni, then yes. a part of God?
Yes.
But what about the thing where God walked with Adam in the garden in the cool of the day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah. No, that's the one-way street. Because God has to condescend himself in order to communicate to the creature.
I still don't know why they would become God. You can have two distinct deities, right? And so if you have two distinct deities that are omni-gods, they could communicate with each other and be distinct from each other, could they not?
But that's the whole point of the Trinity.
But the Trinity doesn't...
Because the Trinity...
They don't say the three things are gods. Each aspect of the Trinity is not a God, is it? Because that's polytheism. Each aspect of the Trinity is not a God in and of itself, because that would be polytheism.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying, but that's exactly my point. The point is, you can't have a tritheistic or a n-theistic, n to the nth variable, equivalent omni-gods. You can only have an omni-god, in this case represented as a trinity, in a unified sense, and his ultimate purpose is to have a two-way direct relationship with a creature. Therefore, if the creature is going to encompass all knowledge and understanding and experience, like the omnigod experiences, then the creature has to be an omnigod as well.
I don't.
How does a creature become an omnigod? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't see it, to be honest with you. Nicholas, what about you? Nikolai.
I'm just gonna be quiet until you say my name right.
Nicola.
Nicola.
Nicola. That's not the first time.
No, you said Nicholas the first time.
Oh, I did, didn't I? Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think I know now what General is saying, which is kind of, could God create a creation that's ontologically equivalent to itself? Almost.
Oh, you mean could God? Okay, could God do that?
What? Okay. The reason why I'm asking this question is, why, according to Christian theology, why did Jesus die on the cross? The purpose for the resurrection. Like, what does it really benefit us? If it is true,
God had a really bad plan from the beginning. I don't know.
I can answer this question.
Go ahead.
Jesus died on the cross to pay our sins and the transgressions before God.
Yeah,
without Jesus Christ, we cannot justify ourselves by ourselves. We need Jesus Christ to justify us before God.
All right. I'm taking off the theist hat. I'm taking off the theist hat now. But that's God's. That was. Why did God do it that way? I mean,
yeah. What is the ultimate purpose? Because dying for the sins of the world is one small facet.
But who makes the rules? If God is some omnipotent being that's all good, and you have to be.
God makes the rules.
Hang on. If God makes the rules such that you have to be sinless and you have to have somebody atone from you, why couldn't you just change the rules and say, I don't want this to happen. I don't want my son Jesus Christ to die. I'm going to change the rules because I'm God.
But now you are saying how God should do.
No, I didn't say no, not at all.
No.
I didn't say what he should do. I say why.
One second, we're going down a tangent. The original discussion is best of all possible worlds, and it is a very interesting topic.
I agree with you there.
On.
Yeah.
So the thought experiment is, if there is a God, and if he decides to create, and I agree with Steve. In fact, we could propose in this case a multiverse hypothesis that, in fact, what if there are many worlds right now that we don't know of that he has created, and there's variations of those worlds. The existence we are in right now, that's all we're concerned about right now. So the question is, when he creates, why is he creating? What means is he creating for? And are there answers for those two questions?
Well, he could be creating because he's bored.
He created the universe to bring about a species, a human species, that would worship him freely.
Why does God?
We're not worshiping him freely. If we were worshiping him freely, he wouldn't have to threaten us with hell to get us to worship him.
Which I don't believe in, by the way.
Pretty much.
But General,
you don't want to worship me? Oh, go burn in hell forever.
But again, this is a rabbit hole. It's not really what General's addressing. General, if I'm understanding you correctly, there could be in the I don't want to say the multiverse. It's not the multiverse. It's the modal verse, I guess you can call it, right? The modal ontological realities. Right. And the modal ontological possible worlds are not the same thing as the multiverse. And I don't want to conflate the two. But
sorry, yeah. Yeah,
okay.
No, you're correct.
Okay, so if there are other modal ontological possible worlds, right? Each one of those could have a system very similar to the way we are, but slightly different. So we are not the best possible world, but one of many just possible worlds, none of which better or lesser than anything else. Is that possible?
What? Say that again. You kind of broke up for me.
If there are many modal ontological worlds, could not just be one of many that God created? One's not better or worse than any other one. It's just the way they are. We'll say they're all equally, But again,
like, relatively speaking, they're equal.
Relatively speaking, but I can see that how it being possible, but I still have the same problem that in any given possible world, with the suffering of one less child, it's a better world.
Okay. The ultimate question is there a possibility for a creature, so a creation, that obviously is not an omni-god? The fact that it comes into being means it's not eternal.
Sure.
Is it possible for that creature to become an omni-god?
I'm going to go possible, tentatively.
Okay, so if it's possible, then what mechanism is done or utilized by the omni-god in order to translate that creature into an omni-god?
Magic.
Like nature.
Magic. No, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I mean, I don't. I mean, the mechanism from the biblical narrative, right? The Christianity narrative is basically through redemption and salvation.
Yes.
Well, yeah, through the incarnation, and in this case, the resurrection. When the Logos joins in with the creature and actually transforms it, and hence the faith that we have in that one day we will call theosis in the early church. So
I think
that's the ultimate purpose, because if this is the best of all possible worlds, there would be no need for theosis.
General, I think theosis is a little far, a little wild. I think it is not accepted by most theologians.
I think
the purpose is not to gods. Theosis is transformed into God.
Yeah, that's John 17 for you.
John 17.
All right, I gotta be back.
Jesus
guys.
says that they may be one in us.
John 7.
John 17.
17.
And the entire book of Ephesians, 1 Corinthians 15, where 2 Corinthians 5, where Paul uses a very rare word, oikoterion, to mean that your position is in that heavenly context, the heavenly dwelling, where God is. You'll be built. You will have a house from heaven, not built by hands. God Himself. So all this language is associated with a particular creature in the creation that will be part of the Trinity in the new creation.
But you are saying theosis. You are saying theosis in a Mormon sense, like for the Mormons.
No, not what Mormons say. No.
In what sense you mean theosis?
In the sense that you can see. Okay, in the Old Testament, you'll see things like, "You can't see me and live." You know, stuff like that. So the question is there a way we can see the Father face to face? Can we have direct fellowship the way Jesus had? The answer is no, unless you experience theosis. That Jesus, so we are then positioned in Jesus's position to then have direct fellowship with the Trinity, and that can only take place in theosis.
No.
What do you mean no?
Here in John 17, I think you are referring to this, that they all may be one. 17:21, that they all may be one, just as you, Father, are in me and I in you. Is that
to be?
This is just the relationship between creature and the creator. It's not meant to.
I'll give you a clearer verse. I'll give you a clearer verse. 1 John 3:2. Read that out. What does it say?
The same went to Jesus at night and said to him,
No, this is no. This is 1 John 3:2. The letter.
First. Dear ones, right now we are children of God, and it has not yet been revealed what we shall be. But we know that when he is revealed, we will be like him, because we will see him just as he is.
Exactly.
Because
so we will be like him.
Butter. You see
whatever
Lucas?
Ontological nature.
You see Lucas? Lucas is a shining example of a theist. Be like Lucas, Butter. Don't be like yourself.
I'm back. So real quick, did Bread and Butter not come back with the with an answer? Either way.
You didn't have an answer. You came in and asked what the difference is between the Quran and the Bible. And
Oh
that's
yeah.
all
No,
I saw.
he gets a timeout then. Yeah, exactly. Tyler says, Bread and Butter, you must go do your homework before you're allowed to play with the other children. Exactly. Do some basic homework. These are not, I don't ask for much. This is basic stuff. I mean, it's simple. Go look. Find a source that makes your claim that scientists claim we came from nothing, and I mean philosophically absolute nothing, or just retract it. Either or. Not that hard. I'm not going to ask you to solve fucking, like the
problem of inner solipsism.
Yeah, the problem of inner solipsism and solipsism. I can solve that, by the way.
Steve, please don't.
I asked Mr. Intelligent Design. We have a working model on this.
How many eggs did you crack to do that?
What there doesn't.
It does not involve eggs.
Did you guys see the? Did you guys see the war that Nestlig and Mr. ID were having? Oh my God, it was fucking hilarious. I finally had to tell Nestlig, just do what you got to do, man. I mean, I like Mr. Intelligent's fucking comments, but they got to stay on his own page. That's why he has a page. You can't just go into the evolution page and fuck it all up.
But at least he signs his comments.
I love that. That's one of the best things about the wiki.
So
I'm telling you right now.
time.
I love the fact he has a little blurb of stupidity and then he signs it. You can't make that shit up. I mean, I don't have
talking about Mr. Intelligent Design.
Yeah, I don't have the creativity to even think about something that awesomely stupid. It's great.
Is he autistic?
Intelligent Design
No.
part of the CPC.
He is a Clown Car Posse member. Yes. No, he literally is this. Bad.
No.
Oh yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, I know.
No.
Yeah. Did we take him out? I don't remember.
Mr. Intelligent Design.
Don't say it.
Is not a Clown Car Posse member.
Don't say it. Don't say
he
it.
is an honored
Don't
guest.
say it. Don't say it. Are you going to say it? By the way, the new wiki will start in a couple weeks. And all we're going to do is probably download the XML and try to re-upload as much as possible, so we don't have to redo it, but in a similar format. We also will have our webpage started. We just need to come up with a theme. The popular theme right now from the web host and myself is Great Mag. But if you guys know a really good theme for WordPress that's free, and I mean totally free, you don't have to pay for the pro version or the non-demo version, just 100% completely outright free, let us know if you like it. I liked the Desert News, I think it's called, or something like that, but it wasn't free. But yeah, he's going to be finishing up the back end to get people logins. So it's going to be a few more weeks or so, but we're making progress on it. We'll have our Great Debate Community webpage. And then anybody, well, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I think anybody should be able to have access to it, but obviously it's going to take a little bit of coordination. But all the videos from the week will be going up. So Talking Shit Tuesday will be a one little square, and Helena's will get another little square, and then we'll separate it into science, theology, and philosophy. Sound good?
Should probably have a miscellaneous category as well.
What?
Maybe a miscellaneous category as well.
Maybe. Well, we haven't discussed. Yeah, the miscellaneous will be discussion, right? So it'll be discussion.
Anybody else notice Stevie thinks he's spitting fire in chat?
Yeah, you know, but the problem is these people don't seem to understand. They don't make theists look very good, right? We don't
look at Lucas. Lucas is an amazing example of a theist.
Lucas is fine. Yeah, Lucas is good.
He isn't insulting us. He isn't trying to talk and shit at us. He just sort of talks, you know.
General's not my all-time favorite theist, but see, the other people don't know how. They don't know how to be theists where can be engaging conversation, right?
Godwin,
like, you know, let me.
Yeah. I'll tell you right here now. I'll tell you right here now, and this is my big. I'll give you one of my arguments for my non-theist position, right? Against God. This is my own argument. Take for whatever you want. I don't know if you guys ever heard my own argument before, but this is my own personal argument. Didn't get it from anybody. My argument's simple. If God wants me to believe in him in such a way for my salvation, then he'll know a mechanism to do so. By sending me people that I can see are demonstrably lying to me, I'm not going to believe what they have to say. Or just spewing nonsense to me. Or just telling me that I'm going to burn in hell, or if I don't believe. That is not a way to convince me. God would know that. Ergo, there's a problem
I'm going to go on a whim here and say I can explain Stevie's behavior. And that is, it very well might be thick shades.
Yeah, it might be. It might be.
But Steve,
yeah.
The way Steve is very similar to one that I have. Is that if this God exists, it knows me better than I do myself, and then it knows precisely what it would take to convince me that it exists and for me to believe in it.
Yeah.
If I'm never presented with that information, I am not responsible for my salvation, and thus not responsible for my eternity.
My argument is
as a result of this, then it's not that this God is just.
My argument is the very, very, very same. I mean, you and I have the same argument. Granted, that's. I only take it one step further by saying, look, if somebody tells me that the Earth is flat, somebody tells me that evolution isn't true or doesn't happen, or the Earth is 6,000 years old, I can therefore summarily discount anything else they have to tell me. I don't care. They're done. Their validity is shot. God knows this. God would never send me somebody who tells me the Earth is 6,000 years old to try to convince me that God's real. It would never happen. It would make no sense.
I would explain it like this: if you have a cookie jar and you have kids, and you never tell your kids that they're not allowed to eat from the cookie jar until after supper, and they chow down the whole cookie jar, it's not their fault. You didn't tell them. You didn't make that rule obvious.
But it's worse than it's worse than that. It's basically saying, look, if somebody wants to convince me of their theological position, then by doing so, in the process, giving me misinformation that I know is demonstrably wrong. Okay, I know the Earth is billions of years old. I know evolution takes place. I understand that we are descendants from lower primates. That's a fact to me. These things do not change my reality by them saying otherwise. God would know this.
Sorry, these past couple days, I've actually been, been on, MK's streams. He has this account called God's Odds, or whatever, and I've been on there. I talked to him. I've had the misfortune of dealing with Dawkins. Jesus Christ, Dawkins! Oh God, I got to a certain point of being, dude. You know what, Dawkins? I'm done. I couldn't take.
Wait, Midnight. Was that Darth Dawkins or Richard Dawkins?
Darth Dawkins, not Richard Dawkins.
Clarify. We need to clarify.
Yeah, I got
DD for short.
I reached that point about 2 years ago with DD. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
Welcome to the club.
MK. He was a nice person to talk to. A bit nuts with some of his theories about aliens being demons, and this story that. Yeah, I know, and this story of somebody getting abducted by aliens, and the person screamed out to Jesus, and the aliens left as a sign that aliens are demons. And how would you know? If you met an alien, how would you know he's not? I'm like, okay, dude, you're nuts, but you're good to talk to. I've met a lot of people on there who were nice to talk to. Who gave theists a good name. They weren't bad, but Brojo and Dawkins say, "Oh, you need to repent. You need to repent." I put them this way, like, okay, what if God exists? What if He wants me to be this way? You need to be a skeptic, to not, to not simply follow and and be a sheep, like everyone else, who believes in who believes in the God of the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, if I'm going around explaining to people rather poorly sometimes, because I'm not any real formally educated on this, just what I had in college, but if I tell people evolutionary stuff, or I tell people cosmology, whatever the science is, right, basic stuff, how can that be a bad thing? If why would God want me to stop doing that if these are truisms, right? These are things we know to be true. I mean, they're not just beliefs; these are knowledge. And anybody who says, "Oh, well, the Big Bang isn't a model that works," well, they're an idiot. So why would I listen to anything they have to say? Because I obviously know they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Why would God do that? Does it make sense? He just wouldn't. That's not how he would send me information. Now, General, on the other hand, I can't use that argument against General, right? Because General knows physics. I respect him. So if General said, you know what? Well, God may have sent me to help you, Steve, I would be like, okay, I don't have an argument against General, right? Don't get all cocky, Generals. But do you see my point? There's a difference, right? Because General's a very attractive man. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, you've seen what he looks like?
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty good.
I know you're joking. Never mind, whatever.
No, I'm straight as hell, man.
Yeah,
I am totally straight. He's a decent looking guy. I give him props.
Who wants to see what I look like?
I wouldn't mind being in the shape he's in.
I don't really mind.
I don't want to see
not to be rude.
My penis does.
No, not to be rude, but I don't want to be. I don't really care. I know that sounds rude, but no. It's like, BD always had the same argument, one trick pony. Chance, universe, this, how do you ascertain without the Christian worldview? And I'm like, dude, you know what?
No, General actually tries to make. General's arguments are completely different. I like his arguments. He has arguments to make you think. And that's what I look for. These basal crap arguments we hear 1,000 times, not interested in. Don't come at me with a fine-tuning argument. Don't come after me with the ontological argument, the column. I'm sick of those. Right? We've all been those 1,000 fucking times.
The whole, it does seem very strange how the universe that we live in seems to be built for life. You know what I mean. All the values that there are. They do seem. I don't know. I don't want to get into.
Well, hang on. Let's play. Answer the question, okay? So I'm going to read you this statement. You guys tell me what's wrong with it, okay? So that way I'm not telling you guys what's wrong with it. You guys tell me. So, Seek says, "Prove evolution before trying to teach it." What is wrong with that statement? Anybody?
Wait, did you repeat the statement?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay,
wait, or something.
I'm going to say it again. He says, "Prove evolution before trying to teach it." What is fundamentally wrong with that sentence?
Proof is only good for mathematics and alcohol.
There you go, and maybe in law. In science,
you can't prove evolution before trying to teach it.
In science, you do not prove anything. You especially do not prove a theory, but a theory is confirmed, right? So it's not proved. We don't call it proved. That's reserved for maths. We say that theory is confirmed. That means the model explains and makes predictions. So evolution is a confirmed model.
Evolution is.
Can you guys see me?
Yes, you're very handsome, especially with the glasses.
Why don't I see you?
I can't see you.
I swear to God, you look exactly like a guy that I was in the Navy with. His name is Michael.
You have the air of a bitch.
I'll find. I probably have a picture of him laying around somewhere. I'm going to find you a picture of my friend Mike. You look identical. Could be a doppelganger in that picture.
Looks nothing like that.
Yeah.
Wow, General, you are a handsome motherfucker.
Actually, that's General's girlfriend, actually, which kind of changes the whole dynamic, doesn't it?
Wait, where is this?
Australia.
This is in Esperance in Australia. Like, you can see the blue water behind me.
Oh, okay, there we go.
All right, so
I should give the one that I gave Steve. This one is where
hang on.
He called me a gigolo or something.
Gigolo.
Is he really asking for the math behind evolution?
Well, yeah. Okay. Next question. Who wants to tell me what's wrong? By the way, I got a lot of background noise. Who is it?
It's not me.
Ooh, whoever just muted. Okay, so next question is, what's wrong with this? Show me the math for evolution. Okay. Does anybody want to give him a mathematical
Show me the
equation?
math behind evolution. I don't know. E equals MC squared.
No, the
that's not evolution.
Hardy-Wahlberg equation, P squared plus 2PQ plus Q squared. Is that
one
what it
moment,
is?
Steve. Yeah, but Steve, hold on. Yeah, but Cyborg, when you joke with these idiots, they don't know you're joking.
Yeah, you have a point.
Cyborg, try to
They don't have a. They do not have a sense of humor. They do not understand jokes.
Yeah.
They also don't get irony and satire.
Yeah, irony and satire goes right over their
Or
head.
scale. They don't understand scale at all. All right,
Yeah,
so
they don't even understand scale. How do you expect them to understand humor, satire, and irony?
So the first thing is mathematics may not have to do any. There's mathematics in evolution, right? There's a change of Elliott frequency. If you have a change of something, right, you have a derivative of something, right? So we could show you mathematics, but what's the point? What kind of useless question is that? Right? A change of something involves a time rate of change. So now you're in calculus. So there's mathematics involved. So what's his point?
There's math involved, but it's only one of the aspects that helps.
Yeah,
demonstrate
and even if there
why
wasn't,
the
so
theory
what?
is correct.
There could be no math, so what? A theory is not predicated on having a mathematical basis for it.
It's not a single point. It's multiple points of evidence that point to the same conclusion.
How do these people get so dumb? I mean, seriously, I really don't know. Do they like go to a special school to learn how to be stupid?
Yeah, it's called being homeschooled.
It's almost like an acquired trait.
Listen. No, it's not.
When
Please
you
don't go blaming
do
the
your
churches.
family tree and you realize that it looks like a stump.
But Steve, listen. When you're homeschooled and mom and dad weren't smart and just tell you, well, just go read that book or go check that website that someone at the church gave us, that's why you end up like this, because you've got no one to talk to actually learn and understand things from.
It's basic
The teacher's
stuff.
just as dumb as you.
Sounds like a certain somebody.
But they
in this
don't
group,
go
this
to those.
community.
They don't go to their school anymore.
Or
they're told to ignore that.
I'm losing the will to live with these people. I'm telling you, fuck's
I know.
sake. Hey, Hunter.
Well, you can always,
See,
you can always
Hunter's-
have another one of the your drinking nights and forget about it.
Oh, I do that quite often anymore
And there's
because of that
another
very reason.
handsome dude in the room. His name is Hunter Bailey.
Hunter's going to college.
Hello,
He's getting an
Hunter.
education. He's being
We've
he's being
met before.
learned. Are you being learned? Are you getting educated, Hunter?
Say that.
No, all you're doing is checking out the chicks. Come on, we know what you're doing. He's got some honeys.
Actually, okay, before that gets out all over YouTube, I have one that I am working on, and she is awesome.
One. There you go. You know what? It only takes one, my brother. It only takes
right.
one.
I can only handle one, so I mean,
Yeah,
So-
yeah. 10 years from now, you can handle two.
So.
I mean, if Steve wants us to talk about math, why don't we talk about that one church sign?
The what sign?
It said something along the lines of one savior plus 3 crosses plus 1 resurrection equals 4 given.
Oh God.
Cringy. Yeah, come on, explain the math there, people.
Because Jesus, that's why.
Because God can make 1 plus 3 plus 1 equal 4.
Reminds me of that one video I see when people take 3 different chemical solutions. One's labeled like sane, God, Jesus, and whatnot. And try to say, you know, this chemical reaction is, trying to as a demonstration that, with Jesus it removes your sin. It's like, dude, shut up.
Do you know what I find
seen
irrational?
this long before as something else.
I find it what irrational when somebody says something to the effect that 1 plus 1 equals 3. If that was in the Bible, they would believe that and then try to figure out why it'd be the case. That to me is completely irrational.
You see, that's because of the radius of the circumference of pi.
The circumference of the diameter pi.
The diameter pi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
You know what's
whatever.
funny? You know what's funny is people are going to eventually watch these videos like a long time from now. They'll be like, "What the fuck are these idiots talking about? The circumference of diameter of pi? These guys are morons." And we'd be like, "Yeah, seriously, the people that said that are fucking morons." But it wasn't us.
No,
initially.
Steve. By then, Ronnie will figure out how to self-publish a book, and then that'll be a revelation for everybody.
You know
He'll
it's
be
going to happen
explaining
one
that.
day, dude. You know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But remember, pi is a whole number.
Well,
Yeah,
in base pi,
Mike, it all depends. It all depends on the unit you measure in.
But pi is
Mike, it all depends on the unit you measure in.
Yeah, in qubits, it's actually
pi and base pi is 10, right?
It's not okay. It's not 10. It's
What's pi and base pi?
It's not
1.
First of all, yes.
Mike's got a point there.
But it's not like it's still pi. We just write.
No, I get that. I get that. It's just a different
with
symbol
the
meaning the same
symbol.
thing. Right. No, I get that. No, I totally agree with you. It's not 10. Whatever it is, it still represents pi. We still call it pi. I agree with you, right?
Yeah.
Pi is pi is pi is pi.
It would be 1. It would be 10 actually.
Yeah, it'd be
now
1.
that I think about it,
That's what I thought. It'd be 10.
One would still.
But that 10,
would it? Oh,
we would still call that pi.
Yeah. 0 times pi to the 0th, and then 1 time. Yeah.
Out of all of the memes in the GDC, I would argue that the diameter of the circumference of pi is arguably my favorite meme in the entire GDC.
Because it's so deliciously moronic.
It is.
Deliciously moronic.
So Seek asks.
High belows.
Seek asks. I don't understand this question. So first come, first serve. Explain how a natural cause for biology works. What does that even mean? Somebody want to take that one?
That's just an incomplete question.
That's just an incomplete question, I think.
I think he's trying to ask about abiogenesis. Maybe.
No, I don't think so.
Ask G-Man.
Yeah, let's get G-Man in here
so
he can explain it.
Every source needs a sorcerer.
Yeah, I don't know what that even means.
He also asked for a mathematical equation that proves evolution. Even if we procured one, you wouldn't understand it.
Well, I told you there's the Hardy-Weinberg equation, right? P squared plus 2pq plus q squared.
Well, didn't God damn it! Didn't somebody post like a book on the GDC about string theory and God or something? I've actually, yeah, dude, you have to join the GDC. I don't know if you did already, but if you look down, there's actually a book. I'm forgetting what it's called now, but but I got the PDF of it. I looked through it. It was trying to link string theory with God, explaining miracles, and
yeah, I don't buy that.
I'm like, what?
I'll accept shit like possible multi-universes. I definitely accept quantum field theory, but string theory.
We got evidence for that.
Yeah, well, yeah, quantum field theory is like the foundation for a lot of shit, obviously in quantum. But
Yeah.
I don't.
What the fuck
string
is
theory? Is still young.
What the fuck is Seek asking when he says inside or outside pi?
I don't know.
Your thumb in a pie right now, wondering if that disproves God?
No, he might be asking about if it's the inside or outside diameter.
Oh.
I guarantee.
Well, I didn't get the joke.
That's a biblical reference to the bowl, whether they're measuring pi from the inside or outside, because the Bible, if you do it one way, it actually comes out to 3, and people are using the argument, well, the Bible says the pi is 3. Well, no, it doesn't say that, and it's a lousy argument, but. Oh, thank you, Nathan. Okay, the Hardy-Weinberg is p squared plus 2pq plus q squared equals 1. Thank you. I knew there was more than that, but people kept talking, so I couldn't even think what it was. I haven't looked this shit up in ages. So p squared plus 2pq plus q squared equals 1. Yeah, and that's for.
But that just means that p plus q equals 1.
Well, it's for an idealistic type of population where it cannot even exist in reality. There's like 6 different things to make that equation.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if p and q are reals, then that's the same as to say that p plus q equals 1. Because what you have there is p squared plus 2pq plus q squared. That's p plus q squared together.
Well, yeah, it's a binomial expansion of p plus q squared, right?
Yeah.
We have.
And if that's 1, then the root is 1 too.
Fucking Zeke says that energy is proof of God.
I have Hang on,
God is radiation, and in large amounts,
My
God gives
poop
people
is proof
cancer.
of God by that.
I have a super chat. Wow, thank you, Sadush.
Money.
I'm gonna butcher this name. Sodursha. He says it's funny as a high functioning autistic. I have a hard time processing some of the subjects you talk about, Steve. But yet I understand you better than the Christian single. I understand you better than the Christian simple argument said here. That's
that is
thank
funny.
you. It
You're
depends.
an amazing person.
It depends on the theist, right? For example, like General's arguments, yeah, they're pretty in depth. I mean, he's not low hanging fruit. Hunter, I wouldn't place as low hanging fruit either. But these other people that talk about, oh well, what's the math for evolution or something like that? It's just dumb fuckery.
Okay, I'm going to address those people, Steve.
Sure.
Stop trying to sound smart by using words.
Like any words. Use hand gestures.
You're going to discombobulate
words
the
have meaning,
psychofractinator.
dum-dums. You got to use them right, otherwise you'll look like an idiot.
You're going to discombobulate the psychofractulation.
Yeah.
The turbo confabulator. George donated $2 too. Thank you, George. That's $2 Canadian, which I think is $1.50 American. Thank you, sir.
You cheap motherfucker.
No, I'll take it. Dude, $1 to me is awesome.
Hey, that's $2 on the internet is not being cheap. That's a lot of money.
I know, I was joking.
$2 on the right.
Again, I can't.
$2 on the right webpage.
$2 will get you pretty far on ChatterBait.
I was gonna say $2. You took my joke, bitch. I was gonna say $2 will at least get you a nipple slip.
If I had money, you could have it, Steve.
I just appreciate you.
I wish I
here.
had money.
The fact that I actually people coming into the Hangouts and watching, that's awesome because you go to the other channels on the other side, nobody wants to go into their fucking rooms. Nobody.
The only people who join
Darwin's
only atheists join that shit. Like they'll come in and be like, "Hey, you're a Christian."
Yeah, no, they don't have any conversation over there.
Hi.
It's just an echo chamber.
And you know what's funny?
Even if the conversation I'm bringing is stupid.
I got to ask you a question. When True was having a sad the other day, he actually was saying that he was wondering whether he should still be part of this community. And I kept asking myself, what community is he talking about? He's not in the Great Debate community. He's not. He's in the external one, the bigger picture one. But the only community he's in is the Cloud Car Posse. So what the fuck is he talking about? He's not. We have a community of people that have discussions and have interesting discussions that could go to all different types of subjects. He doesn't have that in his room, so how is he in any kind of community? Anybody?
Or it's like Matt Bell's hangouts. They're always deserted.
Yeah. Oh, he has one person watching. It's probably himself, right? Yeah, Matt Bell doesn't get the people in.
What about Brett Keen's hangouts?
Oh fuck! Dude, no, I just, oh god, I can't stand him. I'll tell you right now, I don't really care, obviously, about G-Man or Ronnie. I can't say that I have any really, like just test them or anything like that. I'm more ambivalent. Brett Keen, I detest.
Oh, you should have seen what happened in Hilarious's hangout with G-Man. And Beckel.
What happened? Well, let me finish real quick though. I just want to admit this on record. I detest Brett Keen. He is a loathsome piece of shit garbage person. I have no compunction to say I cannot. He is detestable.
Steve, you're being so kind.
You know what? I'm trying to be
so
nice.
kind.
I'm trying to be nice about this. It's really difficult. But yeah, oh my god, I don't.
You're only paying that man compliments right now.
Yeah, to be much more harsh.
Is there anybody that has any positive things to say about that fucker? I mean, anybody?
No, there's not.
He's just so.
He can throw a punch if you ask his wife. She can tell you about that.
Oh, below the belt, but funny. Because it's true.
Hey man.
But that would require getting off the couch and stop playing World of Warcraft.
I gotta give him one thing. He has great taste in couches because that couch can lift him.
Oh, Drunken Presidents have milked Brett Keen for the longest time, and God bless him for it. I don't blame them at all. I'd milk that son of a bitch too. But Brett Keen thinks it's a sign of popularity. Again, he suffers from the same thing that Ronnie suffers for. They don't realize they're being milked because of their fucking stupidity. They don't get it.
Steve, just to give you a heads up, that Pew probably has a good snippet from you just now about wanting to milk Brett Keane?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, it'll get twisted.
I said I can't blame them for wanting to milk him for. I didn't say I would milk him. No, I can't even put that on a soundboard. Sorry, that's just too violent for me.
Folks.
Yeah.
Get some walrus milk, man.
Oh.
That's gross.
By the way, now that I got Cal in here, we are recruiting for Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike Global Ops. We've got.
I don't have CS:GO just yet, but I will get it.
All right, well, when you do. But TF2.
I play, but I've got good taste in games.
But we got a couple other people joining us. There's like 3 people that will be joining us. So hopefully we'll have a team of 6 maybe coming up here. But I'm looking for like an 8-man team. Oh, hang on, I got some background noise. Sorry.
I would volunteer if I played TF2, but I have never played TF2.
It's not that bad a learning curve.
Am I being noisy again?
I play.
No, I mean my computer probably couldn't run it.
All right, so we're gonna play this little game again. So Seek says no answers from skeptics. I believe we've been giving answers all night. So I'm a skeptic. Have we been giving answers? I believe we've been giving answers, right?
Yeah, so, we've been given answers.
Yeah, I asked Bread and Butter for one question. He couldn't even do that. And I guarantee if I asked Seek, what is evolution in regards to biology and genetics, he wouldn't have a fucking clue. Not even remotely be able to answer.
I have to ask, fucking Midnight, how full of bullshit is Kelsier? Midnight Sparkle.
What do you mean?
How full of bullshit is Kelsier?
Well, depends on what. If you're talking about his knowledge of weed, I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
I don't know.
What's your question?
Like, so generic. Not even generic. General.
Bread and Butter's back. Bread and Butter, before you don't get to ask another question until you answer mine. Did you go find a source for it? Don't time him out yet. Oh, you already answered the question? What did he say? Can anybody tell me what Bread and Butter said? He said, I already answered your question.
Mr. ID in the comics.
He didn't answer.
I don't see him answering, so you need to like either write it again or somebody else needs to step up to the plate and say, oh, he said this. So does somebody want to vouch for Bread and Butter and tell me what he said?
Basically,
although I've been paying attention.
We didn't see your answer.
Is in the chat as well.
What's that?
Mr. Intelligent Design is in the live chat as well.
I'm going back. I see Bread and Butter ask a question about, do you believe in God? I'm going further back, further back, further back, further back, further back. Yeah, there's nothing, Bread and Butter. So you're going to have to tell me again. Sorry. It's just the way it is. Yeah, Bread and Butter, tell me again or you get a timeout. I give these people all the benefits possible, right? I mean, all the benefit of the doubt, and just I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I don't think you ever answered either, but
there isn't anything you can do.
No source for my info, but the inference of there being no God means my opinion that we came from nothing. Okay, well, hang on. That's your opinion that we came from nothing. I don't believe that. I don't know anybody.
Ours.
Yeah, not ours. So you can believe we came from nothing. Fine, but I don't believe that. Tyler doesn't believe that. Nobody here believes that I'm aware of. Scientists don't believe that, right?
I mean, no scientist I know of believes that.
Yeah. So, I mean, if he wants to believe that, it's fine.
I pretty misunderstand. Wait, what is he? Is he an atheist?
No, he's a theist.
So, Bread and Butter's a theist that believes we came from nothing. Okay, so the next question is...
If he says if God doesn't exist, then we came from nothing.
No, that's not what he said. The inference of their...
Yeah,
I see. Oh, you're right. My bad. The inference of God means, in my opinion, that we came from nothing. Well, that's fine, too. That's your opinion, but no scientist believes that. So, what your opinion doesn't matter to our beliefs, right? Do you agree?
Well, my question always was, look, actually, no, never mind. We're not talking about evolution, so never mind.
So, bread and butter, do you agree that...
Actually, we were originally talking about evolution.
Yeah, but bread and butter, do you agree there are no scientists out there that I'm aware of, or you're aware of, or anybody in this room that believes we came from nothing, absolutely nothing? And that's a simple yes or no. Do you agree that nobody here believes that? Yes? Let's take an answer. Yes, and we'll move on. If you say no, there will be a problem. But...
Well, hey, Steve. Doesn't Lawrence Krauss believe that we came from a quantum vacuum in his
we've already been down that route. We're not going to go back there.
Yeah, but I don't think he knows that route though.
Yeah, we have.
Maybe
yeah, we've already been down that route with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we made it very clear the distinction between physical nothing, meaning quantum fluctuations, and philosophical, absolute nothing.
Okay, I was just making sure because I missed that part, so my bad.
So Seek asks, who here knows everything?
I do.
Yeah,
easiest question you've asked all night. Nobody knows everything.
We have one person who says he does. Go for it.
That's one of the cruxes of science, is not knowing everything.
Yeah, again,
if we knew everything, there wouldn't be a science.
Again, epistemic nihilism is not an argument. Right? Epistemic certainty is not an argument. Hey, Seek, most prophecy, do you have any actual argument? Christians know every important thing. Oh my God. Wow.
Oh, so you're so fucking narcissistic.
Yeah,
that
that's
you
arrogant.
think that you know everything, yeah.
No, every important thing.
You think you have a big fucking bodyguard who controls reality looking after you. You think you're so important to him that he knows every little detail about you. Well, fuck you.
No, he says Christians know everything about Christians know every important thing. Yeah, that's just outright wrong. I don't know any Christian that would probably say that. I don't think that's true.
Well, they don't know this. God says not to gamble. Yet Christians are taking the biggest gamble of all, considering there's over 500 different sects in Christianity. So you could be wrong off by the little tiniest detail and get screwed in the ass for all eternity.
Yeah, see, I'm lucky. I do not believe in a burning
Wait a minute.
hell.
Wait a second.
I'm not even gambling.
But
Cyborg, where does it say you can't gamble?
Actually, I don't think it says that. They just say it does.
Yeah, well, they say a lot of things are in the Bible when they're not in the Bible.
Aha!
Aha!
You don't know every essential thing. Get out of here, Seek, with your fucking selfish.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's just ridiculous. See, Seek, we can't take people like you seriously. Yeah, we can't take you seriously.
I know everything.
I'm sure I know some essential things that you don't know, and I'm sure Pseudo knows essential things that I don't know. But what do you mean by what do you mean by essential?
Like, I consider myself knowledgeable. I don't consider myself smart, but I consider myself knowledgeable, and I don't even think... Fuck, I don't think there's a person on Earth who knows anything close to everything.
Is it essential to know
at least everything essential?
Is it essential to know what to do in a bear attack if I'm in the middle of the woods and I happen to know how to survive a bear attack? That would be essential at that point. I don't think you know how to do that. I'm not saying I do either.
And that's another thing.
Yeah. So atheists are going directly to hell if God is real, and atheists are taking the biggest gamble that always loses.
And if God isn't real, then absolutely nothing happens. And yeah.
Okay. Bread and butter. That's called the Pascal's wager, and that's actually bad logic. So if God, hang on, Cyborg, hang on. If you have to use bad logic in order to make people believe what you believe, then your God is pretty weak, because that is a logical fallacy that you're using. And it's also called argumentium ad baculum, which basically means Cyborg. It means argument to the cudgel, which means that you're arguing from a position of, if you don't do this, then this. It's consequences. That's a logical fallacy as well. So this guy in the live chat, Seek, he's basically using logical fallacies to try to convince people his God is real, then saying, oh, well, if you don't believe me, God's going to send you to hell. Well, that's not my type of God. My God is not going to use logical fallacies to convince somebody. I don't believe in that type of deity. That deity does not exist to me. Right?
You see, that's the great part about Odin. You're not going to go to fucking hell because you don't believe in him.
But does anybody see my argument?
Yeah,
Okay.
like an atheist could be a model citizen. They could help the poor. They could donate to charity, and they'd still go to hell.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have to use this, oh well, believe what I say or you're going to hell. Well, you know what? There's 5,000 fucking denominations out there, and half of them say that. Sorry, they can't all be right.
It's, like like Brojo Dawkins and I forget some other people said the same thing while I was on MK stream, which I kept going back. I told myself, why I shouldn't go back, but I find myself keep going back.
You go there so we don't have to.
Yeah, I'm the sacrificial lamb, right?
Yeah, see, this is the dumb fuckery that I can't stand. Hell is a choice for atheists. No, hell is not a choice for atheists. It is God, supposedly, well, certain versions of God, making that decision. He decides.
You know, the funny thing is, they go to all these steps to try and prove God to us, but if God was to come down from heaven right now, it would be a mass publicized event. Everyone on Earth would know. Yeah. And everyone on Earth would know he exists.
Well, yeah, hold on, Cyborg. You know, if dear God were to come down on Earth, and, and say, "Here I am," they would question whether that's the real God or Satan.
Okay,
like,
so
MK actually.
If Jesus came and said he was God, then what if Jesus was a test?
All right, guys, come on. I kind of want to ask these guys a question. You guys are just like walking over me.
All right, go ahead.
All right,
sorry.
So
I'm sorry, Steve.
Mr. Intelligent Design, I already know he's a young Earth creationist, so his God doesn't exist. So he's out for the running. Seek Mott's prophecy. Are you a young Earth creationist? This is how we're gonna do this, because if you're gonna tell me I'm gonna go to hell, and then you're gonna tell me the Earth is 7,000 years old, your God doesn't exist. Period. It's just it doesn't follow if that's a condition for that deity to exist. If it's necessitated by the Earth being 7,000 years old, then that God does not exist. So let me ask, Seek, do you believe that the Earth is 7,000 years old? Do you think it's going to answer? Because, like I said, Mr. Intelligent Design, he's already out of the running. I'm just trying to narrow out what gods are viable, right? I choose to go to Valhalla. Yeah, this whole thing from the Bible, they were trying to scare people to believe something thousands of years ago. Well, actually, probably was more the Dark Ages, I think, or the 60s. Was it about the 16th century the Catholics really started using the concept of God to convert people? I mean, the concept of God, the concept of hell.
No, that might have been more the Protestants.
Protestants.
But by the 1600s, right? Yeah. Around the time when you get the Reformation.
Okay, so Seek, are you? No,
Seek most prophecy times.
Hey, that doesn't answer my question. I'm going to ask you a simple question again. I like direct answers. I give direct answers. And no, Mr. Teledesign, you're not coming in. I just fuck that.
Come on.
Whatever. He can come in, but I don't. Whatever. The Intelligent Design. The link is where you always find it. It's in the GDC. But I'm not having this. I'm about to end this very soon. So I'm about over in this thing.
No, I'm enjoying this.
Seek.
Well, we can go off air and talk.
You can stay off air all you want. So
and then just give the link to everybody.
So prophecy. Let me ask you again a direct question. How old is the age of the Earth? Don't equivocate. Don't dodge. Just give me what you think the age of the Earth is. I don't know why some people find it hard to answer very simple, direct questions.
Because they were never taught the answer.
Just be making excuses and not answering.
Or because they know they're wrong.
Because in science class they were talking over the teacher.
And I'll watch him. He will not answer this question. I bet you he'll say, "Oh, I'm agnostic on the issue.
Time is irrelevant.
I don't know."
Time is part.
Time is part of creation. Okay, Seek. So now, Simos, can you do me? Well, actually, no. I'm gonna do it. So Seek, guess what you get? Guess what you get? Yes, you get a timeout. This is how we play this. Okay, so when you come back, you can answer the question properly, and I don't even care if somebody says I don't know, right? Okay, well then we'll go to additional questions, but don't fuck around with me. Answer the question directly. Mr. Intelligent
Design says you're afraid of him.
Dude, like I said, you come in. First of all, Mr. ID, you're trivial to disprove. I love you, Edgar. I really do like you, Edgar. But I tell you what, you're an idiot. You really are. I mean, seriously, guy, you're just so inept at basic physics and science and math. It's to the point of being comical. But I enjoy that. I think it's funny. I do. And I respect that you know that you're a lolscow and you're still okay with that. I do get. I think that's wonderful. That's why I find you entertaining. The link to get in is in the Great Debate community, the same place I always post it. Okay, so you're more than welcome to come in, but you're not going to take over the Hangout and change the topic unless we decide to talk about younger creationism, and then you get to answer questions like I do with anybody else. You know. Now we have a good question. Fireflower 46 asks a good question. Is the King Crocoduck versus Kenthoven debate going to be having part 3? The answer, yes it is. Tentatively scheduled on the 21st.
Tentatively. I love that.
Yeah. Well, things do change, right? But Mr. Intelligent Design, by the way, you're free to put anything you want on your page. That's where we gave it to you, so you can put all kinds of dumb fuckery shit up there. But don't mess around with the evolution page because you're not competent enough to do anything on the evolution page. Matter of fact, don't do anything on any science pages. You're not competent. You know, Nestle is competent in biology and evolutionary biology. You know, he's more than competent. He's proficient. So
I know more than Mr. Intelligent Design does, and I'm a dumbass.
Mr. Intelligent Design can't even figure out how to get the fuck in here. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's science.
Yeah, Anarchy figured it out. Anarchy's smarter already. Anarchy could figure out how to get in here.
Fucking, yeah.
Wait a minute, did I just get insulted?
No, I think I gave you a compliment.
What?
Sort of. Well, you are smarter than Mr. Intelligent Design. Granted, that's a low bar, but come on, take it. Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Intelligent Design is now talking about the speed of light. This is getting good.
He doesn't even know what that is.
Do you even know what the speed of light is, Mr. Intelligent Design?
Yeah, give us the number.
I don't think Mr. Intelligent Design knows what light is.
I don't think. I think you would sit there and dodge it.
Oh, hey,
instead of
Thomas.
taking 2 minutes to fucking look it up.
Oh, Thomas has a good question, too. How do I join the DDC? Good question. The answer is you go to the link in the video description. How to join
Link
the GDC.
to join the Great Debate community.
And by the way,
there.
Edgar, you and Nestle have never debated. Okay, don't call that a debate. We're going to make some unofficial rules in the Great Debate community. Okay, we have official ones, but the unofficial ones is you don't call engagements like this a debate. Okay, a debate was what Christian Anarchist and Marshall Mathers had. That's the distinction. We're not going to use these terms interchangeably. So no, you did not debate.
Yeah, good question. How does the speed of light prove God? To Mr. Intelligent Design. That's good, Mr.
The guy thinks probability is going to go higher than a 1.
How many books do you think he sold?
6. I know how many he sold.
2.
No, he sold 6.
No, he sold 6, and Steve bought them all.
No. He sold 6. Red Eye bought 1. I know that.
How many has he read?
I don't think he's ever read a book in his life.
Good question.
Are we talking about Mr. Intelligent Design?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, knock it off. That man's got a PowerPoint and he actually gets dressed up and puts on a tie when he comes to talk to us.
Which is more, yeah, dude, it's more than what True Empiricism had.
Yeah. Come on, True Empiricism will sit around in a bathrobe and turn his camera on and yell at you.
Oh, wait, I've done that. Wait.
Will actually get dressed up and be presentable.
I can't say anything about that. I've done that too. So
but you kept your camera off.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, but I can't say that I haven't sat around my bathrobe.
Let us see your face, Steve.
I'm too pretty for a camera.
Same. I don't own a camera.
Edgar, are you coming in, Edgar? I mean, seriously. I mean, the link is the same place it always is.
Talking shit in chat to avoid it. He wants to come in, act all tough, but doesn't want to come in.
Yeah.
But hey, what do I know?
He wants to ask to come in, and when we don't put a link in chat,
we
wants
will
to try and
annihilate
make us
any
look like we're trying to
creationists.
keep him from joining. It's no.
Yeah, it's science versus shit. Okay, who's this person? Thomas Hatfield.
Come on, MK and Hilarious Zulu came in.
Who is this person? Thomas Hatfield.
Not in here, but
can links even be posted into the live chat?
If you're a spanner.
Only for a mod, I think. I mean, If you wanted to do it regularly.
No, you don't want to do that.
No, I know.
We'll give it a shot.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
Well, I was gonna assume, anyways, that the GDC is just an extra step to make sure random idiots.
Yeah, me and Cyborg use Discord a lot. But yeah, Discord is also a nice place to.
GDC have a Discord?
No.
It should.
Or at least if it does, Steve's never invited me.
I have a Discord, yes.
Hint, hint.
Well, Steve?
No, you don't.
Are you a bad friend or are you a bad mod?
You don't get to use my Discord. I do have a Discord.
I know. Come on, it would be great.
God, I wish I could pronounce this guy's name. Sadurish. He says, have you considered using other platforms for debates? While generally used for gaming, Discord has a great system and great call quality. No, my Discord is for gaming only. I don't like the Discord for debates.
You can make another one.
No, I don't like Discord for debates. If you want to do that, go to Krillin.
I mean, it's kind of weird to just enter a Discord chat room and then set up OBS and then be like, all right, so what do you think about blah, blah, blah? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, well, Krillinism already has a Discord for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than welcome to it. Okay, this sounds bad, but it's true. He keeps all the shit people I don't want in here away, like Iron Nation and Dionysus and those guys, right? So as long as he keeps those guys entertained, I'm good with it, right?
Why does it look like your police officer moderator picture there? Why does it look like he just sort of like had his entire top body cut off and sat on the ground?
I don't know. I didn't make it up.
You got that Slenderman face.
So Seek asks, where does the energy come from? Why does that matter? Are you asking it as a physics question or a philosophical? But either way, why does it matter? Again, epistemic uncertainty is not an argument.
Didn't Kent Hovind ask that question?
Yeah, but these guys are fucking dumb shits. They don't understand anything about energy or mass, right? Okay, here's another one. Where did the information for biology come from? Again, why does it matter? You don't even know what information means. You don't.
Where did the energy come from? Well, why does there need to be a god to make that energy?
Yeah, these are just questions that are toss-away questions because they're not looking for answers, right? If they're looking for answers,
they're questions designed to not be answered. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
They're chuckle questions.
Yeah.
They throw them at you, then they get to sit and go.
But you know what? Atheists do the same thing
because there's no answer.
It's like what created God? Well, unless an atheist is telling you that everything has a cause, then you shouldn't be using that argument. If somebody says, "Oh, everything has a cause," then you can say, "Well, where did your God come from?" Because that's special pleading. But until they do that, you shouldn't say it because they'd not be positing that. And then I think it's a bad argument for atheist.
Okay, I did use that argument against Rational Theist Matt once, but that was because he was arguing that what it means for something to begin to exist meant that it had a temporal beginning. And then we asked, did God have a temporal beginning? And he said yes.
What?
What? What was it?
Yeah.
Scotsman Matt said that?
Is God a scientist? Are we living in a simulation?
No, I know he's a Lorenzian, but seriously, come on, Rat would not have said
well,
a God.
He's also a contrarian and an opportunist, right?
Yeah, he is an opportunist.
So, if the conversation favors him arguing that what it means for something to begin to exist means that it just began to exist in time, he will argue that point and say that, well, it had to have had a cause if it began in time. If he thinks
he would be right though on that though.
Yeah, but then you could legitimately ask, what caused God? That would be a legitimate question in that circumstance, and he immediately retreated from that when he was asked.
Okay, so Seek says the Earth is around 6,000 years. So your God, if your God is contingent on that being true, your God doesn't exist. It's very simple. And I'll say it again so you understand. If your God is contingent, ontologically speaking, if his existence is contingent on the Earth being around 6,000 years, that can be falsified. That can be demonstrated to be not true. Thereby, ergo by extension, your God does not exist. Simple as that. I don't know.
If bad people have bad arguments, then you're a bad person, Seek. No offense.
Hi, Edgar. How you been, man?
Bad people have bad arguments. Not.
He's talking about himself.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Tom. I don't know Thomas in here yet.
Yeah,
So
I'm
Thomas,
sure.
Thomas, who are you, real quick?
Yes, bad people suck.
Thomas, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Hang on. Oh God, Edgar, hit F5, refresh. Damn, you sound like a 14-year-old going through puberty. Fix that shit.
This?
No, Tom.
14-year-old Megatron.
Megatron. So Thomas, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we know you? I don't recognize the name.
No, I'm new.
Awesome. New to Hangouts, or new to the Great Debate community, or new to what?
New to both.
This is your first Hangout?
Well, no, his second, because I saw him today. You know, in MK's hangout. He was dealing with DD. So.
Oh,
moment
okay.
of silence.
Oh wow, you cut your teeth on DD.
Was that your first Hangout ever with DD?
Oh, it's all uphill from there.
Wait, I want to make sure. So Thomas, that was your first Hangout you ever been in was with Dar's DD.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you've got it made, brother. You've already experienced the shit of the shit. This is all downhill. You guys went to coast.
Yes. Within the first 2 minutes, he called me stupid 3 times, I think.
All right. The way you just counter that is you tell him to eat raw spaghetti.
So basically, he was saying he liked you because that's pretty mellow for him. I think he took a liking to you.
Yeah.
Didn't he call you a troll at one point too? Like after a while, he just said, "I'm done. This guy's a troll."
The entire Great Debate community of 780 people were all trolls, according to Darwin's dude. Mr. ID, fix your shit. Is that you? Edgar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No. Hit F5.
Can you hear me?
No, hit F5.
Stop fucking muting me.
Can you hear me?
No.
Edgar, you're all robotic.
Hit
And you may
F5.
have a fan on.
Okay, wait. Yeah, okay.
And by the way,
Can you hear me now?
no, come back, leave and come back. Hit F5. It'll reboot your window. It'll reset your window. Yeah, I know, Tom. I was so hoping I got another fucking cherry popping.
I mean,
oh well.
can you hear me now?
Okay, Edgar, you're not listening to me. Edgar, hit F5 and refresh the window.
This goes on for 20 minutes.
Fuck my life.
Play a game.
Oh my god. This is the guy that thinks he knows more than Einstein. This is the guy that wants to win a Nobel. Come on. Edgar. Edgar. Edgar.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hit F5.
Can you hear me?
I think at this point he's doing it on purpose.
Oh, fuck it. I'm losing the will. I'm losing the will to live here, guys. I'm losing the will to live. Help me out here. I'm serious. My life force is draining away.
Who the fuck is Immutable Destiny?
He's cool.
Oh, he's a troll. Just ignore him.
He's a troll like the rest of us.
He just talks about Mandela effect crap all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, Pseudo. Pseudo is such a troll, I swear, at times.
Well, at least Pseudo admits he's trolling. Yeah, give props.
I do. I'm actually trolling.
Yeah, but he's a troll that's actually funny sometimes. So says
Edgar sounds like he's butt fucking a toast.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
I have to read off the super chats. That's the rule. I read them off.
I stole it from you.
Yeah, you did. You don't get the $2. Edgar sounds like he's butt fucking a toaster.
Make it sound like I was getting paid anyway.
That's funny. Edgar.
Cyborg, I was in here earlier. I don't know why right now if you gotta point me out.
Yeah, fuck you anyways.
Yeah, I've changed my microphone, and I think you can hear me when I
All right, it's better.
right?
It's better. It's better.
Did you download a better voice changer?
Evidence. The link to get in is in the GDC, the same place it always is. It's the very last post in the GDC. And once we get the webpage working, I'll post it as well there. Okay, so Mr. Intelligent Design, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So first of all, again, you do know, don't mess with the evolution page. You got that, right?
No, the reason why I'm not messing it, I'm just sharing the other side of the evolution.
There is no
we're talking about science.
There is no other side. There is no other side. There is no other side. Stay away from the evolution page. You can write whatever you want on yours, and I don't mind if you put a little blurb on other people's pages, as long as you quote unquote and put a little hashtag and then Mr. Intelligent Design. That's fine. You can do that because I love the shit that you write. It's so stupid. It has to be on everybody's page. It's great. But the science pages are off limits to you.
I think this you are trying to censor science.
No.
Trying to censor science. You are not fair in science.
Please, Edgar, if I may, Edgar,
are conveying the standard scientific views.
May
so there's no alternative.
Hold on, Doctor. May I?
Intelligent design is not science.
Yeah, go ahead, Pseudo.
Steve, we obviously have a problem. This solution might work temporarily, but a better solution is maybe we should have another evolution page, according to Mr. Intelligent
We
Design.
do his own page.
No. But see, that's his profile page.
Oh,
we need an evolution page according to Mr. Intelligent Design.
I'm okay with that.
Right.
No, first the reason why I make a definition for the evolution, because the reason why you are trying to use your own definition of evolution, because you do never include intelligence.
Oh God, this is why I'm done with this conversation already.
What will be
Edgar, I love you, brother. Edgar, listen to me very carefully. I'm not spending 4 hours with you discussing the fucking 70 definitions of intelligence. It's not going to happen. Okay. Now, do you want your own page where you can have your own thing and say evolution according to Edgar? We're fine with that. You want that?
Okay, I have it. I have it actually. Okay. I am not complaining about when Nestle moved my comments to evolution. I am not complaining about that. I understand you. I understand where you stand.
Okay.
I understand where you stand, but I think you need to also understand that science must be fair.
We are
because
fair.
Every time we got a mistake in science, people will die, and who will be responsible for them if they die without knowing anything in reality?
You got a point there, Steve.
Oh, shut up.
The problem is, Edgar, is that fair doesn't mean everything goes.
ID, and who do you think is wrong about the science?
Well, the reason why, after the wrong in science, that the theory of evolution is wrong because it did not include intelligence. I accept in evolution if there's no intelligence in reality.
Real quick.
It is applicable.
Okay, the link to get evidence. The link is at the. Why? I got a lot of background noise. Can people mute for a sec? Everybody, just mute. Yeah. Everybody mute, because it's so much background noise. It's killing me. Pseudo mute. Oh, I think it's Pseudo. That was actually much quieter. All right, listen to me. Evidence. If you go to the Great Debate Community, right, webpage, not the webpage. I'm sorry, the G+, right? There's a comment in there that shows the link to get in here. Okay. Now, Edgar, we're gonna have a conversation. But you can pick any word you want from me to ban me from using it. I want to pick one for you. You cannot use the word intelligence in this conversation. Now you can pick one for me. Any word you want, I won't use because it's irrelevant.
No, why reality is irrelevant to you?
I didn't say reality is irrelevant.
Intelligence is not part of reality.
I say that?
Am I talking science? Yeah, religion here. No, I'm not talking religion here. I'm talking reality.
Edgar, you are so disassociated from reality. I don't even know if you can describe how far removed you are. You're almost in your own modal ontological possible world. I mean, you're seriously that far out.
You're simply sorry, Steve, but you're trying to tell me and to tell the people here that intelligence is not part of reality. Is that right?
Wait, hang on. Guys, stop interrupting.
No,
I will ask the questions and I'll ask people to chime in. Now, I'll pick one person. Mike, did I say that intelligence was not part of reality? Anybody?
No, Steve,
I did not. Thank you, Anarchy. So
no, you didn't.
So I did not say that. So, Mr. Intelligent, you want to try again? We're going to show how an actual dialogue goes back and forth, very civilly, very calmly, and that you just can't have one. So let's start from the beginning. I did not say that. I said I want you to have a discussion. I'll pick one word you can't use, and you can pick one word I can't use. Equal, right? You cannot use intelligence or any derivation thereof. Intelligent, intelligence, intelligente, whatever. Pick one word for me and I won't use it. I always find a substitute.
No, because I don't know, but the
oh
reason
my
why
God, you're not. You listen to me. We're playing by my rules here, okay? This is the game we're gonna play. I don't know why this is so complicated. I can play pseudo. Pick what word you don't want me to use. I'll pick one for you.
All right, Steve, you cannot use the word irrelevant.
Ooh, you're a dick. All right, fair enough. It's not necessary. Okay, I won't use the I word. You can't use the word but. Try doing an interjection now. Yeah.
Steve, you're such an ass.
I know.
Yeah.
You just substitute with the word however.
Yeah, so anybody wants to join in.
I was going to say for Steve, the word would be science.
No. So anybody wants to join in, they get one word they can't use. And Pseudo, you get to pick the next word for the next person. We're gonna make this into a game.
Okay.
So Edgar, you are.
Well, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna show you why you don't know anything about evolution and science in general. Is that fair? Is that cool? We can do that.
I can hear. I cannot hear. What? Can you repeat again? I didn't hear you.
We were gonna show you how you know nothing about evolution or science or anything for that matter. And we're going to have a dialogue in order to do that in a kind of way, right? And we're going to have a conversation. We're going to ask the panel members to kind of join in and weigh in on maybe what they think is right and wrong. Would you be down for that?
I think it is the opposite. I have science and you don't have science.
We can demonstrate that. Fine. Sure.
Look, Steve. We are talking about we are talking about science in Nestle with Nestle when he tried to correct me and in the page of evolution.
So if you have science,
you don't have any science.
Okay, if you don't have science, what do you call the 1.3 million peer-reviewed papers on evolutionary biology? What are those things called? If not science, bullshit. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So you could falsify every one of those papers.
Because
wait. You can falsify every one of those papers then.
What?
You can falsify.
I cannot hear. Please.
You can falsify every one of those papers, or any one of them. You know what? You don't even have to do one.
Yes.
Okay. Which one are you going to falsify? Pick one and falsify.
It's easy to falsify them. It is so easy. I did. I did. I already did. I have my own new.
Wait. Did you read any of these papers?
Oh, what papers are you talking about?
Oh God!
Which paper are you talking about?
Now you know why people. Now you know why I fucking drink, right? Now you know why I drink. Now do we understand why I have rum and coke night? Do you get it? Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Intelligent Design, in order to falsify a paper, you have to read it first. Do you understand that concept?
Of course, I know that.
Okay, so how do you falsify? Okay, well, clearly you don't. So how did you falsify papers you never read? Answer me that.
No,
That's intelligence.
Wait, I falsify a theory. Okay, I falsify a theory. The theory of evolution and evolution itself can be falsified.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely, it can be falsified.
The reason why our scientists doesn't know how to falsify them, because they didn't know where to attack the theory and its weak point.
I can tell you.
You did.
I can tell you where to attack the theory. Breed 2 dogs and get a chicken. Hey, evolution's falsified. Congratulations.
No.
Mazel tov.
Because remember, Steve. There are many ways of. The reason why you are different from me. You know, in science there are many ways of falsification. You can falsify. It's like cutting a tree. You can cut it through leaves. You can cut it, but you need to cut it through the root.
If it's a core property of the model, then if you falsify that, there's a problem, right? And two dogs breeding a chicken would be a huge problem. Obviously, that'd be a core prediction that would be falsifiable. But any kind of tangential or kind of tertiary predictions, they get falsified all the time. It doesn't falsify the model.
Look,
they're not
theory of
essential.
evolution has a wrong prediction. That is the reason many scientists could not falsify the theory of evolution.
Okay, can somebody hang on.
Time out. You didn't think.
Time out. Can somebody give evidence link? Because evidence, you don't know where the GDC is? You go to the link in the video description. It takes you to the GDC, and then it gives you a link to get in here. If not, can somebody send the link to evidence, please? Pseudo, would you be so kind?
And everyone must turn on their webcams. I want to see face palms.
I don't have a webcam.
You could do twice for me. Okay, so Edgar.
Picture of my fucking monitoring.
In order to falsify a theory, you have to understand the theory. Would you agree that?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
You need to understand the root of the theory.
Okay.
You need to understand why the theory exists.
Can you tell me what the theory of evolution is?
Evolution is what did you say? Definition of evolution?
Can you tell me what the theory of evolution is?
Can I ask a few questions to Edgar?
Sure, but
yes, please. Okay.
Edgar, you believe in God, yes?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Now explain to me how exactly evidence disproves, or how exactly evolution disproves God.
I don't know why we're going down this rabbit hole.
What part of it?
Wait.
Part of it means God couldn't exist if evolution existed too? Because for all you know, God made evolution so that He wouldn't have to micromanage animals.
You need to remember that the evolution they never used intelligence.
You can't use that. That's twice he's used
it. Not be more intelligent of God.
That's
to
twice
say, you
he's
know
used
what? I
it.
don't feel like all of eternity managing these animals. So you know what? I'm going to make a system that manages the animals for me, called evolution. How do you know God didn't do that?
Yeah,
hang on. No, it's time out. Time out. Oh my God, Edgar, this is why it drives me nuts when you're you don't listen. You use the word twice that you're not supposed to use. You used the word twice that you weren't supposed to be able to use. So what's the punishment? What do we do?
I guess
you see
a minute being muted.
Steve,
I don't know what.
Oops. Time out. Evidence. Go look on your Google Plus in the outside chat. That's the green icon.
Yeah, I sent it to him directly too.
Yeah.
It's the very last post. And I just sent it to you through Gmail, too. Evidence. Evidence has been in Hangouts before. I don't know.
I've been laughing for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, the reason why I came here and to this hangout because we have been debating with Nestle about evolution.
No, you were not.
And I used the power of intelligent
Stop!
design.
No,
Yeah,
you just said the word 3 times. All right, hang on. Edgar, you get a timeout. You now use the word 3 times that I asked you not to use. 3 times. Okay, so let's go to somebody else. We're waiting for you.
Steve, what's the word you're not supposed to use?
Starts with an I. Hey, is that Tommy? Holy shit. Tommy. Damn, look at that. Look at that fine specimen of a man there. Oh, he's blushing. He doesn't blush.
Edgar needs his own show.
Yeah, what brings you to my neck of the woods, Tommy? You don't get down to you don't slum it with us anymore.
I tremble in your presence, Steve. Thank you for your hospitality, though. This is
you're
premium.
always welcome, man. You know that.
And you hold my gratitude, man.
Yeah.
You good peeps rock.
Dude,
it is a privilege, etc., etc.
Come on down anytime.
No offense, Tommy, but are you like surviving out in the middle of the woods right now?
Yeah, I ain't hard to figure out.
Okay, are you gonna unmute now, Mr.
You're inquiring,
Mr. Intelligence?
You seem like a chill dude, Tommy.
Thanks, bro. I fake it best I can.
Oh, he's high as fuck right now, probably. That's why.
Yeah, you're screaming inside too.
I think we all are.
With dealing with Edgar,
especially
since 1983, or at least semi-delusional.
I've been screaming inside since grade school.
We're not ignoring you, Tommy, but we got Edgar in here. We're trying to have a conversation with Edgar. We're trying to teach him how to have an actual dialogue. He just can't play by the rules.
Did I ask was my question a bad question to ask?
No, just the problem is it's not a bad question, no. But the problem is he doesn't know what the theory of evolution is. So how could he debunk it? He has no idea what it is. He really doesn't.
That's the problem. I wanted to further quantify that by asking him how exactly it would, counteract God.
Well, first he's got to show what the theory of evolution is. Edgar,
didn't the Pope say evolution was a thing?
Well, yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, what is
the Pope?
What is the theory of evolution? Okay, I'll give you an example. If I say the theory of gravity is a general theory of relativity. Okay, what is the theory of evolution?
Okay. I'm hearing.
do I need to ask it 5 times? What is the theory of evolution?
The theory of evolution is a theory for the origin of species used by evolution.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to accept that. It's modern evolutionary synthesis. But yeah, you know what? Sure. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. So origin of species.
It doesn't
Okay.
describe the origin of anything.
Well, no, it does. No, I'm okay with that.
It's the origin of species.
It's fine. Yeah, no, evolution.
Are you
denying how our
science?
We'll take
came
it.
to be. It
We'll-
didn't define. Oh, they
we'll-
started exactly
Cyborg,
like this.
Cyborg, stop. We'll take it, okay? Just trust me, okay? There's only so many rabbit holes we can go down. We'll take it. Okay, so the origin of species. Now, we see species that exist today, right? By the way, welcome, Evidence. Can we say hi to Evidence?
I agree.
Everybody give it up for Evidence here.
Yay, Evidence found the link. Where it
By the way,
always is.
Evidence, you have a great fucking channel. I don't know how you have no subs. I don't get it. What the hell's wrong with you?
Down here in this basket. I guess it's your fault.
Well, okay, that's fair enough.
No,
we gotta get you some subs. You got a
No,
really
it's
good.
not.
I like your channel. You know I do, but shit, you got like 12 subs. I don't know, maybe a couple hundred, but we gotta get you some subs.
Well, I'm trying to boosting up things. I'm getting a lot of tips from you. Thank you.
Listen to how smart you
Because you have
sound.
much better channel than I have. Because you have all this
But you sound so much more intelligent than me.
hangouts where you invite.
I don't get it. Listen to his voice. He can say 1 + 1 = 5, and people are gonna believe him with that voice. It's God's gift.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Anyway, I'm here now. It took a long time. I will be partying with my neighbors the whole night. Me and my wife. Thank you very much. But now we have Saint Tommy here. It's kind of interesting, because I've joined several of his hangouts, and he has been kind of sending to me. So I would like to hear him defend the Christian worldview, please.
I apologize in advance for any annoying obnoxiousness that I compulsively manifest, and also for all compulsive annoyances that I have bestowed upon thee in my good intentions. That being said, do what?
Tommy's
justify God scientifically? I'm sorry, I can't help you. That's not my department.
Yeah,
my
Tommy
department is to tell you everything's cool and our sin is forgiven, and we don't even have to keep contemplating all these things. Rest assured, good neighbors, that's my job.
Is that a weasel
hope
or a
that
prairie
helps,
dog?
bro.
That helps. Let's go and rape everybody.
Rapists all around. Is that a prairie dog or a weasel?
Have you guys got Pepto-Bismol handy?
This is
Go
driving me.
ahead.
This is
Go
driving me
ahead,
nuts. Is that a prairie dog or a weasel, Tommy?
It's actually a hybrid, a bastard love child between one of those honey badgers and a prairie dog.
Is that what
it
really?
represents me?
No, you serious?
Isn't it called a meek?
It's a meerkat.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a meerkat. Oh, it's a meerkat. Okay, yeah, okay, meerkat. I was driving me nuts. Thank you, Pseudo.
One of the most sociopathic animals out there.
Oh, they're so cute. They're so cute.
Always on the lookout.
No, Tom.
Precious and humble.
Evidence has more than 12 subs. He's got a couple hundred, but he should have a lot more. Okay, so Edgar, we go back to
What
Edgar.
the fuck? That's kind of son of a bitch.
Edgar.
Love you, Steve.
Yeah, let's finish our discussion for me so that you could continue.
Okay.
If whenever you have any question, please ask so that you can have more.
Yeah. So Edgar, okay, the origin of species. So you admit we have a lot of biodiversification, right?
I agree.
Okay, so there are about 8.7 million extant species. We're talking just eukaryotes, not bacteria, not archaea.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
I don't think it's even. Well, okay, yeah. So, in order to explain why we have so many species, we need a model that explains that, right?
In order to explain what, please can you speak clearly?
We need a model to explain how we have so much biodiversification currently, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I have my model. You have your model.
All right, great.
You have your.
My model uses a 4 billion year time frame. Your model uses 7,000 years. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes,
Can you show us?
YAC.
Okay. Can you show us the lineage of any extant species that or actually any group? I'll say a group. For example, like birds or lizards or anything, right? That could have speciated that rapidly over the last 7,000 years?
You got a mistake in explaining reality, because you are because you are using the years of the universe. You are simply saying that evolution is correct without testing.
Okay, who wants
who
wants to moderate this? Okay, Evidence and General Han Solo. You guys are moderators. One's a theist, one's a non-theist. I think that's fair. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, Hunter, you want to be?
What?
I'll let you. Hunter, you can be a moderator too.
moderate.
All right, Hunter, you moderate
Okay.
for the theist. Evidence, will you moderate for the other side, the non-theist side?
So
A little bit?
exactly like.
Well,
Alright.
when I ask you guys for a judgment, I want you guys you both give your opinion, one from a theistic point of view, one from an atheist. Now, he just said that I have said that I said evolution is true because of the age of the Earth, or I've assumed it is. Okay. Have I made any reference to evolution being true based upon anything whatsoever so far? Am I just asking questions?
Right now, I just hear you asking questions.
Okay. Evidence, are you there, by the way, Edgar? Evidence? No. Okay. Who else to be the other side? Pseudo, somebody else? Anybody? Mike? Anybody? I need a non-theist side.
Oh my goodness, it's Mr. Intelligent Design.
All right, fuck
Oh,
it.
dear.
We'll just keep Hunter. All right, Hunter. Hunter, you're fair. You're a theist. That's fine. So, Mr. Intelligent Design, I'm going to ask you again. How do you account for the diversification of species we have now over 7,000 years, and what species you're going to show us can trace back the lineage 7,000 years, or what group of species?
Well, yeah, there are many diversification in every population. For example, me and my father are different. We're different. We're two different things. I'm giving you the actual reality.
Okay,
Me
Hunter,
and my mother are different things.
we accept.
So, in
we
other
agree
words,
with that.
it is not to explain that diversity in biology. You don't have to use evolution. You can use interrelation.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question
see?
again because you did not answer the question. Can I get Hunter? Did he answer the question? Hunter, are you paying attention? How could he moderate?
No.
He's not paying attention.
he
All right,
didn't
General.
answer the
All right, you moderate, General. Okay, so let me ask you again because you didn't answer the question. Can you show us a group of species, right, or species, or anything you want? Show us over 7,000 years how it's diversified, because we have 8.7 million extant species, eukaryotes. Now pick one. Pick 6,000. There's 9,000 different types of birds. Hey, so this is big birds. Birds are cool. So there's 9,000 birds. Explain to us how we speciated 9,000 birds from 2 on the Ark. Go ahead.
Well, you are before that. You are thinking that a speciation is caused by a natural selection or by many.
I made no such claim.
Evolution. No, I'm explaining.
I made no such claim though. I object.
Answer the question.
I answer the question.
Moderator, MK. I'm
I'm
going to call you MK. MK, did I make any such claim that he's claiming? MK? General, you're
Who's
MK.
MK?
No, General's
MK, please.
Yeah, MK, please. Sorry. MK, please. Did I make any such claim?
Oh, well, wait a minute. I didn't pick a word for general. General, you can't use the word question.
Ooh,
You
that's hard.
cannot use the word question.
That's good. That's good. We're playing a game, and pseudo. I like that. You remembered. There's certain words.
Pick the word.
Yeah, like Mr. Intelligent Line cannot use the word intelligence. I can't use the word pseudo-pick for me, which I can't say because pseudo can say it.
No, if I'm going to limit you, you cannot use the word.
Don't worry, Mike. It's irrelevant.
You don't get to pick. You don't get to pick, Mr. Intelligent Line. And so, General, you can't use the word question in the conversation.
You can use the word inconsequential.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So when I said answer the question, I can't say that.
You can't use the word question. So you have to phrase it a different way.
Then when I say
you can say interrogatory. Interrogatory.
I can say this then. Answer the query.
Ooh, query's good too.
That'd be
General's
fine. That's not a
smart.
question.
Very good.
Now, here's the thing, Pseudos. You're not making him sound smarter. Stop doing that.
No, he's making him sound like he's arrogant. Oh, can you answer the query? It's like saying, "Oh, will you wait for me? I'll wait for you in the queue. You know, in the line.
You mean the line?
It's not a fucking Q. It's a line. You know, fucking Brits. Okay, so
okay. To those of you who doesn't know me, my model is biological interrelation.
Yeah, we don't care. That's not. It's not.
Steve's model
we don't
is
care.
they call it theory.
We don't care.
No, we are fighting a model right now.
Okay.
Your model is the theory of evolution. My model is biological interrelation.
I'm asking you.
So
questions.
you are supporting evolution.
No. You're showing us evolution is wrong. I don't care what the fuck your model is. That's a different argument.
Because you need because I have model.
Great. I don't care. That's not that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing evolution, not your model.
That's science.
Okay, so the model
that is
we
science,
discussed. No, Edgar, you said you could falsify evolution. Now you're going to your model. We don't care about your model. Okay, that's a different discussion, which is fine, but that's not what we're having. You need to falsify evolution. Now I asked you.
Yeah, because I have
the evolutionary model.
I'm using my model.
The evolution. Okay, you know what? Use your model. That's fine. But the evolutionary model shows that we cannot get 9,000 bird species over 6,000 years. No physics, no biology, nothing could ever account for that. They don't speciate like that.
Yeah, because evolution is wrong. That is the reason why you cannot get that.
So show us.
If you use interrelation.
Listen to me very carefully. You have 9,000 species over 6,000 years. Does the math
That's bad.
How do you get 9,000 species in only 6,000 years? You now have 3,000 species that speciate twice in a generation.
So what's the problem about that? When interrelation is being used,
I cannot tell you the degree of dumbfuckery at this moment. It is surpassing anybody I've never known.
The problem is, it's impossible.
No, you need to understand, Steve, that you are using your model. That is wrong.
Okay, I have a popular. Okay, I'm going to break this very simple.
I'm using the model.
Sure, use your model. Use your model. Go ahead, Edgar. I have a population. Okay, show me a speciation event in one generation for a bird. Show me when that's ever happened.
Sorry, I dropped my microphone. My headphone. Can you repeat again, please?
Given a population of birds, show me how you can have a speciation event in that population in a single generation. Even worse, how do you have two speciation events in a single generation? How does that work?
It's easy. They are going to use the mechanism for interrelation, and I call it the intelligent selection, so that the bird could live through interrelation.
How do you have
easy,
a species? Right? No, you're not even remotely in the ballpark of the question. How do you have a species?
No, I'm
okay. Do you know what a speciation? Okay. You know what a speciation event is, Edgar?
I know a speciation, but it's different from what you're talking about.
Okay, what is a speciation?
Evolution is speciation.
What is a speciation event?
Evolution is speciation and interrelation and speciation are two different things because we are using different.
Okay, forget the
reality.
words. Forget the words. You have a population that at some point becomes separate in that population from each other. You have some birds that can breed, some birds that you can't. They diverge and they become two species. That is a fact we observe.
Right.
We see this. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I observed that too.
Okay. So speciation does happen. Now, explain to me how you have a population of birds that have speciated over and over again in 6,000 years to get a population of 9,000 different birds. How?
I already told you. They use interrelation.
First of all,
they don't use evolution. They use interrelation. So what's the problem?
Because, Edgar, you cannot speciate in a single generation with birds. It's not biologically possible. It doesn't work that way.
No, why does not? Because you are simply saying to me
like,
that evolution is right.
No. Okay, wait. That's like saying I and my ex got together and we produced a child that wasn't human. Or is a new species of human, I should say. It wouldn't be human. It's a new species of human. That doesn't happen.
We are talking about life in biology.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
You need to remember that. That is where Nestle got a mistake in his debate with me.
Okay, it wasn't a debate.
Life.
Okay, Edgar, very simple. When's the last time humans speciated?
They did not.
Okay.
So we
don't speciate according to you. Okay, we don't speciate.
Design.
When's the last time birds?
It was design.
When's the last time birds speciated?
in interrelation, especially that equals design.
Give me the year the last.
Because there is an intelligent
Give me the
who
year.
designed life.
Give me the year the last bird speciation occurred.
And that is called interrelation.
Give me the year the last bird speciation occurred.
Oh, maybe 6,000 years, probably 6,000 years ago.
Oh, 6,000 years ago. So how do you have one? What do you have? How do you have two birds produce a population of 9,000 different types of birds? Then
it was designed. The population was designed for life. Because you remember, the word population itself is a defense mechanism to life to exist. If you are a natural process, you will never think about population because you don't know about that.
Okay. I'm going to turn this over to somebody because this is giving me a headache. I've just demonstrated to the whole audience, the 61 people watching, how many people here think Mr. Intelligent Design has a fucking clue what he's talking about in any way, shape, or form? I mean, does he understand what a population, speciation, evolution? He's trying to disprove evolution. Does he demonstrated that he even knows any of this?
I understand correctly. I understand perfectly.
Wait.
No,
the reason why
actually, you do not.
I want to take.
There are 42,000 species of spiders in the world. How in the world would you get there for 6,000 years?
All right, so let's just take a quick straw poll. Is anybody here think that Edgar knows anything about biology or evolution? Anything?
Hell no.
Okay, we got 0.
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Live chat.
Okay.
Wait,
no. You, okay.
Edgar, wait. Live chat.
Go with.
Live chat. Does anybody think that
he's got you?
Okay, so Edgar, nobody thinks you understand anything. Why is this not getting through to you?
No, I understood everything perfectly because I'm using the new model, the biological interrelation model. You are using the old and obsolete and wrong model. That's the reason why you
can't. Model only you use.
Yeah, you don't seem to understand that what you're making up is your own reality, but it's not the reality that everybody else on the planet uses.
No, you don't know about intelligence. That it's part of reality, right?
Okay, you use the word again. You're not supposed to use again. You demonstrate you can't even follow simple directions. This was
you see, your reality is limited.
Edgar.
This is funny.
This was a test to see if you could follow very simple directions by not using one word. That's all. One fucking word, and you cannot do it.
No, because that is part of reality. That is my strength. You're trying to compress science, real science. You're trying to compress it.
Could you please explain to us how our limited knowledge of intelligence could arrive to over 42,000 species of spiders in 6,000 years? Explain that, please.
Okay. Well, based on the biological interrelation. But remember this: the biological interrelation uses different kind of mechanism. In the theory of evolution, you are using the natural selection. Mainly natural selection and other, for example, there are many mutation or whatever. But in the biological interrelation, the soul in the major mechanism for biological interrelation, I call it intelligence selection. The reason why it is part of intelligence selection is being used in mechanism, because in biology we are talking about life. We are not talking about earthquake. We are not talking about the flow of the river. So when you have life in the stake, especially when life is in danger, you must support life to exist, or life will die. So when you are trying to support any acts like life, you are using intelligence. When you use intelligence, you are using what I call intelligence selection. So if you would like to have a spider, or birds or dogs to exist in the world, the first thing that you're going to do, if you are the one who created life, you design life, you are going to a population of spiders, diverse population of spiders, diverse population of dogs or cats or birds, so that they could live. Remember this: a defense mechanism for life.
All right.
This is the reason why Fiona Robertson.
Yeah, you're just you're babbling at this point. First of all, super chat, Sir Dusha again. I feel like I'm watching a concussed football player, Dodo Bird. My brain's hurt immensely. I know. Listening to Mr. Intelligent Design hurts us all, but you know what? Some people find it entertaining. Now, I think it would be entertaining. People have brought this up. Maybe I'll make it happen. I'm not even being kidding here. What would you think would happen if Mr. Intelligent Design and Ken Hovind had a debate?
The universe would implode.
I see. That's what I said too. I'm wondering who would give up on who first. Going, holy shit! Here's somebody that understands evolution less than I do.
He will show you. I'm inviting.
What do you think? What do you think?
Hole of stupidity.
It would be a black hole of stupid. What do you think Hovind would actually do if he ran across somebody like Edgar, who has never, ever had any experience with forever? He'd be like, "This guy, I can't take this guy seriously."
Ken Hovind would have no idea what to do, because the moment he engages with Edgar, he has to throw his script in the garbage.
I'm almost willing to do it just as like they look at it.
Yeah, that's actually a good.
I have a new science. Remember, I have a new science.
See, this is why, because everything that Edgar has to say is 100% original.
Oh yeah. Oh God bless you, Edgar. You know what?
It's never been repeated before.
Can I give Edgar a compliment?
I am a new discoverer.
Because I just got Edgar all the time. Let me give Edgar a compliment. Edgar, you are the most creative, delusional person I've ever met in my life. Your creativity is surpassed by none. If you actually did this as a comedy
they
thing,
say that to Galileo.
No, I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. If you actually did
They
this,
say that to Galileo.
Steve, is there such a thing as a Nobel Prize for people like Mr. Intelligent
there
Design?
is.
Because
There is. It's called the IG Nobel.
you can't match.
I mean, they do give out ribbons
Ig Nobel,
to
yeah.
retarded
Ig Nobel,
people.
yeah.
They
Ig
give out
Nobel.
ribbons to retarded
You can't
people.
match.
Yeah,
You
he is.
can't match the genius, and that is Mr. Intelligent Design.
Yeah, he would win an Ig Nobel. Midnight Sparkle. This guy is the reason I try to learn things. You are an embarrassment, Mr. ID. Your arrogance, no bounds. Yeah, no, I think he does suffer from narcissism.
Yeah,
I think so. But Edgar, I'm telling you, if you did this as a comedy routine, and you just did that as creativity of how fucking
no.
I'm telling you,
Steve,
that's your niche.
Steve, he can't break character. Stop it.
Steve, you didn't test. You didn't go out. You didn't go out to the field and test. Did you test intelligence? No, you didn't test intelligence.
No, I did not, Pseudo. I did not.
How in the hell do you test intelligence?
Obviously.
He gets some eggs and tissue paper. Long story.
Yeah, he's not even lying to you.
Did you test it?
Evidence. You get eggs and tissue paper, and you drop the eggs in the tissue paper. Ergo intelligence. We're not making this up.
So that's the reason why we are different things. I have science. I test my own theory, my own explanation. I test
so wait a minute. I'm really serious here. If I moderated a debate between Edgar and Kent, and this is an actual debate, right? I mean, they have 90 minutes. They've got to continue. They don't want to just drop out. And I'd be like, no, Kent, Edgar. I will vouch for Edgar. He's completely legit on this. He's straight up. This is his arguments. He wants to debate you on this. I think Kent would actually leave. I think he'd be done and just leave.
I think he probably would too.
Yeah.
No, remember when Galileo said that the Earth revolved around the sun, he was housed in prison.
Yeah, you're not Galileo.
Remember that. Remember that science sometimes.
Edgar,
use that example.
Edgar,
wow, what's that?
Sometimes are very critical to the new explanation. I understand that.
Edgar, Galileo understood physics. You don't. You don't know the first things about science and physics. And by the way, you guys may not know this. But Edgar actually claimed to be a civil engineer. You have an engineering degree in civil engineering.
Yeah, I have a degree in civil engineering.
Yeah, see, I'm not lying. And yet you ask him a basic.
How many years did you go to?
5 years.
What was the first subject you studied in college in order to get to the actual degree?
Yeah, you have, depending on your silence. You have 4 core units in any engineering field.
He said he took 5 years at Manila University, and yet he did not.
What was the first subject?
Wait. He didn't know what Pythagoras' theorem was. He didn't know what Hooke's law was. He didn't know what Young's modulus was. He didn't know what a metric tensor is.
Yeah,
he didn't know what Taylor's series was.
Pythagorean?
No, he didn't know what the law of cosines was. He didn't know what. Do you know what Euler's identity is, Mr. Intelligent Design? Do you remember Euler's identity?
No, I know all of that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
What is it? I have my science. Okay, I have my science.
Yeah, he knew the entire. He knew all this engineering, and he forgot very simple stuff.
former engineering degree, and now a different thing. I'm a scientist now. I'm protecting intelligent design.
So Mr. Intelligence,
I will give you another prize.
This is too funny.
You don't even
My
know.
aim is to get another prize.
You don't even know what the law of
You
cosine.
actually know that intelligent design is a pseudoscience, right?
Hang on.
No.
Does he have
Edgar, that's Euler's formula, not Euler's identity. But yeah, you can get Euler's identity from it if you stick in pi.
Wait, did you really not know what literally Pythagorean theorem was?
No,
because I learned that in high school. I learned that in like a year before.
Yeah, that's basic.
Middle school.
So look at the group chat. Immutable just put Euler's formula in the group chat. Do you see it?
Yes.
Interesting formula.
Okay, do you see it?
I studied science. I studied calculus.
Okay, Mr. Intelligence. Wait. God damn it! Wait. He said
I don't use that right now.
He said
I have to use intelligence.
He said he studied calculus.
I am a scientist.
He said he studied calculus, right? I mean, if you asked, watch, Cyborg, such, watch. Mr. Intelligence Design, what's the derivative of x squared?
What?
What's the derivative of x squared?
Square root of x squared?
No.
X.
What is the derivative of x squared?
Oh, I forgot that.
Ah, there you go. I rest my case. Now, do you want this civil engineer working on a building, a bridge, or otherwise anything that traffic is going over?
No, I'm not doing that.
He doesn't do that now, Steve.
Yes, yeah, he doesn't do that now.
Okay, can I
yeah, General, go ahead. General, go ahead.
I will give you the math.
Go ahead, General.
So, Mr. Intelligent Design, what is a derivative?
Ooh, good question.
What is dy dx?
Good question.
What is dy dx?
Wait, okay. In our last hangout, I told you that all about math. That you are going to. I give you all the crown about math.
No, you didn't.
Because I
answer the question.
Wait, hold on.
Ask me about intelligence.
No. I want to know what. I want to know what derivative is. You are scientist.
I don't know this. So if you want to know
God damn it, Cyber! Hang on.
You can ask
Edgar. If you say you're a scientist, you need to demonstrate some proficiency at science, including mathematics. Nobody's going to call you a scientist. Edgar, listen to me. Nobody's going to call you a scientist unless you can demonstrate you have a scientific background. Now, we're going to ask the question again. What is a derivative?
No, I have a science.
Edgar, I swear to God. Edgar, I'm going to mute you to death. I'm very serious here. Listen to my words, and you know how I am. When we ask a direct question, we get a direct answer, or that's it. Okay? And everybody can testify in here that I don't play these games. You know I've kicked you out before. I've kicked out people today. Okay? I don't want to have to kick you out. I really, really don't, because I'm enjoying this. But Edgar, you have to be able to answer questions. If you say, I don't know, that's fine. I will accept that. But do not...
You could even look it up on Google. Come on.
Sure, but whatever. Okay, so you can unmute and answer the question, what is a derivative? It's not that hard for a scientist. We're not sharpshooting you. We're not asking you really technical questions. Because I think anybody here can probably tell you what a derivative is if they've had calculus. Any one of them. I know General can.
Yeah, I've told you that in my mathematics, I forgot all of that because my focus is intelligence.
How can you forget something as simple as derivative?
Exactly my question. How can you forget that? Yeah. I mean, I took some calculus, even I remember. I can't tell you what the derivative is. I know how to find it. So, I mean, x squared, the derivative of x squared is...
The derivative, a nonlinear curve. And what you want to do is you're wanting to find the tangent on a specific point on the xy axis with respect to that curve.
I make it even I make it simpler than that. It's the point where a secant line converges to. It's a point where a secant line converges from 2 points to one on a tangent line. So you have a tangent on the function. It just gives you the slope of the time rate of change.
So, and you can establish it by showcasing the difference between, say, x plus h versus x, and then f of x plus h with respect to f of x, and then you can. It's exactly the same as the gradient.
Yeah, but is Sorry, General. Isn't there an easier way? You could do nx to the square to the n minus 1.
Well, that's for that's power. That's a power rule.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's,
so if I have x squared, right, the power rule says to put the exponent as a coefficient and subtract 1.
Well, yeah,
right?
I know it's a shortcut.
So
it's a shortcut to find the derivative.
So x squared is n to the first with a 2 coefficient. So 2n to the first or 2n. Even I remember this. And I haven't had calculus 25 years.
Minus 1.
Please listen.
Bring down in an x squared. If you're going to do the shortcut, you bring down the 2 and you minus 1 at the power.
That's what I
and
said.
So you have 2x.
But yeah, but in calculus, in calculus, you've actually got to come up with it. You have to actually prove the power rule. That's one of the first things you have to do.
So, and then there's various means of derivatives, like if you're going to say derive, say, the sine of x.
Minus cosine.
Cosine.
Is it negative cosine or cosine?
No, it'll be cosine. Cosine. The derivative of cosine is minus.
Yeah, the derivative of cosine is negative sine. The derivative of sine is cosine.
Yeah. So
to those of you who are
now, Edgar.
Please, to those of you who are good in mathematics, I would like you to help me to do a probability that is higher than 1.
You okay? First of all, in normal probabilities, you can't have one. Now I will.
You see.
I will say this. I will say this.
You are supposed to be intelligent, and you are supposed
I will
to be
say
knowledgeable
this.
in mathematics. Why you cannot do that?
There is. I've learned subsequently doing some research. I've learned that there is. Edgar, stop interrupting me. There is a type of probability that is different from 1. It uses and it has a complex function to it or something, but it's only used in some kind of weird abstract wave function. It's weird. It's really like nuanced shit. And that's the only case we have something in addition to the real number of 0 and 1, right? So in probabilities, it's always going to be 0 and 1 for all practical purposes.
No. You are killing mathematics. You know the reason why
I am the one killing mathematics here.
Okay, hang on. Let me do this.
Go ahead, knock yourself out, brother.
Mathematics is harder than that.
I got to go pee, but I don't want to miss this. But I'm not going to pee in a bottle like MK. But this is classic. I'm killing mathematics. I'm killing.
That's it. Well, I can't.
Oh God. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I want to ask him a question.
No, Kirsten wanted to say something. Come on, Kirsten, go.
So, Edgar, how long?
General. No, Kirsten wanted to go next, right?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Your engineering job. How long were you in the engineering job? How many years?
You know, I've been in engineering for 10 years. I left that. I never used calculation. I never used structural calculation. So I never used mathematics in my engineering. I never used for job site.
You never used mathematics in engineering when you were in the job?
Like structural calculation, design, something. I never used that. I only use for leveling, for simple surveying, for simple estimate of a house or a construction site.
Okay, if you're gonna do surveying work in engineering, especially if you're in civil engineering, you do have topographical calculations that involve high forms of differential equations. So
we never used that. We used simple Pythagorean style.
You never use differential equations with respect to the topographical mappings of, say, a region in a certain town?
We don't use that. We just the simple one.
If you don't okay, 1 second. If you don't use that, civil engineer would agree with you.
No, I remember I'm here in Japan. The one who do that for me are the Japanese, because they were the one who can read kanji. You see, I'm in Japan right now. I'm in the Philippines. If I'm in the Philippines or in America, I'm using that.
What is your role then as an engineer?
I just help as assistant for site. We construct building. We supervise the construction of the building.
So they do the complex calculations, and what do you do?
Calculation, because they need to sign that. So my work is especially when we import housing from America. We are the one who broke the Japanese market here from American products. So that's my main work here. So that's why my work here are very broke.
So your work is in regards to stock?
No, it's my work is in building houses.
Yeah, but what? So if you're going to build a house, what do you specifically do? What is your specialty in the building of a house?
Who would trust you to build a house?
I can speak English. I can speak Japanese. We build houses from America. We build still a structure in America. So my work is to explain to the Japanese worker how to construct this.
He's a technical translator.
So you translate the material. You don't actually a structural, you know.
So you don't.
I don't compute.
Okay,
compute.
so you don't understand.
I give that.
So Edgar, you don't understand what you're translating. That's what you're saying.
No, I do.
No, guys, the technical translator.
I have a friend. I went to America for 5 times. I have an American visa.
I think I've actually understand this. I think what it is he is a translator, but he never learned any of the stuff. So he gets bits and pieces, but he doesn't actually understand it.
No, Steve, a technical translator would know the technical language when translating.
But
this is just a regular translator may not know some terms or how they get used.
Well,
because
so the translation doesn't come through right.
If he's a technical translator, he should know the technicalities of the mathematics and the.
No, I never use mathematics. It's in the field. Because we are trying to import American product because if I don't.
Give us an example of a technical translation that you would typically do. Like what's the most common example you could give us?
The technical translation is to translate the wording from English to Japanese, technical words, technical terms, or architecture and construction. For example,
give us an example. Like what would be the most common structural element that you would then technically translate into kanji?
Not kanji. I don't normally say it in the field because I supervise. I supervise those workers, Japanese workers, to assemble the thing that they bought from America.
What do you supervise? What again? How are you going to supervise them if you don't know the technicalities of all this stuff?
No, I mean,
are you like a security guard or something?
No. First, I had to understand the Japanese terminologies about the construction and architecture, and then after that, I had to understand about American style,
like what?
English style.
What Japanese word that is most commonly used that you could give us in English?
Japanese word that well, there are many words in construction. It's very hard. For example, sumitsubo, something like that. For example, sumitsubo or leveling or something like that, chalk line, something like that. You have to do that. You know, my work is to sell your products here in Japan, because we import American products now. There are many claims, so we stop it. So I stopped also working in engineering work.
So you're a salesman?
Right now. No, I'm not a sales. I do both. I can sell. I can design. I can do editing.
You can design. What?
That's why my mind is broader than you. My experience are broader than you. That's the reason why I have my science, the best science, because I have a broader experience.
This is getting deep.
Okay, I think this is just lies.
It's not right. Yeah.
Guys, I think I know, but I'm going to save it.
So let's talk about probability, shall we?
Yes.
What do you want?
Well, first, please help me. I'm really serious. In our mathematics, I understand fully that the natural probability has a maximum limit of 1. I understand that. I accept that. But that is only a part of natural process, natural phenomenon, only maximum 1. It is not intelligence. So my goal now, my science tells me that there is also an instinct probability that is a limit of 1.5.
Okay.
And intelligent probability that is a limit of 3. And above that, I call importance probability that is limit above 3.
I'm sober for this.
I'm trying to study that.
That's why I'm drinking, Steve.
Dude, I'm so
Okay,
the problem is all I have is rum, and I don't know if I want to start drinking hard rum at the moment. But I'm seriously considering it. I ran out of Coke, remember? But I got rum left.
I'm trying to. I'm initially studying that. I'm restudying my probability. I'm trying to compare. I master first the natural probability, and I'm going to. I hope that I can do that. But if
Okay,
you help me,
hang
to start
on.
mathematician. Okay.
Listen. First of all, mathematics is not about nature at all. If nature was completely different, if nature didn't exist at all, mathematics would be wholly unimpacted by it.
I agree. I totally
Good.
agree. I totally agree.
And now,
Do you even know what you agreed with?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know what? Anarchy asked a really good question. I have to kind of interject on that one. Do you know what you're agreeing with?
But you must also not agree that I discovered intelligence.
Yeah,
and
but so
intelligence is not natural.
Yeah, but with and without intelligence, the probability theory is a matter of convention, matter of definition, and a matter of logic. It's not important whether there is any nature or any intelligence out there.
No, it is important. Sorry to disrupt you. It is so important because we have to classify. We have to classify. For example, if you are working in a company, you have to classify an intelligent worker and non-intelligent worker. You must have a classification, or you will never have falsification in science. You see, I am right. I have science.
Well, I got to tell you, Edgar, you may not know. Edgar, you might not know this, but I've discovered something too. I created a theory of dumbfuckery. I am the world's expert on dumbfuckery. I've discovered the true dumbfuckery. Guess what it is?
Yeah, I gave you a crown for that.
Yeah. So, I don't want to start drinking this early, so please make this turn a corner somewhere, okay? Because I can't take much more of this.
This is
Steve.
It's too early to drink.
I'm not gonna slaughter him. But
Everybody in the live chat's like, drink Steve. What do you like, drunk Steve better? Probably, huh?
Drunk Steve is the best, Steve.
No, that's drunk Neffy. Drunk Neffy's the best.
Edgar.
Isn't he always?
Oh, come on, we love drunk
I'll give
Neffy.
Edgar a very simple question here.
Like you weren't, like the other ones weren't simple. Come on.
Even simpler than the derivative of x². So, what's Newton's second law of motion as an equation?
Second law of motion as equation. Okay, wait. F equals mg. I'm sorry. Force equals acceleration.
Ooh. Now
okay, but you know what? You know what's funny is.
I don't remember. Okay, I don't remember.
Okay.
I had to remember my physics. Okay.
So, is the variable a, is it the second derivative in differential equations?
Oh, I don't remember that. Okay, so please stick to science. Because I told you.
So math is out of the question. Physics is out of the question. Civil engineering classes you had must have been awesome.
This is how we can gauge his intelligence here. Just remembered a year 10 science question that F equals ma, but he obviously did not do any form of calculus
can we get that noise,
to
please?
understand how F equals ma was derived. So, is basically a high school student.
I wouldn't even say that.
You can call me anyone you want. Yeah, you just can call me. But remember, I understand intelligence. For me, your intelligence knowledge is grade 1. It's okay problem.
Yeah, and also I don't think
Okay, so before you guys jump on this, there is in principle no problem with having probabilities higher than 1. So you start with your probability space with the space of all possible outcomes, and you need a measure on that, and you need a measure that is finite in order to be able to compare all probabilities properly. Now, it is a matter of convention that we set the measure of the total space to 1. We can set it to any number we like, any finite number.
If you change the axioms,
all the same.
But you have to.
Congrats, Mr. ID. You scared off General Han Solo.
Yeah, if you change the axioms,
Yeah,
you can do that.
I agree. I agree that the convention for.
Can I ask a question?
But, yeah, but I was just going to say real quick that if he's a civil engineer, no offense, I maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm not a civil engineer, but I would think that a civil engineer would probably be as specific as possible and not just give like F equals ma. They would actually give a summation, right? Because it's a force. It's a summation of forces, right? Summation of F equals summation ma. If I remember correctly, with summations, right?
It's called shear.
No, that's not
the calculation of shear moment. Shear. I know that, but I never used that in intelligence right now. So please, I give
that's not shear, by the way. That's not shear.
When you calculate the structural design, you must first know the shear and then the moment, and then you're going to compute everything. Still, I knew that.
No, I don't think you
I am
did.
as a scientist. I don't use that here right now. So why are you wasting my time?
I'm wasting your time. You didn't know the derivative of x squared, and you're claiming to be an engineer. I'm sorry, we just can't take anybody seriously who says that. I just can't.
No, I told you I did that. That's the reason why I have my now is different from before. I'm doing science.
Wait! I got a question.
Now you have to face science.
Did you suffer a car accident and get amnesia or something? Did you have a personality disorder? Did you have a nervous breakdown? Did you have a fugue state where you had this disassociation where you're no longer the Edgar that actually graduated civil engineering and actually learned basic physics?
No, we call that in business focus. You know, Steve Jobs. I never use that focus. You need to focus to something.
Focus.
I focus myself on focus. You need to focus yourself on one thing. If I'm going to focus myself on engineering, I'm not going to discover intelligence. Just like you do.
I think you have a long ways to go before you discover intelligence, man. That's a long way.
I really did. That's why if you say that I am wrong, Steve, all you have to do is to
my question?
Go nuts.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Intelligent Design.
Yes.
This might be a little risky to ask, eh? But what is the equation for velocity? That's high school bullshit. Yes, I want to see.
The velocity is equal to distance over time. I know. That's when I use that because.
Thank God you're not a total idiot.
No, I use that for speed of light. That's the reason why I said to Steve that I am a young Earth creationist, and because the speed of the velocity, the physics of, is different from the speed of light. That is when I remember. I use that. The one I use, I remember.
Are we sure he's not in high school?
No, he's not in high school.
No, because guys, you must first focus yourself in science. Because I am not jack of all trade, master of none. I am not that. I am a jack of all. No, I am not. I am with intelligence.
Okay.
I have to focus myself.
Okay.
I have a basic question for Mr. Intelligent Design.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the difference between velocity and speed?
What?
What's the difference between velocity and speed?
I encountered that. I think velocity is but I encountered that in my physics. Can you rephrase?
For fuck's sake!
Okay, it's to do with the difference between vectors and scalars.
One's a scalar, one's a vector. Yeah, that's a better question. Which one's a vector? Which one's a scalar?
I forgot it. Okay. Please, remember.
This may be a language thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not a language thing.
It's a universally understood term.
Yeah. Anthony Davis. Oh my God! Hang on. Stop. Anthony Davis, super chat, $20. Thank you very much. By the way, if you don't want to do the super chat, all you got to do is, I mean, PayPal or Cash Me, and you don't have to do as much. Trust me. But if you want, because they take out like I don't know, like 30% or something like that from the super chat. So $20 is a lot, and I do appreciate it, Antonio Davis. You don't have to have your messages read, but just. $5 on a PayPal, and I'm ecstatic. But Edgar says, Edgar, I spent 3 years in Japan, and you're a liar. The Japanese would not have a foreigner as the supervisor of a construction site that couldn't speak Japanese or understand kanji. And Steve, start drinking already. Kanji. Well, you know what? He gave me a $20 super chat, so I got to fucking obey that shit. I'm going to go get a goddamn drink. I'll be right
Well,
back.
remember, I'm different from other people. Yeah,
the difference between speed and velocity. Isn't
Yeah,
velocity
please.
speed gained over time?
Well, no. Velocity signifies the magnitude of a speed, but it also indicates
Yeah,
the
so
direction.
velocity
that
is
it's
a
going
factor of speed.
Yeah, it's a form of instantaneous acceleration.
Not only that, but velocity
motion.
represents direction as well. It signifies
Yeah,
that there's
it's
a
because
direction
it's
such as X, Y, or Z
Right.
direction.
Guys, if you have any
Right.
questions to me, please ask me questions so that I could be okay. I want to help you clear about intelligence or my science. If not, maybe I had to leave. Can you? If you have any question about me, about my science?
Yeah, what is biological interrelation?
Well, I have a really good question. On the Amazon bookstore, you can actually go and check out his books, Mr. Intelligent Design's books. So my question to you would be, the reviews that you posted, the endorsements that you posted with those books, because you claimed
There are no
for peer review.
There are no endorsements.
Why did you endorse negative reviews as positive reviews on the Amazon page?
Well, I can tell you, because if the 5 reviews that are on there that are not people reviews are computer generated, they're completely bogus. They're what people.
Okay.
Yeah, the 5 that are on there are computer generated. They're just bullshit stuff.
Can I?
But the other reviews, the ones that people
So then
actually wrote.
Another question on top of that would be, why did you lie? Why did you?
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that's true. You can go. I mean, they're just bullshit. But the ones that people actually wrote, those are legit, and those are fucking hilarious. But anyways, I got Captain Morgan's. Captain Morgan's coconut rum. So
Anyway, this is a waste of time. So I'm
Can
gonna.
I? Can I interject something
I'm drinking
about
this.
the whole Japanese him being different?
Sure, but I'm
to
drinking this
everyone else
straight.
thing?
So if I start slurring really quickly, fuck off.
The whole like him being different, saying like, oh, he's different from everybody else. The Japanese, like, they would not let him be a supervisor, like he said, of a construction site. Like, they didn't speak Japanese or read kanji. The
I
guy's
totally agree.
right. Like, if you want to be a citizen of Japan and you're like your foreigner moves in, you have to learn Japanese, learn kanji. It's insane. You also have to write an essay proving that you will without a doubt add something and be helpful to Japan as a country and to society.
Oh my
you have
God.
to absolutely prove without a doubt that you will be. They are
I had a
extremely strict.
teacher. One of my professors had us do that first day of community college.
What I miss?
The fuck?
Nothing.
By the way,
Nothing.
Trying to make sure they don't get nuked again.
I'm not even gonna lie, this stuff is strong as shit. I mean, I gotta light this fucking shit on fire. It's sweet too. See, I'm not gonna get it again because there's too much sugar. I don't like sugar that much, and this coconut rum is just. I can just.
It's the coconut, Steve.
Oh god, I can taste the sugar in it so
Anyway,
much.
I'm gonna head out, guys. I don't know. I don't know
Bye,
if
General.
anything interesting is gonna happen.
Oh no. This is
sorry, General.
pure lulz.
Okay, there are no more questions, please. Steve, there are no more questions to me before I leave.
Is a light year a measure of distance or time?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Well, light year, if you are going to use our time, our science now, it is distance. But in my science,
well,
even by young Earth creationism, I think a light year also can mean speed.
Oh god.
You know, we never use the phone of the light. You have to be very
Just
careful
speaking
about that.
out of his ass. That's
You
what's
had
going on.
What's the diameter of the circumference of pi?
Hey, this guy be a little hint.
Hey, Edgar, can you do us a favor? Bye, General.
Bye,
Hey,
General.
Edgar, can you do us a favor? Can you find us a single scientist that will be willing to come on that'll back up what you're saying in any way?
Science like what? I didn't get you, Steve. Can you be more specific?
Can you find us a single scientist that would be willing to come on to back up what you're saying that we can engage with and talk to?
Like what I'm saying, intelligence or young Earth creationism,
You-
or
any-
one
and-
topic, biology.
You know what? Pick fucking one. I don't care.
I mean,
well,
wow,
you know,
I've had 3 sips. What the fuck? I've had 3 sips.
You are using that.
Wow.
Steve, you are using that.
Hey, Steve, it's the dick. Just add alcohol.
If your model proves without a doubt that evolution is wrong,
yes,
it's obviously been peer reviewed, right?
No, because how the peer reviewer are dumb.
The peer reviewer are dumb.
What you do if the peer reviewer are dumb?
The peer reviewer are dumb.
Peer reviewers are stupid.
Yeah.
So, how'd you get a doctorate? Well, if you got a doctorate somehow, then obviously your peer reviewers were stupid. But
you could buy a doctorate off the internet.
yeah, Ken did.
Remember that when Galileo said that the Earth revolved around the sun, even though he would like to be peer reviewed, he was housed in prison.
You're not Galileo.
Intelligent design. Can I ask you?
Galileo knew basic physics. You don't. Simple as that.
No,
a couple hundred years ago, if you said that God didn't create the heavens and the earth, then you would have been put in fucking prison. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now the ruling science is evolution. It's a theory,
Edgar.
but I guess evolution.
Edgar, listen to me. Edgar, listen to me.
Okay. Yes.
You understand more about science than Galileo. I do too.
About biology. Okay, about biology.
About science? Yeah, we know more about. Yeah, I would say that
Galileo
we do.
was an idiot compared to what a day.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I know more about physics.
My science teacher,
well.
my fucking science teacher knew more about science than Galileo.
Yeah, but how fucking dare you compare yourself to Galileo?
The arrogance.
That's what I was thinking. Let me explain. Galileo has a discovery. He discovered that the Earth revolves around the sun. I did also discovery. I discovered intelligence. So what's the difference with me? He has a discovery. I am a discoverer.
If you discovered intelligence, then how come you don't have any?
Another big
But how do you define it?
All right, guys.
How do you define
Time out. Time out.
right,
You're
all right.
starting to get mean.
Well, I mean,
Wait.
can't really help it.
Can you guys see that?
I'm sorry, that was below the belt. But
What did I say?
Come
All right,
on, mate.
just to let you know, that's all. I got this, and I got about another bit, and another bottle.
You look like my high school principal.
So I am drinking. I'm not lying to you. I mean, it's
You literally have the exact same face and hairline as my high school principal.
Oh, my hair is a lot longer than it looks like. Trust me. My hair is like way. Look at this. I got hair way the fuck over here. My hair's a lot longer than it appears.
So, guys, before I leave, I would like you to rebut. I would like you to know what is intelligence. Because you know you're insulting me that I am wrong in my science, but you don't know about the topic of intelligence. So my assignment to all of you:
explain it to me.
What is intelligence in science?
Well, like, I don't
don't.
know. I missed out for a minute. Did he ever explain how his model disproves evolution, or even explain his model?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
No, God, no. No, he couldn't even explain biodiversification.
No? Well, then.
No. He didn't explain it. 9,000 birds. How do you get here in 6,000 years? He thinks that birds can speciate twice in a single generation. Don't know how that works.
I heard that part.
No, Steve, you are going to start
There's
playing.
2 of them.
What you are going to
person would like to hear the evidence that it has for his claim. His science.
Oh, Lamed, you got here late, brother.
Can you give me time? Can you give? Okay, wait. Your model is called the theory of evolution, and you are using the term
scientific theory.
No,
there's a difference between a theory and a scientific.
It's in shock. Just roll with it.
Okay, my model, the new model, the right one model is I call it biological interrelation, and I use interrelation.
Oh, we know that. You said that 5,000 times. It doesn't mean anything. Remember,
stop. Please give me time, Steve, because I'm going to
sure,
leave
go nuts.
so that you okay.
Go ahead.
The big difference between evolution and interrelation is that when you are using an evolution, you are not thinking about intelligence because you don't have any clue. When I talk about interrelation and when I see reality through interrelation, I always use intelligence, the way I discovered. So, in other words, let me continue, please. Let me continue. In other words, your view of reality is limited, like a flat Earth. My view of reality is broad, like a round Earth. So I see reality, but remember this: if my science of intelligence is wrong, then evolution is correct. Because there will be no interrelation.
You're assuming that none of us are or were creationists at any point in time.
Edgar, you're just one minor head injury from being a flat earther. I'm telling you right now. Okay.
You're
straight
assuming
up,
that
dude.
none of us know how to. Sorry. You're assuming that none of us know what intelligent design is. I understand what it is. I was an assistant youth
No,
pastor.
you don't know what not intelligence as a topic. Do you know that? In science, in reality.
Oh my god.
Do you know that? Do you know that?
You're arguing ridiculous semantics that don't make any sense, dude. You're just
Not
throwing word salad at me.
no reality.
And you came
It is
in here with a positive. Shut up. You came in here with a
Welcome to
positive
Edgar,
claim.
Insulin. Welcome to
You
Edgar.
came in here with a positive claim with no proof of it, and you got butthurt when everyone started telling you that you were wrong and wanted you to explain your fucking model, which you're not doing at all. You're just yelling at us and throwing your victim
Steve,
complex
I don't think
at us.
Insulin Shock understands what we're doing
I already
here.
explained my model in my science books.
Yeah.
If you are really serious, you can buy my science
And then you're
books.
telling us you don't we don't. No, I'm gonna download the PDF tonight. I'm gonna read it, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
wipe my
Okay.
ass. 'cause it's
And,
probably
and,
wrong.
Go ahead, Insulin Shock. Go
Hang
ahead.
on,
Go ahead.
Insulin Shock. I have to give you fair warning. The last person who did that is in the live chat. His name's Red Eye. I swear to you, he still suffers from migraine headaches, blinding flashes of light, and excessive diarrhea. So before you take the plunge to read one of these things, you may want to consult him and
A doctor or something.
the ramifications are vast.
Because you are not prepared to talk about intelligence.
You can't, dude. Shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about.
He still
You don't have a
shakes.
degree. You're full of shit. You're full of shit, dude. I can tell you're full of shit.
Insulin Shock, you don't understand what's going on here, do you?
I don't think I do quite understand what's going on here.
You don't. Just stop. Then just stop and walk
You
away.
can call me moron, stupid, or whatever. If you know about intelligence better than me.
You're like slinging
and
around.
I promise that I'm.
You're slinging
I
around
promise.
arguments you have no proof for, and then you're
No,
telling us
no,
we don't understand, and you're just like, oh, you're throwing your victim complex around. I asked you to
No, because
explain.
I am a
asked you to
discoverer.
shut up. I asked you to explain your model, and you never did. You never explained it.
No,
but you
Steve,
supposedly have this,
I can
this
explain
model
here.
that disproves evolution.
Yeah, you have.
Do you want me, Steve, to explain?
No, I really don't. I
I'm
really
reading
don't. His model
Yeah.
is not a model by any stretch of the imagination. He thinks it's a model. He thinks what he does is experimentation. He doesn't know how an experiment is run. He doesn't know anything about the scientific method. His idea of just demonstrating intelligence is taking tissue papers, putting them stacked together, like 9 tissue papers. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I have this wrong. He has one tissue paper. He drops an egg through it. If it breaks, then he puts 2 tissue papers. He puts another one. If it breaks, he puts 3. When he reaches the amount of thickness of the tissue papers where the egg doesn't break, he's demonstrated intelligence, ergo evolution's wrong. And if you think that is a non sequitur,
Oh my god!
it
I
is.
I think
But
he's just
that-
a well thought out troll. How much are his books on Amazon? Like $1?
No, like $6. No. Edgar's delusional. He's no troll. He actually believes this shit. You can't be a troll.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wait, he
Oh,
actually
yeah.
wrote books?
Yeah,
And
Edgar
they-
totally
they-
does.
It's like
Insulin.
a child science project.
I give
In
you-
one of Edgar's books, there is a description of how you can reproduce his experiment with dropping the eggs.
I mean, I grew a beanstalk in 3rd grade once in a cup with water and tissue
Hooray
paper.
for
I
you.
disproved evolution like that.
And it's,
I have to write my book.
he actually has a machine that'll do this for you too. If you're too lazy to actually drop a egg through tissue paper, he has a machine that you can build that'll do it for you.
Well, Steve, it's for consistency in dropping the egg.
I get that. You know what?
It removes the variable of you dropping
I
the
get
egg. by
that.
using the
I
machine.
agree. I like that idea.
It leaves it all in gravity.
But here's the thing, Edgar. None of this shit makes sense because it's bullshit. And I love you, Edgar. I do. I love you, brother.
Edgar.
Edgar's a nice guy, and we give him a lot of shit. But I'm telling you,
Steve,
Your experiments are invalid, not because they're stupid, but because of how they're done. You're using intelligent design based on existing variables. You're arguing for intelligent design based on no variables.
Yeah, intelligent design is.
That's just tell me what is intelligence. Just compare, okay? It is simple in science.
God had nothing.
If I am wrong, in the topic of intelligence, please tell me what.
I can read you the textbook definition of intelligence.
You're at 71.
Okay,
There's 71
you don't need to
71
yell.
definition of
You don't need to
intelligence.
Oh, I didn't know I was yelling.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so-
I'm a very loud person.
So Edgar, what's the definition of dumb fuckery? Can you tell me that?
There are 71 definitions of intelligence.
I didn't ask you that. What's the definition of dumb fuckery?
I don't know about that. Okay, that's
Well,
your
you
discovery.
don't see. Yeah, it's my discovery. So you don't know what the true dumb fuckery is.
Because
So
you don't have a book.
ergo, you don't have the real
Yeah.
science. Because I have the real
Yeah,
science because I
you
know
don't
dumb
have-
fuckery.
Steve, write that book and I will buy it.
Oh God, I want to do that to you.
Yeah, Steve, you don't have a. You don't,
I have
Steve,
science books,
he's got a
Steve.
point.
I am not
You
lying.
don't have a book.
Yeah, you know what? It's like Andrew.
If you-
Wait,
where are
wait,
you
wait,
going to get
wait.
the information?
Wait, Andrew Rappaport has a book. Joe Sonseed doesn't have a book. Ergo, Joe Sonseed's a troll. Just let you know, that's how it works.
No, because you are trying to ask me a question that I don't have any information from your side. You know, if you see if,
Yes, you
if
do.
a person is read,
I got a
if a
Wikipedia.
person is really,
We got a
has-
whole Wikipedia on dumb fuckery. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I can have a book. I can have a book. I can write a 60-page bullcrap book tonight and have it self-published on Lulu.
Please, like, legit. Do it.
You would still store more copies.
Please
Ed,
write
can I honestly
intelligence.
ask
Give
you
it
a
the name.
question?
No,
I have a
sorry.
question about your science.
Okay.
How do you represent intelligent design if you have to rely on existing factors like gravity to reproduce it? Because God would have had no gravity, no vacuum, just absolutely, positively nothing.
First, how do you know that God has no gravity? Where did you get that information?
Where the definition of time before shit was just God, nothing. Are you
No,
saying God is gravity?
Yeah, but God has a physical form. Because if he has no physical form, he cannot create.
He doesn't. How can it be everywhere yet nowhere?
It's simple. It's very simple. You are going to use a dimension of time. And God, I can do that. It's simple.
Okay. Here's how you destroy an intelligent design argument. That there's just an easy way to do this.
Insulin, you're using the wrong definition of intelligent design here.
Oh, I am.
He's not that definition of intelligent design.
Oh, okay.
That's why, please, before you destroy me, know first intelligence. Okay, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to first to know intelligence, because once you know that,
okay,
you can agree or disagree with me. Please.
You tell me what intelligence is.
Okay, intelligence. It is a principle of reinforcing an X to survive, to exist. And it always acts on a symmetrical phenomenon. I already explained that in other hangouts. And that is the only one definition of intelligence that is correct in reality. We have 72 definitions of intelligence. 71 that have been researched by Greg and Hutter. And I already showed that in my YouTube and videos.
So let me see if I got this right. Okay, so intelligence is the will to survive, is what you said.
No. You can, if you are going to open my book in Amazon, I give that for free. Okay, but I define it here. Intelligent, it is a principle of reinforcing an X to survive, to exist. And it's always act.
Reinforcing an X.
Oh yeah.
As in like a variable of the variable X.
If you can go to my after that, you can go to my books. I give that free definition. I always
just tell me here.
Okay. I think I don't remember now, but it's the principle of reinforcing an X.
Whoa! So you have this model, and you have these books, and you supposedly can disprove evolution with these models, but you can't remember what your definition of intelligence is.
Yes, I have everything that you can ask for. That's why if you would like to rebut me in science. That's why I'm looking for.
But you can't tell me what your definition of intelligence is right here now.
No,
when you supposedly do all this research.
Remember, I don't have to memorize all my books. You know, I have 6 science books. You know, I am a big person. Like
They're by the way,
scientific.
Part of clarity, they're not science.
I don't want to expose
they're not science books. Please do not refer to them as science books. Like seriously.
Well, I'm just using his No.
Mr. Intelligent Eye calls them science books. I'm telling him, Edgar, don't call them science books. Trust me. They're not science books.
That's why Steve, please, Steve, for human's sake.
They're more like pamphlets.
Yeah, Steve, for human's sake, for humanity's sake, please know what is intelligence. If you know intelligence better than me, I will delete all my science books.
You're saying that you can.
They're
you're saying
not
that you
science
use this
books.
novel. Yeah, you're saying you use this model to experiment.
I have experiment.
Right?
I have model. I have explanation.
You can't.
I'm sucking down this rum way too fast, guys.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Steve.
No, it's not your fault.
Steve, for the love of God, I don't want you
Take
to
it
die.
from me.
Stop
Take
tricking
it
me.
from me. Take it from somebody who writes books regularly. Fucking take it from an author. I remember the details of all of my books. I can't recite them to you page by page, but I know the details. I know the storyline.
Well, he should know a formula.
How would you write down a formula and then forget it?
He can't even.
Because that would be groundbreaking shit.
Do you keep your books, your pamphlets open in front of you and like reference them every 2 seconds?
He can't even remember basic math, guys. Come on.
Come on, guys, knock it off now. It's getting old.
All right, so we're moving on. We're moving on. Edgar, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Before I leave, please, I am asking all the people here who are scientists. Those who are scientists who love science, please know what is intelligence. Please defeat me. Please defeat me. Please show me that I'm wrong.
What are you, a masochist?
No, I'm begging. I'm begging.
Been there, done that. Yeah.
Okay, Steve, I have to ask again.
For me, baby, beg. Oh.
Steve, I have to ask again.
Yes.
We need to set up a discussion or a debate, however you wish to call it, between Mr. Intelligent Design and Dr. Kent Hovind.
At some point.
Oh God, I'll pay to see that.
Kent would leave. Kent would seriously leave.
Kent Hovind?
He's.
I'm being polite.
No, I'll see what I can do at some point. I don't want to scare Ken off too easily, because he'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" and end up leaving. He would never sit through that for 90 minutes. I guarantee it.
He needs to finish his Cosmology 101 class with KC.
Then the third one is going to be on the 21st. Okay.
Guys, those who are scientists.
I want to see Ken Hovind go with General Han Solo.
When Ken Hovind thinks that you are really more out there than he is, yeah, that's. Holy shit! Why is this rum kicking in so fast?
Really, I'm giving you a challenge, an assignment.
Well, that matter.
Please, before I leave, please know what is intelligent in science and
reality. We get it. We've heard
please
you a million times.
Please buy my books.
Buy my books. Give me the link.
Okay, so what? Thank you, Edgar. Pseudo, why does it matter? This coconut.
It's the sugar, Steve.
So the sugar's.
Thank you for today. Yeah. Thank you.
It's so sweet.
Yeah. It's the sugar that's causing it.
Are you supposed to?
When you say, please understand my science, you're saying, please buy my books and pour.
I was going to apologize for being a little too mean.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. You haven't been around Edgar, so that's how everyone who's new to Edgar reacts.
I get very heated.
Once you start to read his stuff and listen to him, you kind of just sit back and don't argue.
We're inoculated to it pretty much, but I'm just curious. Are you supposed to drink this shit straight?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's the coconut sugar.
Yeah, I got fucked up for 3 days last time I drank this shit straight.
Yeah, it's the sugar in it, Steve. You're not used to drinking like. That's why you make mixed drinks with like fruit juice and stuff.
Yeah, I understand the concept, but I don't have any mixer.
No. It's the fruit juice is the sugar you're mixing, or sometimes you put like Coke in rum. It's the sugar. That's why you don't use Diet Coke.
It's so
because how the aspartame causes your body to metabolize the alcohol.
I don't like aspartame.
Yeah.
I like aspartame in tea. That's the only thing I drink. Aspartame in tea is good.
Could I just ask 2 quick questions?
Oh, please.
First to.
But turn on the music, please.
Yeah, I'm doing that. That was my fault.
Sorry.
Yeah. First to Insulin Shocker. Why were you saying to Mr. Intelligent Design in the live chat, "Give me that sweet boy pussy"?
Because I thought he was a troll.
Well, there's a difference. Insulin Shocker, please. There's a difference between troll and Poe.
Yeah, he's neither.
There is a theory, and I still maintain it, Steve, that Mr. Intelligent Design is a Poe.
Oh, no.
What's the difference between a troll and a Poe? I've actually never had it explained to me. I thought they were the same thing.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
A Poe is a type of troll.
Yes.
Troll would be a broader group.
Poe is a subset of a troll, where Poe would be somebody who doesn't actually believe what they're espousing, but doing so just for the sake of trolling. But they do it so well. Okay. They do it so well that you don't even know.
Yeah, they don't break
you can't tell the
character.
Yeah. No, he's not a he's not a Poe.
Okay,
he
so
actually
Poe is someone who actually believes what they're saying.
No,
a
Poe is basically pretending to be the crazy.
Okay.
Like Pillbox.
They don't break character.
Pillbox. Pillbox is a Poe.
Okay, cool.
But I mean, they'd still be crazy. Like Pillbox is still an idiot. To be a Poe, I think you got to be really dumb to play people by being a Poe. I don't see the point. I think there's a degree of stupidity inherent in that position.
And secondly, I really enjoyed the debates so far between King Crocoduck and Kent Hovind, but don't you think Casey is wasting his time? Kent's not going to learn anything.
It's not for Kent. No, it's not for Kent.
Anarchy, just because you have a debate doesn't mean you're trying to educate the person you're debating against.
Right.
That's not the purpose of a debate.
I mean, I'm definitely going to watch it. I would pay. I'd even pay to watch it. But
yeah.
Well, you could do that. Become a patron. There you go.
I'm skint. I don't have money for myself. Never mind good causes.
We just had somebody give me a $20 super chat. I got some buck for you a month.
Okay, Kent Hovind is a lost cause, of course, but he has thousands of subscribers that watches his videos. There are on the fence about evolution. So
some do question it. Yes,
can have an impact on those people.
Yeah.
Even if one of them starts to question it a little more and steps away, that's a victory.
People have said that they thought Hovind did really poorly in the last two, even some of his own people.
I mean,
in the first 5 minutes of the second debate, Kent Hovind gish-galloped, invoked Hitler, Nazis, and communism. Tried to conflate evolution and cosmology.
Wait, did he invoke not just Hitler but communism?
Yes,
he did. Yeah, he
compared them to atheism.
Yeah,
usually only do one.
He was going balls deep on that one.
Oh yeah.
This was just in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you did say that was the second one, right?
I would have responded with the KKK being Christians. Come on.
Yeah, first they invoke evolution, then they invoke Hitler, then they invoke atheism. That's Ken Ham's favorite thing to do.
And it's funny, the last thing like Kent said in the second debate was like, well,
Hitler wasn't even an atheist. He was just against Christianity.
He wasn't Christian.
It's like,
he promoted this thing called positive Christianity.
He's like, I feel sorry for you guys, and God's gonna, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, what does that have to do with the science that we're talking about? Nothing.
Well, he ran out of stuff to say the first time around.
Yeah, and just reflect on the very fact that when Casey asked Kent Hovind anything, he said that, well, the Bible says blah blah blah. What kind of a crazy, batshit crazy, stupid fucking moron reflects to what the Bible has to say about everything? Doesn't he have any thoughts of his own?
No.
I mean, what the fuck is he talking about? The Bible says, well,
he's smarter than everyone.
What the hell?
Like that's
the Bible says different things to different people. I mean, that's the most type of ignorant I've ever heard.
I mean, I'm pretty dumb, but if I don't know something, I'm willing to go out and learn about it. That's the difference.
Yeah. I don't know. Kent Hovind is. Yeah. I don't know. He's probably too busy trying to open his dino park in Alabama right now.
Did you hear his videos when he first got out of prison, where he started blaming Eric for stealing his marriage?
Yeah, his wife. He moved back to Pensacola, which I'm gonna go and say I live in Pensacola. Whatever. He moved back to Pensacola. He was a regular customer at the Starbucks where my other half works for a while when he got out of prison, and then he got an assault charge to move to Alabama and started to try to open his dino park in his little fucking compound.
Wait a second. Hold on. How did he get an assault charge?
I have to look it up again, but he got in an argument with somebody, and it was an assault charge against this girl, and then she redacted her statement.
I've always imagined him like a Mr. Rogers.
Good dog. No, I think he's abusive. I think that
he is. He's an arrogant jerk. We hired a guy, the shop that I work at.
Hey Ben.
Oh, somebody joined. I thought I got dropped. We hired a guy at the shop I work at.
Ben, can you mute when you're not talking?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. We hired a guy at the shop I used to work at, and he used to live on Kent Hovind's compound with him, where he's trying to do the dino park, and he does like weird he was a nice guy. He did like weird herbalist stuff, like healing rocks, and thought cancer was a fungus. He was weird, but he was real nice. I liked him, regardless of that. But
cancer is a fungus. That's a new one.
yeah, it was weird, man. But he was a cool dude, though. He was real nice.
What do you say? Cancer is a fungus? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he
no, that's
weird,
not. That's
weird
not
stuff.
that. I mean, that's weird. I mean, it's wrong, but it's actually that's Mr. Grimm believes that as well. It's based upon some weird doctor shit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, he was watching the videos in the vape shop at
it's
one
complete,
day.
It's
And I
complete
watched
crap. They think that cancer is caused by fungus turning into a mold, turning into a virus, and then metastasizing. It's the weirdest. It's called it's called pleomorphism, but they're called pleomorphism. But the problem is pleomorphism is a change of shape of bacteria, which does happen. But they also think that a fungus can turn to a virus and a bacteria. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
All right.
But he confirmed that.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
I didn't know you were still here. Huh?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I could tell you're here.
Right. See y'all later. God bless.
He just got dinged on Tinder.
He gone.
Some chicks calling, you can tell.
Into it. I'm a vile human being. But yeah, he talked about how Kent made him try to stop. There's actually a video on YouTube of him with Kent because he made up a board game that was pretty cool.
Are you talking about
Talisman on steroids?
Was it Theo Valentine?
No.
Okay. Was it a guy named Steve?
No.
Okay, because there's been a couple of people that have been kind of defecting from him lately.
It was Levi. His name was Levi.
Oh.
But he lived there, and they like claimed he was a witch and stuff, and Kent didn't do anything to nip it in the bud, so he ended up leaving the compound because they were messing with him, and Kent was like, whatever, if you're not going to be like us, you can go.
The fuck?
So, yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
This
I
is
think I found Edgar's model.
It's a complete cult, is what it is. I mean, he literally is a cult leader. Yeah.
Steve, I found Edgar's model.
You did?
Yeah.
You can't see it.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's see Edgar's model. I'm curious.
But guys, let's give Edgar a break here.
Yeah, can we explain it to Ben?
Shush. When he shows up into these hangouts, he puts on a shirt and tie. He's got a PowerPoint. He doesn't swear at people and call people names. He stays on topic.
Yeah, it's not really that impressive any longer.
I know. Well, he doesn't like lose his temper all that much. Okay.
He was genuinely nice. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a nice guy. Edgar's a real nice guy.
Delusional, but nice.
Just crazy delusionally
the
dumb.
problem with him staying too much on topic. He cannot be taken away. You can't get him to concede any point and move on.
I'm sorry, guys. Edgar's gone. I can't drink this right now.
Oh, okay, put it down.
I'm sorry, Ben. You got it on my Discord. Like,
save your liver,
a minute
Steve.
after
Funnel it.
Edgar left.
Put in a beer funnel, dude.
It's rum.
You don't put Captain Morgan's in a funnel.
I like to party now.
Do you guys think Kenthoven doesn't know how long light takes to travel light year?
I don't think he cares.
No.
I don't think he even buys it. I don't believe he even buys in his own bullshit any longer. I think it's just an act anymore. Or at least I have a good reason to think it's just an act for the most part. Either that, he's probably the most delusional person I've ever seen, even compared to Edgar.
I mean, if you watch, there's a YouTuber Logic. He's real cool. He did a 10-part series on Kent Hovind's like old seminars. I mean,
we know
Logic.
He's like 1940s like textbooks and stuff. It's ridiculous.
Logic just subbed to me. Logic just subbed to me last week. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
No, a lot of his textbooks actually come from about the 80s.
Yeah, you should get Logic into one of these apps.
There are people who've actually managed to track down the textbooks, not just by the title of the book, but the actual volume and then print run.
Logic, Logic and Arbor Skeptic, you're not going to get in our hangout, and they're arguing with each other right now, and it's kind of like me reminding me, when Mommy and Daddy used to fight. I wish they would like kiss and make up, and they have. I mean, I'm not telling them they have to have sex with each other like my parents did, but okay if they want to, but but it's just it's like
Remember,
I like both of them.
Parents did.
Remember, easy you can get Logic to one of these after shows. That would be hilarious.
Nah, Logic wouldn't. I had Vadim in here. Creationist
But
cat.
did you ask him about the Applebee's and all the women?
Oh, dude, no. Okay, you want to hear the story? The night that happened, I actually had messages, and I called it Applegate. I'm calling it Applegate.
Applegate. And
I'm like, well, hey, Vadim, first the constellation. I said, I believe you. And he's like, oh my God, that was so embarrassing. He's like, I'm telling the truth. Like, I totally believe you, dude. But that was the funniest part of the entire Drunken Peasants thing, was you being on there. Own it, man. Just own it. Call it Applegate and just play it up.
It's not that far-fetched. I mean,
no, it's not.
Right, Applebee's. I mean, Applebee's is basically like trailer trash Red Lobster anyway. I live in the South. I've seen it, like, not that exactly.
I love Applebee's.
It's true though. If you live in the Southeast, like if you go to Applebee's on a weekend night, if there's anybody drinking there, it's either somebody that's there from out of town, or like some trailer park trash people that can't go to a bar because they've been banned.
But I definitely gave him shit for it. I was like, oh God, that was fucking hilarious. He was so drunk.
Okay, I'm back. My phone overheated on me.
You must have a HCC Lightning from forever ago.
I have a ZTE.
Or Thunderbolt.
Or Matt, my AC is not working very well, and my phone just decided to kick me out.
Boy, have we diverged? How far have we diverged from the actual topic of the hangout in 7 hours? Holy shit!
I don't think there was a topic.
There was a topic. And it was
originally,
a show,
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So,
time to be ending this. I'm going to be playing. Actually, I'm going to like eat something, and then I'm going to go play TF2. Anyone wants to play, they're more than welcome to. We want to get a core group of TF2 players and just kind of dominate every map. So.
Well, I play, but I have taste in games.
Oh God, you must play Overwatch.
Steve, what is the server?
Oh, we just do random servers.
Oh well, okay. I mean, I don't have it on Steam, so I don't know which server do I join. Never mind.
Well, my Steam name is Steve Ask Anything, and it's under Navy Nuke 760. It's posted in the GDC. Just go look at the post.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to be ending this. Like I said, I don't think we talked much about the debate, but I'm calling it a tie for the more practical purposes, because whatever.
A tie?
Yeah,
no.
Tie. Well, who'd you think won? All right, Anarchy, who do you think?
Nobody won.
Well, that's a tie.
Lost.
That's a tie. All right, I will give the last word to Insulin.
Oh, what did I do?
Well, whenever I end one of my hangouts, somebody gets the last word. I just randomly pick somebody with no rhyme or reason, so it's you.
Steve's a pretty cool guy who isn't afraid of anything and has pretty cool shoes.
I have great shoes. There you go. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow for these.
Good night.